night's almost over, but COD's just getting started. Welcome to Sunday in the CDL.
3 more big matches to close out your weekend. First up, stand clear. It's the New York Subliners facing off against the Heretics. Can the Spanish squad finally secure a win before we head down to Miami for their home major?
Then, it's the Major I Finals matchup we've all been waiting for. Defending champs Toronto Ultra square off against Atlanta FaZe. It's the number 1 versus number 2 in a battle for the top spot.
And finally, the LA Thieves with nothing to lose take aim at the Minnesota Rocker. Might see another masterclass from the rookie Lens.
It all starts right now on the Call of Duty League.
Seven in a row for him. Locks down his 8th, stays up through it. And behind everybody, though, is Dashy. Can he take down 2? Maybe 3. He gets them all.
It's the best hardpoint team in the game. Think about the pinch. That's a 3v kill for him there. Effectively lining up for him.
Goodness, he does incredibly well to get 3. It's a easy cannot miss, man.
We are in for one hell of a season. How does this one feel to be back on top of the CDL setting the pace?
Give me this shit. Alright. I got some words to say, bro. Pass is the pass. Fuck that champ shit, yo. We back. We back. We back on top. We're coming all fucking year, bro. All year. Let's go.
We're here to do it all year. Scrap and crew living up to the words they said after Boston Major I. They are still the top dogs in the league with an unblemished, perfect 4-0 record in our Major II standings. Welcome, everybody. It's Chris Bucket alongside Allie, Cat, and Nameless. And I want to start with you, Nameless. We're going into Sunday, and we're going to see Scrap versus Atlanta again.
Yeah, it's going to be an absolute banger. Rematch of the finals, and I can't wait to see how these teams stack up against each other. They've both been working on things in terms of their map pool. Yeah. We'll see if Atlanta can finally take them down.
Allie, we've had 5 matches. 4 of those were 3-0s. Do we finally get a game 5 today?
Absolutely. Atlanta versus Toronto, easy.
All right, we're getting to that in a little bit. For now, though, we got to recap you on what happened yesterday. 2 3-0 series, and it all started with Boston versus Vegas. Everybody, the fans, Nameless, Allie, all hating on the potential of Vegas Legion, but Purge made them eat their words as Vegas gets it done, Allie.
Yeah, best player in the game according to my desk mates. I think for the Vegas Legion right now, they're on a complete incline going up this hill right now because Vegas Legion, this is a team that has struggled for the past like 2 to 3 years. This franchise has struggled, and it's been in the same sort of woes when it comes to respawn and control. Now they bring in Geo, they switch roles for Purge, and suddenly they're finding so much success. Nero is finding so much consistency, and Purge is doing really well in the SMG. We forget about the fact that he had to change roles, which he reminded us in his interview yesterday.
Yes, and shout out to Mama Nero. She gets a birthday 3-0 slamming of Boston from her son. Kenny did it for his mom. Nero doing it for his mom. Wonder who's next.
Yeah, Mother's Day is coming up, so get those dubs for the mamas out there. But for Vegas, they've looked absolutely incredible. I mean, in terms of their hardpoint metrics, like they've turned it around. Search and destroy, impressive and in control. They have a deep bag now with Invasion and High Rise. They probably feel comfortable against majority of the teams in the league right now.
Nameless, you continued to grow your prediction lead by somehow choosing Win Surge was going to get their first win with this lineup. Yep. Did you see the 3-0 coming over an LAG squad?
I knew that sometimes you just need to see the ball go through the hoop, and that's exactly what happened on that map number 1. They end up clutching up in that hard point, and honestly, like I said it before the series, they just need to play a little bit more free on the map, and we saw that. Like, Hoop got loose, made a huge play at the end. Abuza had himself a series. Everybody was positive in the KD department. We haven't seen that in forever for the Seattle Surge, and they ride that momentum into a 3-0 victory, and I knew there's some opportunity just given that LAG have been regressing. They haven't looked that great. Very bad Surge team. If Surge were to steal that hard point, they run away with the series. That's exactly what we saw. It's what they needed.
Can Hoop keep it up? Does Surge break into the top 8 before we get to Miami for the second major?
I'm going to say absolutely not, and maybe that casts a curse them to be able to force their way in. For Seattle Surge, it would take a lot, but they did already get their first up versus the LA Gorillas, so that confidence is running high.
Well, Major II is just 2 weekends away as we are heading down south to Florida. Miami Heretics hosting this one, presented by Gamergy, and they scan that QR code. They can get their tickets today.
Yeah, get your tickets. We're selling them. We're going to have a Challengers event as well, which looks pretty sweet. I can't wait to get down into the sun and also watch some Call of Duty.
Remember, all 12 teams teams are going to be down south with us. You can go see them in person, maybe even play against them if you eventually make it out of Challengers. We're going to have to change course here and talk about some Challenger players who made it back up. They had to face off against Toronto Ultra. And actually, let's just go Toronto Ultra, Atlanta FaZe here. This is going to be the banger matchup. Start with Scrap and Crew.
This is our Monster Energy matchup of the day. And I mean, Toronto Ultra, I think this is the first time in a while we've seen a team possibly be consistent at the beginning of the season, because they are still looking to be the favorites as we head into Major 2. They have not lost a step. Some of these respawns, sure, they've gotten a little bit close, but they're also map pool testing. So for Toronto Ultra, this has been a fantastic split.
Yeah, I mean, like, the only thing that I'm looking at with these guys is to search and destroy map pools, something that they've been working on. But Toronto Ultra, I mean, they're looking to break records. Like, in terms of Hardpoint, they have been unbelievable. One of the greatest Hardpoint teams we've seen for this time in the CDL, right? So Toronto Ultra, they've been ahead for now. We'll see today if they continue this trend.
All right, that is Toronto. They are the top dogs. Atlanta, always considered a top 2 or 3 team. They made it to that championship match. And Allie, we always hear, oh, it's a 4-1 dominant showing, but you reminded me how close these hard points were.
Yeah, I mean, they were within about 10 to 15 points, and the only biggest disparity was in those search and destroys. And what have Atlanta FaZe been working on during the split? It's been their search and destroys. We saw what Abizi did yesterday. He went on an 11 spree.
Setting
he was
records.
absolutely taking over and setting records. And not only that, Atlanta FaZe has also been working on their hardpoint map pool. So this is a possibility that Atlanta FaZe could get their revenge today.
Yeah, I mean, Rio being added helps this team a lot. You know, they went from, you know, being 8th in terms of holding now to 5th, which is an impressive, you know, upswing, something that was hurting them at hardpoint. That's why they had such close differential, because they had such tight hardpoints, and that hasn't exactly been the case throughout Major 2. And honestly, like, the difference between Toronto and some of these other top teams that we had is just they were so far ahead in the respawns. But like, you're seeing Atlanta, New York, Optic all start to catch up, and I think the big indicator of that is the SMG players frying. Abizi was going off. We saw the 11 streak in the search and destroy, the 35-something bomb in the control. Like, the SMG players are starting to take over for Atlanta FaZe, and that is how they're going to get a W in this match.
Atlanta flexing their muscles against Minnesota as of late, and Draza dropping some numbers. It can come down to these two, Draza versus Scrap. Do we see Rio with some rival 9s today?
I definitely think so. I would love to see these two teams going at it in Rio, but I love this graphic simply because Draza is the player that maybe needed to do better during Major II Qualifiers, and he did with Sal. The arrows were taking over in their last series, so it's going to be a banger.
That's our Monster Energy matchup. That's coming up at 4:30, and we're also going to see LA Thieves in action today. They're just 1-1, but you're going up against a squad that is at the bottom of the Major 2 leaderboard. Somehow Minnesota 0-4 after 3 Game 5s. But let's start here with the Thieves, because they clutched up in a Game 5 of their own, a series that I didn't think should have gone the distance. They were able to close out over Miami.
Yeah, and we go to a wild round 11. Honestly, that terminal is some of the best S&D that we've seen throughout this split. Some huge adjustments on both sides, and it's Ghosty, the leader of this team, in-game and out-of-game. We saw him getting hype in the comms, and he makes the play, the 2-piece at the back of the plane, exactly what they needed. They get that W, and, you know, from talking to some other people around the league, they say LA Thieves are pretty good in scrims, right? They just have to apply that into their actual games, and this team has only had 2 matches this split. They lost to Texas 3-0, and then they beat Miami 3-2 in a nail-biter. So still a lot to be desired, but I'm excited to see Thieves in their development.
Miami looking to find form, but they're going up against Kremp and Nasty. How is the new duo faring here for LA Thieves after coming up from Challengers?
It's been looking a lot stronger, right? I mean, we forget that they changed half their roster and expect them to do incredibly well when their first match of the split was against Optic Texas, one of our best teams, and even then, they were able to take that control to around number 5. Even in the Karachi search and destroy, the kills were close on both sides. They just hadn't figured out how to play objectively together just yet. So for the LA Thieves, I think this will be an incredible opportunity for them to prove where they're at in the league.
Chat, you ready to have fun on this Sunday? We got 3 battles coming your way. It starts off with the Subliners versus Miami. You're going to see Toronto take on Atlanta, and Minnesota takes on LA Thieves, at 6 p.m. Stay locked, especially for that 4:30. We're going to a break. When we come back, it's time to kick things off. Our first battle, Subliners looking to remain perfect as they take on the Heretics.
Spice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. Check out all of the awesome in-game rewards you can earn for free just by watching the Call of Duty League. What's on tap this weekend? An all-new lineup including a weapon blueprint, emblem, calling card stickers, and XP tokens. Just link your YouTube account now to start earning.
New York is in the house, and they are sporting a 12-4 map count. After 4 matches, they are number 2, right behind Toronto Ultra, basically tied for that number 1 spot. And today you're facing off against Miami, who is 0-4, a very struggling Miami here in our Major II qualifiers. Let's start with the subliners, though. Highlight this squad for me. What is the brightest part of a team that has been cruising to victory?
I mean, honestly, I think it's just the vibes when it comes to New York Subliners. They are where we expected them to be at the beginning of the season. They look like our returning world champs once again. And also just listening in on their comms, getting to talk to them after games. Like, New York is all about just getting better, taking every match as it comes. And Kismet has just been on a different level recently. Doesn't matter, Hardpoint, Search and Destroy. He has been that guy on the map.
And you said he's the best S&D player in the game. You still believe that?
I do believe that. I mean, some of the play calls that he makes, the way that he plays, I mean, you just saw like such a great example in that series versus Atlanta FaZe. Like, Kismet is everywhere, everything all at once. He is him in Search and Destroy. But this team as a unit, like, we saw Hydra start to really fry in the respawns as well. Like, he's starting to get a lot better, and they're just getting more comfortable. You know, some of their goals coming into this split was like, let's improve in Hardpoint. I mean, they've been the #1 team in rotations all year in terms of rotation percentage. It was just how much can we get out of those rotations? Now we're seeing them start to play better Call of Duty, and the Hardpoint looks much improved.
The real with the coolest setup there, wearing all the subliner gear. You can get yours today. You can also get your Heretic gear. Heretics are on the other side of this fight, and they are 0-4. We look at the matches they've lost. You've lost to Toronto. You've lost to Atlanta. The battle against Vegas, you had an opportunity. And then LA Thieves, You lost a round 11 game 5, so you've been close, but you can't get over the hurdle. Can they do what Boston did and maybe cause some chaos against a top team today?
I think they could cause some chaos. The weird thing with Miami is they kind of sit in the same vibe as like how Minnesota is unable to close on matches. Same with LAG. Like they go to that game 5 versus LA Thieves, they get reverse swept by Vegas, and then they go to a game 4 versus Atlanta where the Tiny Terrors drop 67 kills. So for Miami, it's just been an unfortunate start to this split, but there's still some opportunity.
Nameless, when I look at the subliners being put on the ropes, they're losing games 1 and 2. Can Miami steal sub base and invasion search and destroy?
Yes, they can. I think Miami is delighted with this map pool. It looks like New York is like squaring up a little bit. They keep trying to like play sub base, which they've been okay on, but they're trying to add that to their repertoire. And that gives Miami a lot of opportunity. They beat Atlanta FaZe on that map. And then when we get to game 4, they're 5-2 on invasion hardpoint. So HPs, you are delighted if you're Miami right now.
Subliners beat Atlanta. I think they have to beat the Heretics today. I'm locking in New York.
That's some good math. I also think New York has to beat Miami here today.
Nameless?
I'm going New York.
Oh, yeah.
Fans?
I think it could be decent.
47 potentially fans making moves. We see you. Let's send it over to our casters to kick this one off. Study, my guy. You ready for another New York fight?
Oh, man, I am ready for another New York fight, Chris. You know, New York, they're coming out today, not playing the maps that they would usually see them on, but they're still trying to stay undefeated in this stage.
Yeah, I guess I'm just not here.
Hey, Alan.
I'm also kind of fading into the background a little bit. I didn't realize my shirt was kind of bleeding through a little bit. So we got a little bit of everything going on right now. But yeah, no, I think the thing about this series, like Nameless was saying, there's a lot of anticipation and hopeful excitement here for Miami because, hey, New York is essentially just kind of feeling out their map pool based on these picks.
That's exactly what they're doing. We're talking about a sub base that they only play versus the bottom teams. We're talking about LAG, Carolina, Seattle. They're not playing this versus any of the top squads. They're going to play for the lower ranked team, so they want to get some reps on this one. And then a triple invasion in the middle. If you remember Miami Heretics all throughout stage 1, invasion everything was their bread and butter. So New York are going to test them on some of their better maps. And even if we get to it all the way into game number 5, New York can stand strong because they're sitting at 2-0 compared to Miami on Terminal, who are 1-2. So Subliners is just trying to get better.
And hey, I think the thing about it was, you know, you think back to the Search and Destroys versus Atlanta. We were talking about it just a moment ago. The only other team to beat Atlanta in Search and Destroy is the Toronto Ultra, essentially. I mean, save one map by Seattle earlier this season. So a really impressive display for New York, and you're going to get another chance to kind of break down what we saw from the Invasion, Search, and Destroy. But question marks here about the sub base, because like we saw, hey, we haven't really seen them play this map too often. A couple of losses, but they were both really, really close. I think this is kind of one of those things that as much as Kismet and Hydra have been playmakers, there's a lot of weight here on Sib and Skies to be good and proficient if they want to add this map into their pool.
Oh, yeah, especially on a map like Subbase, like you said. We're talking about low power positions where those ARs can set up for dominance. Top 3, top snow, just maneuvering around the map, setting up your SMG players who probably on that map are going to run a 3rd or 4th AR at times, you know? So that's exactly what you're going to have to do on a map like Subbase, is stay ahead of the game. At least the good thing for New York, compared to every single other hardpoint that they play, they're around 7th or 8th in the break percentage. They played this one so small that they're number 1 in that percentage. So they got that in their back pocket.
Yeah, and I think the thing about it is we've seen a lot of teams that, you know, when we talk about rotation percentages, in particular ones that are very good, like we're currently seeing on screen for New York, it's not just about getting your ARs into position. It's also make sure you're getting a read on where these hits are coming from. Yeah. You know, I think for you and I in particular, we watched a lot of challengers this last week, and we saw tons of teams that were rotating early, but not putting themselves in the best positions, and it allowed for very quick and very simple breaks, which you really shouldn't see. So we'll see if that will be the case here, if New York will struggle with that, or if they'll just kind of keep being more proficient across the hardpoint map pool. First opener, it will be New York in the hardpoint, but kills go the way of Miami.
Yeah, Miami's spawned on the preferred side, all through towards this P1 and the P2 chain. So New York, they try to send it all through our bottom comms. And unfortunately, Miami make them pay for it. So it's already 10 seconds that they're walking away with at P1. Hydra wins a big one-on-one on Vehicle, but you can already see on your mini-map, Kismet the Bulldog trying to be the playmaker to flip those spawns.
So far, just a mixy affair, but like you mentioned, focus on rotation here for New York. Good kills from Sib right inside the hard point, which will allow New York not just the opportunity to rotate, also the scrap time coming through. Hydra has pulled out an extra AR, one responsible for the right side push, and Miami largely trying to focus their attention this direction, and Hydra has been very implaceable. Good reposition, good follow-up from Kismet, and it's a 3-for-1 affair.
Yeah, that's good work right there from the subliners to read that early aggression coming in from Miami all through the front end. They find a clean forward dead, and now Miami are forced to hit the reset. What kind of routes do we decide to take? New York know that they do not have warehouse control, so we got to play this one a little bit deeper. As the rest of Miami Heretics, they're overextended, trying to push through that water side, trying to push through bottom middle, but subliners have a read on it, and they've been able to hold it down to the team.
Yeah, pretty much perfect. Nice shots from Metals, but Hydra keeps his life. Backs on up right over towards the staircase, and he's got help around him. Beagle, back window, Kismet watching, and yeah, absolutely perfect. So one more to find. Eric Boom will drop, and once more, subliners looking clean with it over the top of P2.
And now they're starting to get aggressive. They know that Miami obviously are going to spawn at the new hill, but we can take a couple positionings, and that's exactly what Hydra was able to do. You find yourself towards stop. Snow, unfortunately, cannot find the 6th kill in a row to earn that cruise missile. But the subliners with a full 60 hold, they're now forced to break in towards Miami. And just the way that Miami are set up, they are building layers. They are forcing New York subliners to fight through the middle of the map before they can even contest towards the hill.
Kismet, big win up top towards Snow. They know Lucky's playing over towards Stacks. He will also drop good damage from Hydra, allows a very easy finish from Kismet. No trophy system here for Kiz, so he's got to kind of mind his life a little bit. Good shots from Metals over the top, but Skies from the low ground, he's gonna find 2, and once again we find ourselves New York coming on top of the kills, Miami having a tough time holding, although they will spawn back up in place.
Yeah, that's a good thing that they still have those spawns, so you're able to reinforce quickly, find a trade onto Hydra. Sim is able to contest, but this final 25 is gonna be yours. They needed a response at the P2 to get back into the game, and this is a good enough response to take the lead by a little bit. But now you are forced to break in towards the P4. You see the way that New York is set up. Everyone is watching a lane. You have Hydra already pushed out towards top Snow, just trying to make it easier for his teammates, or at least give some comms on where they're trying to attack from.
But a reasonable bounce back here for Miami. Beagle just waiting to see if he can catch just the top of Kismet's head. Lots of damage is tallied, but not enough for the elimination. Finally, a couple of the trades come through, and more importantly, Metals has kind of snuck through. Does he find Sim up top? Yeah, very well done. But problem is, New York will still spawn up. Trade comes out, and outside of the fall of the opening setup, New York can get right back into the hard point.
Yeah, that's just tough right there, because Metals, he was trying to make the play through top cat. He finds 2, but since his teammates are still pushing towards the left side of that P2, and you had one player over towards comms, New York are still going to get those close spawns in towards the back. So it's a great individual play, but not enough to get the break. As the rest of the teammates now are in a position to reinforce. You have water street control, but you have to win a couple gunfights if you want to stay strong on this side. That's 3 to New York. They hold on.
And it's moments like that, I think, that we really look back to this 4-0 start for New York here in stage 2 and say, okay, maybe they're back, right? Like, that's a very tough manage to get back in for the scrap time. It's clean. I mean, it's, again, near perfect, which is a word we've said a couple of times now on a map that they don't play very often. So you have to be really impressed, I think, with what we're seeing from New York. Rotating over to 5, though. Again, Miami not out of this game by any stretch of the imagination. Just down 20 points, and they will open Phil Hardpoint to their name.
Yeah, they're the team initially just started off. Great plays out of Lucky to find the initial 2 kills over towards that P2 side. They are still holding on, but you stiff out Lucky. Now you know there's 1 player on the point. Last player all spawn. That's 3 dead. New York find the break, and now Miami have to find a way back in. But Eric Boom with that 2 might be just enough to do it.
Kismet still holding the front door, waiting to see if there's going to be a challenge through, and Lucky sees him as he jumps over the tractor inside 5. So that'll be enough for the kill to come out, and Eric still on a double. Tries to get into the hard point, but doesn't predict the New York hit. So Lucky now the one kind of called upon to try to save the day. Team Nate will help out his efforts, but Kismet, Sib, clean up everything around it, and once more New York find a way to crack the code in the last 15 seconds or so.
And this final 20 can be big, because New York, they're on the preferred side as well, so they can chain it a little bit over towards the P1. You already have Hydra pushed out towards bottom. Comms can't win that gunfight. Great shots right there from Lucky, but the rest of the reinforcements still holding down these power positions. Can Skies find the 3rd? Wow. Yes, he can. Great shots out of him. It's just set up New York to get on this initial time, but you still have a couple players from Miami contesting, not making that possible.
That vehicle stuck currently top staircase. Hydra gets the read on it and then tries to push forward to make sure no other Heretic members can find their way towards the hill, but not going to work out. Kismet also dealt with on rotation here, so hold the phone. Miami cooking with a little bit of gas all of a sudden in the time, looking to rotate over to 2. Problem is they can't quite find Skies in time, so everything goes back towards neutral, but the hardpoint spawns have moved around, favoring Miami, setting up towards the left side of the map.
Yeah, this is perfect if you are Miami. Great job from Lucky to come out on top in that final engagement. He wins that gunfight. He allows his team to spawn on the preferred side of the map, so the subliners are now forced to break in towards P1 and try to rotate through the front end of P2. Great team shots, great crossfire set up by Skies to start off with that one. Final 10 is going to be theirs, but it's all about this fight through the front. Can Miami hold him off?
And you need someone else besides Lucky to start having themselves a bit of a game. Everyone else near double negative or pretty darn close to it. Eric Boom from the side door. Easy one on towards Skies. Transfers down to Kismet. Perfect double from him. Sib up top really can't challenge this, but look at the spawns. New York, they haven't let Hydra exist. They will flip things out. Now Eric is one of the last ones standing as Miami try to put together the hold. New York not quite able to crack the code yet, but the kills are coming and they're coming quickly. 40 seconds still to fight for.
Yeah, and that just can't happen if you are Miami. You do everything right, but not locate the final player. He stays alive so long, he spawns your teammates out, and then it's an easy break for the subliner. Sib did not move from top warehouse the entire time. He knew that his teammates had those back spawns. They were going to trust him to hold down that top position, and it's worked out to perfection. Final 25 is going to be theirs. You still have Sib on a 4, about to potentially be 5 in a row. Actually, it's going to be Hydra on 5 in a row, so if you allow them there in the cruise missile, they're going to be able to break this one with ease.
Yep, they definitely have the setup for it. Last 10 seconds will go their way. Now it's just about finding a chance to break, and we'll tune in with the subliners comms to see if they can manage it.
Hey, in bunker, I'm waiting for you guys. I'll see him dog. Bunker, on me, middle. Back dogs, Vickle. I killed him. I'm in the back, I'll kill the guy now. Back play. He's in the water. Water, I'll see him. There's one P2 here. Back right. Staying down here. Still back white. Still back white, hanging out. P2. 20 P2. Back white. I'm dead. Nice, good job. Good time. P2, I have bullies once. There's 20 P2 guys off. Blue white. I did it in my way. One shot top white. Top tower on you. One shot, Caesar. Absolutely. I'm on top here. Why on me? He's on you. Got me, yes. Watch out, ult. He's at the door. He's at the top corner. We still have you. Yeah. I'll show right. He's in the back. P3. He's one shot dead. Nice shot. Maybe white. I'm gonna get right. I'll get you low white. I have low white. I got bunker. Already have low white, I'm pretty sure. I'm looking bunker. No, bunker's good. I got bunker. Alright, bottom white. Just made me one shot, guys. I'm watching my one. KT. Dead. Nice shot 3. Looking for one. I'm pushing out comms. I have all right, guys. I got comms. They can only go river. Okay. I'm you can go top tower. Comms dead. Alright, time for tribute time. Maybe top tower. You're right. I mean, P5 Lucky. There's barrels. No one here, Lucky. Lucky P5. I'm gonna go river. Watch out. Yeah, I'm watching my water shit. P5. Okay. Triple. He went triple side. Heard you. I'm looking P2. I got spawn back. I have over you. You look to the right. I got right then. I'm giving up comms now. Weapons, guys. I need weapons. One's behind us too. Metal's mid. Barrels. He's weak.
Barrels, absolutely. Well, New York once again find ways to make life terribly difficult for Miami, but Heretics are still hanging around here, Jay. I mean, it's not pretty, but it's not impossible. Problem is, these last 20 seconds may make this a bit more out of reach.
Yeah, I think the turning point of the game already was Miami Heretics. They're rotating over towards P3, but the fact that New York were only able to allow Miami to walk away with 20 seconds, that's good enough work because they win the rotation over towards P4. Now they find themselves up by 60 to 70 points. Now over towards the P5 we go. Miami have a tall ladder to climb to get back into this game, but keep in mind, Hydra still has that cruise missile. It's time to invest it.
That told, Miami has found maybe their most success here on the 5th Hardpoint cruise missile, not able to actually connect because Sib found the kill beforehand. Kismet clean shots, now into the pistol, knows there's one more player behind the tank. No worries, plus the transfer up towards Vehicle. I mean, it just feels like he knows where everyone is at all points in time. Nades being cooked up. Miami trying to hit this through warehouse, which is not where you want to be, and this is the exact reason why. Unreal. I mean, again, it was one of those moments where it was a close game pretty much throughout, but like we mentioned, those last 2 hard points just too clean from the subliner.
Yeah, subliners just started to pull away, and you best believe if you're a professional team, even though you might not play a map a lot in your professional matches, in practice they are getting reps on this one. So even in the listening, they sound like they knew exactly what was going on. Kismet was in control of the spawns, and that's why they're going to be able to walk away with this game one here shortly.
Yeah, it just feels like every critical moment, subliners are finding the right decisions, the right calls, and then more importantly, they keep putting Miami in the worst possible spot to try to break these hard points from. It's just good map manipulation. And yeah, it was one of those maps you look back on and say it was close until it wasn't. Heretics finding a way to stay in it, but yeah, it's those last 2 hard points that things really got out of hand.
If you think about it, when we get to the second half of that game, Miami, they were the team initially getting that peak one time, right? And then they find the break, they were able to flip flip those spawns. So that's everything that you want going into a P2. But then when you allow the subliners to break you at P1 and apply pressure through the front side of P2, you were able to withstand that. But when you leave that last player alive in Hydra, he's able to influence those spawns for not only his team, but your team as well. He spawns them all the way across the map. It's just an easy break for the subliners. That P2, they gotta go back and look at that, because it just can't be that easy for the subliners to break there and then contest it at P3, win the rotation at P4, and then eventually close out the game at P5. Just a better game plan from the subliners. Obviously, when you're slaying the way that you were, everyone positive on the side of New York. The only one that was sort of positive was Lucky. He tends to slow down until the later half of the game, but Miami Heretics, the guns were not warm in game 1.
Yeah, and Eric Boom not finding quite the damage you would like to see, especially considering he was rocking the Rival 9 for the majority of the map, where you really couldn't say the same thing for New York. It was pretty much 4 ARs from start to finish. So, you know, again, you have to give a little bit of credit. Miami hanging with a very tough team, but it is one of those situations that you have to give a lot of more credit, I think, over towards the subliners. Their ability to kind of, again, just if you were to put like a time of possession around the heat map of the map,
it didn't matter which the player was. Like, we saw 4 ARs. If you're Miami Heretics, we got to put that Rival 9 away in certain situations, because you're not getting any close range engagements. You're only getting long distance gunfights, so you would prefer the opposing weapon in those situations. But a little too late for that one. Now you are forced to now win the search and destroy on Invasion, where we saw New York last week put on an absolute masterclass versus Atlanta FaZe. And I just couldn't stop talking about it, because these guys are literally making next level plays. They are putting trophies at sites that they're not even playing, just so you can get the opposing team to invest their tags, thinking that someone is in that position. And on a map like Invasion, if you're throwing tags at B, you're expecting someone, especially if it gets hit by a trophy, someone is going to be playing in a position at that site. But their game plans are so next level, they are forcing themselves to give it up, use your trophies, and our gunnies to retake it with Hydra hitting flanks, Kismet working his way around the map maneuvering. If you are Miami Heretics, you need to be able to bounce back here on this Invasion search. And I know it's going to be tough, because they did just recently lose this map all the way into game 5. And the way that New York have been playing, like, they are one of the best S&E teams in the game. You have to be able to bounce back here.
And on top of that, when we talk about not just how New York played the map, it was one of those situations that they outclassed Atlanta, who at the time would have said that they were the chess masters of playing an Invasion search and destroy. The ability for them to work in very unconventional timings. So when you kind of compare just the weight of what New York has been able to do, masterclass mentally, strategy has been out the window when it comes down to how they've been able to put together not just the 6-0 they found, but then, like you mentioned, the 6-4 here. It does feel like just how both these two teams approach search and destroy, there is a pretty major difference. And for Miami, that's not great news, especially considering that you've won, what, 1 map in your last 7 in search and destroy. Granted, a couple losses have been close, but still, you got to find a way to win these maps.
You have to find a way to win this one specifically, because you're going into your own major, most likely starting off in losers bracket, just because of the way that their schedule was. You start off the stage by playing Toronto, then right after that you play Atlanta, then the following series you go up 2-0 versus Vegas Legion and you get reverse swept. That's tough. Then the last series that you just played, you went you went down 2-0 versus LAT. You almost complete the reverse sweep, and you're losing all the way in round 11. So we could be talking completely different about this Miami Heretics team if they walk away with at least their final 2 matches. They're sitting at 2-2, but sitting at 0-4, you're going into your own major. Something's got to give. You have to show some fight.
Yeah, in some mode too. I mean, we're seeing it come across the streaks, like 6 loss streak overall in series. Hasn't been particularly great in search. Granted, again, some of the losses were tight. The map 5s have been no ice essentially anywhere. And I think the bigger thing about the graphics that are popping up is, hey, yeah, they may rank 12th in a couple of statistics, in particular opening duels, they're 12th. But the thing is, when they find opening duels, they are converting them 3rd best in the league. It just comes down to don't get blooded. Find a way to either manipulate the map in a way that you don't get blooded in the first 30, or just delay the inevitable first engagement to where you can start to play it around the objective, because objectively speaking, when it comes to getting the bomb down or not allowing the bomb to get down, they're one of the best in the league. So just find ways to stay alive longer in these rounds.
Yeah, especially on the defensive end, because that's where they're struggling the most. We're talking about 12th and overall at finding the first blood. On a map like Invasion, if you're not getting that first blood, on a map where the defense is really hard to get through, you can only basically attack one site every single time, and that's the majority of the time over towards A, unless you got the tag. So no trophy system going to work over towards that B site. You got to get that first blood. And I know you said that they are great when it comes to not allowing that bomb plant to go down, but specifically on Invasion, they're overall 11th. So they give the bomb plant up a lot. They're just great on their retakes, which is 4th overall. So got to stay strong in that category.
All right, let's let's really get to the edge of our seats here, friends, and really break this one down. But this round already, Miami not living up to what needs to be done, not staying alive in the first, not just 30 seconds, the first 3 seconds. Opening frag nades will land, smoke out, and Hydra is getting aggressive. You've got one player defensively in metals trying to play up towards Cafe, but this bomb is going to get planted. Do they get the kill off the exit? No, not even that. We got a 3v2.
Yeah, Miami, they read the play perfectly. They were aggressive up through the B street. Vico makes it a 3v3, but I would have liked to see metals rotate back and contest that bomb site. Once he falls, it's now 30 seconds left. Up to Lucky and Vico to try to clutch on up. Vico's positioning now. No, and now it's time for Kismet to find his final. Subliners off the back of the first blood in the first 3 seconds. They shut down Eric Boom. They know that he's their most aggressive player. He's probably the guy that's going to be playing around Cafe. Yeah. Let's just take care of that bomb site, put it down, win the round. New York up 1-0.
And I think that what we've seen from New York in particular, we saw it a lot on High Rise. When they do get first blood, they're not going to let you reset up your defense. They're going to say, this is where it was. Let's hit that. Let's get aggressive. Let's really take advantage of the map. And right there, it's not just doing that. It's also followed up by a very quick bomb plan. So great stuff to start for New York.
And that's the good stuff about the good teams in Search and Destroy. Whenever you get an ounce of information, you're instantly going to be able to capitalize on it. And the subliners show it there in round number 1, but into the round number 2, Miami doing a nice little split setup. But you see the subliners, everyone's in towards the Cafe.
Oh, good kill from Eric, and the follow-up from Lucky's decent, considering that Hydra only got credit for the trade off of his frag. So we're going to go into a 2v3 situation. Metals has already worked through the B street. Thing is, he would have to kind of come back and re-clear mid, because you still have Sib watching the mid cut through Dark. And if this 1v1 goes the way of New York, this could be a very tricky spot for the Heretics to try to recover from.
Yeah, because Sib has no idea that Metals is going to be behind him. Actually, Metals is going to go for the full wrap and catch Hydra off guard. So now it's Sib left in a 1v3. He has to check his back, has to check his front. Where are they coming from? They're actually right next to him, already at the B side. He is going to get sniffed out, and Miami stays strong on their attacking rounds. This time you open up with the first blood. Even though it does get traded, you respond with another. So you put yourself in the man advantage. You allow Metals to find the timing to get past Sid. Then get that kill onto Hydra. And then in the 3v1, it's just too much stuff for him to look at. Miami tied the game up by 1.
Yep. And that will obviously play a little bit of effect towards how New York wants to set up their next defense. The 3-man stack in towards mid and Cafe. Don't anticipate seeing that too often. Just try to catch Miami a bit off guard early. But as that's pushed aside, surely we'll see something more default next time through. But before we do that, New York back onto the offense. This time, just don't die to frags if you're Miami. So far, so good. Cheeky little wallbang position from Hydra does confirm some information on Eric playing forward, and New York looked like they want to try to isolate this.
Yeah, that was a nice little spot right there at a Hydra. Definitely using that going forward into rank, but unfortunately, Eric Boom makes it across, and he ends up finding the first blood. So already Miami making up for their terrible first blood percentage on defense. Now you're in the man advantage. You're forcing New York to try to make a play. Eric's trying to throw a couple shoulders, able to get some info, just going to play his life.
Skies, meanwhile, has also been seen on this cross through mid. Shots coming out of metals kind of gives us that signification that that's been the case. Late utility coming out. Stun will land. Semtex won't for Eric. And so now he's got to kind of play a 1-for-1 corner, with just hoping that metals can help him out at least somewhat on this crossing angle through dark.
Yeah, this is a beautiful crossfire setup. At least you're going to be able to give the comms to your teammate to let them know exactly where the pressure's coming from. Eric Boom finds his second. Meadow eventually strikes, finds the third. That was Hydra left in the 1v4. He does take down Eric, but with only 25 seconds left, you just need some premium shoulder work, a little salsa through the middle alley, and just stay alive. Okay, 1v2.
Maybe a chance, but no, really well done by Miami. And it's not just the fact that you're transmitting information to Eric. Hey, here's 2 coming your direction. He gets 1 and gets away long enough for a second to come through behind it. So when you talk about just trying to envelop the hit, Miami execute that perfectly on their behold.
Yeah, because once they get that first blood, you see all of the rest of New York. They're still putting pressure over towards the B street. With only 40 seconds left, they're not going to decide to wrap back towards Cafe with no information gained. They're going to play for the guy that they know exactly where he is. But unfortunately, the setup right there from Miami was just too strong. As they take 2 rounds in a row, but back to the attacking side they go. This time the subliners. Are they going to try to get aggressive in towards the Cafe again? Nope. A little bit different this time around.
Yeah. This is more close to what we saw kind of as their quote-unquote default when they were playing up against Atlanta. Kismet helping at range over the middle of the map. Hydra playing a little bit closer. Nade out, will not tag nor receive any information on towards where that defender is, and that's the setup that we saw versus Atlanta. Eric trying to get frisky over towards A. He gets caught, and now all of a sudden Miami are a bit stuck with not a lot of options.
Yeah, so Miami now in the 3v4. A minute left on the game clock, and decides to just full-on send it in towards the mid-tank. Don't know if they had the Hydra is right around the corner, but the gunny is strong for Vikal. He's able to make it a 3v3. 45 seconds left. Kismet, though, he's able to find a trade.
And he gets away. And wouldn't you know it, he's predicted his exit to a really perfect position. Vikal also stunned over towards Dark, and Kismet, whoa, a little turn on towards Lucky. Vikal in a spot, though, at all. Beautiful transfer gets him 2. So now 3 in a row for Vikal, working on what would technically be a 1v3. Skies is trying to rotate over, but he's not fully committing to this, just kind of watching both things at once. And Vikal, who's unsure if Skies has made the full cross, is going to see him at mid-map. Shots are in, but no contact. Fully committed for the elimination. Vikal should be able to get this plant off.
He should be able to, but he's just going to play for the timing on the kill.
Wow.
He's going to check wrong, and now he has to commit to the bomb plant, but Skies plays this perfectly in the one-on-one with the full rotation back to the street. Just catches Vikal off guard. He plays for the kill through mid-core. He's not there. I have to stick the bomb plant. But the route right there to Skies. The patience to make sure he uses his tax to slow him down, waste every single second on that game clock, was just enough for him to stop the bomb plant, and New York secured the defense.
And you want to talk about possible micro moments that influence that decision from Vikal? If he doesn't get tagged by Skies going in towards that car, he's maybe thinking Skies isn't going to try to push for me because I'm a one-shot right now, and maybe he commits for that plant a bit sooner, but
yeah,
not to happen. So those little extra hit marker tags from Skies could have played a massive decision-making difference, as now New York in a 2-2 split. Heading right back over towards B. Very similar setup here for Miami overall.
Needs to have Meadows watching the cross, or at least Vikal this time around. Eric Boom in the same position towards the cages. This time New York are looking like they're going to be a lot more aggressive. And that's going to be Skies opening up, being the island player, finds the first blood onto Meadows through the middle of the map. Now they're trying to solo out Eric Boom. Position is known. He has to try to play his life.
Yeah, there's just nowhere for him to go.
Yeah.
Again, cause and effect of that first blood coming out of Kismet deep. Trade from Vikal decent. Kismet playing very aggressively up towards the ice cream door. But he's going to kind of have to watch 2 things at once here. He's watching to see if anyone's going to come through Dark. And meanwhile, Lucky's right around the corner. So we get a 2v2. Both of these gunfights could be isolated into individual 1v1s. Vikal's going to get seen, but Skies isn't there initially, but Hydra provides the kill. Skies right behind. Lucky tagged up. Nowhere to go. And the post-plant hold is good.
Yeah, that's just too easy for the subliners. You find the first blood, you isolate Eric Boom. Then even though it does turn into a 2v2, you saw the positioning of Skies. He was just simply giving the comm to Hydra. If anyone was going on the flank, he was ready for that first gunfight. Then he gets aggressive up on the tank to set up the team shots onto Lucky. It's good stuff right there from the subliners to slowly work their way up. But like I said, whenever they get an ounce of information, they capitalize on it. And now they're up 3-2.
Yeah. And again, how important the first bloods have been from Kismet. Nade in the first round. Long-range shots on the first defensive round. This one, again, just at range. I mean, it's just so hard to predict him. If he's going to be using an SMG or an AR, both are options. And now New York looking to get aggressive again on the defensive side. They've got Kismet up and early in towards Broken with a little bit of help here from Sib. Very heavily focused over towards the B side of the map.
And now this is going to be way more difficult for Miami to even work up towards this B street. How much time do they want to waste trying to isolate Kismet in towards bottom Broken? The payback just be not to contest it. We're going to go right through the cafes. The rest of the teammates are starting to work through that side of the map. You have Eric Boom throwing shoulders, but keep in mind that bomb is still in towards top blue, so that's 40 seconds to wipe off the game clock. You got to start moving if you're Heretics. Here comes the smoke.
Full flood right through it. Hydra just hoping he can find some good timing, and he does. Help from Sib initially to get the first blood. Hydra now smoking himself back, and he's got Eric low. Tries to chase him down, but draws the line in the sand. Doesn't want to overextend. Number situation is decent. Kismet still hunting. Little shaky to start, but not to finish. Oh, okay, the Bulldog with the final 2, and New York growing some daylight.
Just comes down to Kismet taking that position against towards Broken. Miami did not want to contest them. They say, screw it. We're going to work right up the middle of the map, but the trades were there. The setup was there from the subliners, and the SMGs are in the right spot. As Hydra and Kismet combined for a couple kills there, shut down that push from Miami. Now they're starting to pull away in this S&D. Up 4-2, back on the attacking side. We have to see an adjustment from Miami on their defense, because if New York keep on isolating one player, they're going to keep on taking that positioning, especially when you're gifting them a first blood through the middle of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. So 2-round gap. Hydra, couple of shots, as I think he may have seen Lucky go extended over through the bridge side of the map. And if that's the case, expect to see New York try to overwhelm the B side of the map, especially with how far forward Sib has already gotten. This should be a green light special to B.
Just got to realize where everyone else from Miami is going to be set up. Lucky keeps Hydra at bay over towards the Water Street. You set up Metals for the first blood. So now the subliners in a 3v4 have to take their time. Sib's already pushed up in towards Broken. Now Sky's going to join his teammate. And they're just going to send it out towards B, try to isolate this time Vico.
They have to watch this defensive rotation through Dark, though. This is still not a comfortable position for anyone. Beagle playing his life back tractor. Eric Boom has made his presence known off the Dark Cross. And Sky's just trying to watch it. Here comes a double hitter on the back. Beagle's doing really well to keep his life. My goodness. And then standing even stronger finds the follow-up kill. Sib cannot try to play for the trade. He's low. And now all of a sudden New York is trapped. Feels like they may have missed a window there after that battle over towards Bridgeside.
Just came down to Vico staying alive for as long as he did. It was him and his best friend in that trophy system was keeping him alive. Making sure those attacks were not going to be felt, but all the shoulders, all the dance moves around the tractor to eventually find the first blood. And then you put it into a 2v4. Your teammates are already working pinches. You have Dark Watch. You also have a deep cross watch from the backside of Palace. I was just way too easy for Miami after getting that first kill to set up around that pinch, to put them in a trap and clutch up on that defensive round. Great work right there out of Vico. Now down 4-3, but you need to have a response for this attacking round. You see Kismet cross over towards Broken. We got to make a decision and make it quick.
New York off the get-go. Hard stacked over to the middle of the map. Vico has seen one player move over, but I don't think he saw Sib also playing pretty tight here on this B setup. Looking to bounce a nade over towards Dark. That won't land. Kismet still holding his ground as Metals gets to work trying to flush him out.
Oh, he might have made the perfect play to catch Kismet off guard. So all you have to do is check this right corner. You're going to walk away with the first kill. He slides and reads it perfectly. Great jobs again out of Metals. 2 rounds in a row now where he finds that first kill. Miami instantly in the 4v3.
And Sib is beyond on his own right now. Smoke comes through, tries to predict the hit's going to go the opposite direction, and he would have predicted wrong. Eric for the first kill, decent on this breakthrough attempt. 4v2 should be a post plant unless Skies can find someone on the plant. Not quite. Vico will get the bomb down.
Yeah, it's a 4v2, and at this B site, this is not going to be easy to do. You have to try to strap on your Superman cape to get this one done. And you still have a couple nades to work with, but on the opposite side from Miami, they have a couple. They take down Skies. Now it's Hydra left in a 1v4.
Gonna be able to catch Lucky, but that's mutual information. Nice little jump shot from Lucky. Pogo sticks his way over the car, finds the kill, and it's a flawless round for Miami. That's a big bounce back. I will say I think the round previous to this one, New York may have missed a window on the read of what the defensive setup was, but this offense for Miami is exactly what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, you just had to take down Kismet until it's broken. You take down their most aggressive player, you know that at least 2 players are going to be over towards A, and Sib loves to play around that B point. So to get that first blood, you send it in towards B, you find the second kill, you get the bomb down. 4v2 retake at B is basically impossible. As they chain a couple rounds in a row, able to tie the game up at 4. Now this is where those adjustments and those mid-game plays have to be shown different. And Subline is already starting off 4 players this time around. No one islanding over towards the left side.
Heavy nades come through, of course, nothing tagging. Eric, the one playing over towards that Dark Cross. He just needs to read information. You got a double stack of defenders for Heretics over pretty aggressively at A. They could try to rewrap this play. It just comes down to how much does Eric see here.
Hopefully he's able to see a lot because the subliners are using a lot. Right up into B we go. You're not going to force Miami Heretics for a 4th overall on this map to retake over towards B. They're trying to set up a couple players to work through the middle of the map to potentially set up that pinch, but they're getting shut down by Skies. New York still haven't yet to commit to the bomb plan.
Yeah.
All right, it's going down.
And this is such a tall ask here for a retake for the Heretics. You've got Skies watching the long flank. Yeah, Metals is taking the scenic route, but he's not going to get here in time to influence this bomb plan. Or rather diffuse, I should say. Sib watching DVD Alley, catches Eric, no worries. Metals will find Skies, but is not a part of this retake play anymore. It has to come down to what Beagle and Lucky could do from the front. Decent shots for Beagle. Sib bouncing back over, keeps him at bay. Take the focus back towards Metals. Not able to finish him off. Now the hit from Lucky from the front. He's going to have to be able to isolate this and try to get this defuse underway, but he's shut down by Kismet, who can now just play the clock. 1v1 with Beagle. Time has expired, and Kismet finds the win because why not?
Oh, that round all falls into the hands of Sib. The fact that he's able to finesse around that broken area. He starts up with the first kill, but then stays alive just enough to find the trade after Hydra gets picked apart through mid-dark. I don't know how he was able to stay alive in that gunfight, but he wins that second engagement. He stalls out more of that game clock to set up Kismet to win the one-on-one, and there's just not enough time for Vico to stick that defuse. as New York able to pull away. There was not a single player from Miami over towards that B site. And New York read that to perfection. As now they're at game point.
What do you call here for Miami? You had a flawless round last time executing towards B, but outside of that, offensively, it's been a little bit of a struggle. And New York are not going to do anything too crazy. It's just an under 2-2 split. You've got Sib over towards Ice Cream, just kind of watching what I imagine is a pixel peek on the cross. Sky's doing the same thing on the bridge side, and then you've got 2 players floating mid. This is a tough setup to break down.
Yeah, this is definitely tough if you're Miami because you get no info right off the rip. The only player you know is that Skies is consistently be playing over towards the water street. That's already been a consistent factor. Now that's 30 seconds knocked off the game clock. Vigo already finds himself up towards cages. Hydra's going to commit towards this gunfight through the middle of the map. He has Eric Boom trapped. Metal's going to try to at least come assist him.
And this is all about, can Sib find the angle over towards B because the bomb has committed while a kill comes through in the backside from Hydra. Here comes the play. Door peeked. Sib can't quite stop things initially, but does find the pick on Navikal. Lucky committing towards the plant. Has to play his life, but can't get away. And in the same breath, another kill through mid-map comes through for Hydra. So it's a flawless defensive round, and New York take another 6-4 win on the invasion search and destroy.
Oh, man, that's tough if you are Miami. New York just said, screw this. We're not going to give you any ounce of information to start off the round. You have to beat it with one of your strategies. And when you allow the subliners, more specifically Hydra, to take up that right side of the street, get that first blood by just finessing around that mannequin area. He gets the first kill, and at that point, Miami, they're already committed at that B site. There were 2 players on that side, though. It was Sib standing in towards Ice Cream, cracking the door, making sure he had that angle, and then Kismet this time whips out the AR to help him a little bit. But once you get that first blood on the back end, you force Miami to start to focus on their flank. You have to focus on your front. You have to focus on so many different angles. And New York, with everyone alive, just had everything covered. They walk away with the search and destroy 6-4, and now they're up 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, really clean stuff again from New York. And again, I don't think you could look at any of those rounds. We'll say, you know, the 3 offensive rounds they had, the 3 defensive rounds they had, and say that any of those rounds looked the same as another. Like very different setups across their defensive holds. Aggression sometimes, not so much others. Offensively, heavy hits on one side of the map, a little bit of finessing through the middle, a couple others. It's just, it's hard to get a read on what New York wants to do because of how versatile they've been. And I think that, again, just kind of goes to show that this is a team that is to be taken very seriously. As now we're going to go to a very interesting point of contest, the invasion control. We've only seen New York play this map once, and it was a long time ago. Very good LA Thieves team on this map mode combo at that point in time. So any daylight here, Jay, in your mind that Miami could send this to a 4th with the win here?
They definitely can, but like, based off the sub base and number 1, like New York, they don't show it in matches, but they're definitely getting reps in scrim. So I'm only excited to see what they bring new to the table because the last time they played was LAT and when they were the best team at that one. So we'll see.
Yep. Well, it's been a tough qualifying stage so far for Miami. This series has not provided much hope yet. Can it start to show itself in the invasion control? Sid right there says absolutely not, as New York are looking firmly in control to this point. We'll have the invasion control when we come back after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Wins the first gunfight, wins the second gunfight, stops the zone from getting captured.
Right now, attach Eric Boom. He's got a lot of these moments in his career. Why don't we tack on another one? The new guy? I've been doing this my whole life! Win behind everybody, though, is Dashy. Can you take down 2? Maybe 3! He gets them all as they line up for Dashy.
Symphony of a break. Hydra holds on, and my goodness, he does incredibly well to get 3. Abizi, though, doubles down, and that's enough to lock things up.
That'll be the turning point of the game, man. Atlanta FaZe starting to chain a couple hills together. Abizi, it's your turn to start turning up. He already finds himself in a 5 streak.
Nero is pinching, and he's going to find 2. This might be a very clean round here for Vegas Legion.
Here's everybody. Is this round nearly done? Nero is all across the map. 7 in a row for him. Locks down his 8th, stays up through it.
So Shotzi plays that really well, over towards the back of Dyna. And now Pride can get himself in a position where he can cause absolute havoc.
That free first kill. Shots on the flank. Might have the timing perfect. wins the first gunfight, wins the second gunfight, stops the zone from getting captured in a highlight reel play. It's a 3v3.
Gotta go. You gotta go. If you're Rocket, you're locking it down. If you're Optic Texas, making one kill from Shelty. Linz, can he find the clean up here? It's Dashy to find one more. Can they lock it in time? It's a 3 versus 12 in the end from Optic.
Nice. Another one. I think he might be on Pelly, bro. I don't know. Come here. Where's he? Back up. Two of them. On B. Yeah, send him on B. Oh my God, Papi.
Right top of me somewhere.
I'm going right.
I'll tell you what, Skies is vibing. It starts with what the opening comm is. You're a bad boy. Then he's gassing Hydra, who's on 6 in a row. They are ripping and roaring.
Guys, we got an incredible listen-in that map number 3. Do you mind telling us who on your team is Poppy? I think I heard correctly.
Paquito. Paquito's my papito. I don't know. We usually thrive whenever we're like in a goofy mood like that, so I just try to like just say some funny stuff like that. It just gets them in their flow.
Well, New York looking just as polished and maybe not with as much fun as they were having during those listen-ins from before, but it looks like it's pretty calm and collected through and through. Shift and study as we jump into an invasion control. Jay, this is one of those situations where you're kind of talking about it. Miami 0-4 right now. They had a real tough go of it, and we don't really necessarily look at invasion control saying that it's a guaranteed win by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, it's not. The last 2 times they played it, they lost them both to Las Vegas Legion. And the last time that they did play it was the narrow masterclass. They could not shut him down with that driver now when he was pushed up in towards Mannequin. And you best believe when you're playing against the subliners, they got players that same caliber. Hydra and Kismet are going to be able to set that pace. So if you are Miami Heretics, backs against the wall, you are forced to now try to reverse sweep again.
And to try to build maybe a little bit of hope for the local audience that I imagine will be coming out to Miami. And if you have not already considered doing it, what are you doing? Yeah, Major 2 starting at the end of the month. And I also saw, just kind of briefly looking through Twitter, that Miami Heretics had not just got approved and got everything going for their Challengers event, but the team passes are meant to be on sale on Monday. So whether you want to join as one of a spectator or one of the players or Challengers, make sure you scan the QR code to get your tickets now for the audience bit. And then, of course, make sure you follow the Miami Heretics on Twitter if you want to make sure you have, the quickest trigger finger when it comes to buying team passes for your Challengers player. But here's kind of the thing with the Heretics is, again, we keep talking about it. Their opening start was like, oh, wow, these guys are for real. And then the game changed, they make a roster change. And since then, it has not been nearly as good. Have not won a series in their last 6, Jay.
That's tough, man, because 4 out of those 6 series that they played were versus the top 4 teams. And they could not fight with any of them. We're talking about a total of 1-11 map count in those 6 matches versus anyone that's over the top 4. That's not the best. You want to be the best, you have to be able to beat the best. And right here in front of you, you're now trying to beat this subliners roster who's up 2-0 in the series, and you're going into invasion control, which used to be their bread and butter. Like you said, subliners don't really play this way.
It will be Miami on the offense first. Attempts to try to stretch through the B zone. Already pushed off. Beagle in trouble, just 14 HP. But has Sib kind of crossed up just a touch. Sloppy gunfight now off the region. Pistols out, and Beagle will keep the efforts towards Miami on B pretty much alive.
Yeah, good stuff for Vika to win that gunfight. Don't allow your teammates to get put into a trap, but now you have to get a kill because everyone else can't find one. Subliners get 3 in a row. Last player farthest pushed up is going to be Eric Boom, and only 50 seconds left. You cannot rotate over towards A. You have to commit towards B, but Subliners have you in the headlock.
Oh, man. Not good news by any stretch of the imagination. Metals provides a nice moment, though. Double for him, kind of reduces the life lead while also building an opportunity for Miami to get back over towards the zone, and he's not done now. 3 in a row. Lucky following up to stop the spawn trap on the other side of the map, so first tick of progress looking like a lock, and the follow-up kill really should mean the entire zone should come through here. Yeah, that's already the first segment complete. How aggressive do the subline is trying to get, and you already have a player going on a deep pinch in skies. No one has dropped, so you know he has the timing. The rest of your teammates can challenge the front. You can win these gunfights, take him off the point. He at least catches one. He knows there's a couple spawners now behind him. He's able to line up the second one as well. Oh, no. And Miami Heretics, they're just cutting their losses at B. They're going right over to A. Yeah, not the second tick even earned. Kismet already contesting. Completely comes out from behind as Lucky will drop to the team shots. And the only thing killing a New York subliner right now is another New York subliner. And I'm not going to lie, Miami just a bit distraught. It's just one of those things like, oh, Skies is on our flank. Let's just let him live there. And that decision has completely costed them. 8 seconds on the clock. Only 1 tick going to get earned here on the opening offense for Miami.
Yeah, that's not good. That is not good. You were set up to deflection to capture B, but everyone tries to get aggressive because you were finding a couple kills around the map, but no one was watching that deep pinch. As Skies at least finds the one to take him off of it, also finds the second into the player on spawn, and then holds down this right side position, keeping Miami in the headlock trap. Because like you said, they only walk away with 1 segment. So if you are the subliners, we can guarantee defense just in case it gets to round number 5 right here. Let's just go B.
Man. At a certain point, you look towards this Miami team and say, can they just kind of keep themselves composed here? Because it's not looked particularly great through this series. There's been moments, like we said. Again, the Hardpoint was close until the last two hills. The Search and Destroy, we were sitting at a 4-3 tally at one point in time. So they've been competitive at moments in this series, but when it matters most, New York has come through, and now Kismet's in your backline. You've already got Sib stopping the clock with progress happening at B. Eric considering maybe even trying to hit some timing here over towards Dark. That gets shut down. An individual play completely quelled, and now New York are off to the races.
Yeah, they already have the first segment done. And now you have Kismet behind enemy lines. He's trying to find the timing. Unfortunately, doesn't read Eric Boom coming off spawn. But now you're setting up Sib, who finds himself in a nice little 4-3, make it 5 as he finds that kill onto Metals. But second segment is not going to get complete at B. Subliner's doing the same exact thing Miami did, and it comes back to bite them. At least you still have 1 player on the point.
And with that, Kismet will find the first. Third tick being worked on, and if Miami were going to try to contest it, it would have to be from this player at TBD Alley, which Metals does find one pretty cleanly. Hydra pushing him back. Follow-up support coming on the flank now for Miami's defensive regain. Can they get on and actually clear this? Metals and Eric Boom trying to work for it. Lucky off the pinch, and okay. Perfect, flawless re-break coming through. 2 ticks of progress is all that'll happen. And now Beagle's going to get tested over towards Bridge side where New York are taking the reference stand.
Oh, and they can just run right forward. They can just run right through this right street and get onto the point. Vico was the only line of defense for Miami, so Kismet gets the read. He also has the snap onto Eric Boom. As the first segment is starting to get worked on, the subliners are getting all the kills in the feed as well. Kismet doing a great job of dancing around the nades and the stun. The first segment is going to be in. Here comes the double stack. Miami have to not allow this to go down.
Yeah, they need to find a way to get back in quickly. Lucky shut down from behind. Kismet snapping, almost triples it up. Sib, last one left. He will find the player at 1 HP, and the second tick of progress is going to come through, plus the trophy system in. Only 1 more player to contest in Vehicle, and the pistol will work out, but off spawn, subliners will give themselves an extra 60 seconds as they've gotten back onto B.
Yeah, they're already spawning close over towards B. Miami had to invest a lot to try to get him off of A, but now you have 5 segments if you want the subliner. Just 1 wave of kills, and this round is going to be yours. Sky starts it off with the first. Here comes the all-out pressure through the back end. Skies is not slowing down. He's so fast with his AR. He finds another. The rest of his teammates do fall. Lee Sib takes down 1. He wins another one with the Renetti. So there's an opportunity for them to get on a point. No, it gets shut down as Miami find all the kills. Now they're able to reinforce on the setup.
Minute 15 on the clock. 3 life advantage. Oh boy, Hydra should not have been allowed to get to, and fortunate for Miami, he didn't. Trades are decent here for the Heretics, taking it and keeping it at a relatively small life differential. 60 seconds on the clock, but the subliners still working on repossessing middle of the map.
Yeah, just trying to fight through mid. Vico and Eric Boom do a great job of baiting and switching in towards the cafe to both stay alive. They find a trade onto Sim. So 6v6 in lives remaining with 45 seconds left. This is basically the last good subliner switch that they have. If they can find the kills, even better, as there's no more respawns now for Miami.
Hydra is working around the back. What happens to this player spawning? Yeah, it's going to be Metal spawning up closer towards gas side, but Skies has got this completely pinched up. And the last one standing will be Beagle. He gives his position up. Pistol out for Skies, and the help arrives. I mean, yeah, there's the vibes that we were kind of hearing from Skies and Papito.
Papico Paco. Yeah, nah, they're frying, man. Obviously, you're feeling good. Everything is going right. You're playing maps that you usually don't play. Obviously, you play them in scrims, but finally, you were getting some production and some CDL matches as they find themselves up 2-0 in the series, up 2-0 on the map, going into a defense on invasion, potentially looking for a 3-0 in general.
And the thing is, like, I know it's one of those situations you're dealing with what we consider to be one of the top teams in the league versus one of the bottom teams in the league. Obviously, that reflects in the standings, but it's the way that New York are handling tight moments. You know, yeah, there have been some blowout things here and there that you say, okay, this is clearly a skill gap thing, but, you know, coming through the B zone, finding a way to get their defense set up in round one, doing the exact same thing, pushing through B and making life hard for Miami trying to regain on their defense. It's just these little split-second decisions are really impressive no matter who the opponent is.
Yeah, that's why they're world champions. That's why they have a ring to their name. They know exactly what it's like to play at the highest level and even win at the highest level. As again, it's this time around, it's going to be Kismet going on that deep pitch. Finds the timing, finds the setup, all the kills, as that's a clean 4 dead. And now there's no slowing down. Let's instantly put him in the trap.
Everything going to be contested for Miami coming off spawn. Semtex opens up some space at mid, but Kismet backs up, reclaims the ground, no worries. And now Hydra, yep, on your cross. I mean, yeah. What else do you say? Wow. Masterclass.
Yeah, there's just nothing you can do. There's just nothing you can do because New York know exactly what they need to do to hold strong in this setup. 2 players on the right, making sure you're not allowing no one to overextend, and then just playing those tight head glitches towards the middle of the map. It's now Miami have cut their losses. We cannot go B-Street. We're trying to go through the middle of the courtyard, and Skies is just cutting them down. Only 25 seconds left. Yeah, this is GG.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing about it is these are some, not to sound too curt about it, but these are some disrespectful challenges from New York. Flat out. Kismet on 6. Now he's got the pistol at 1 HP. He tries to take the challenge. Sky's right there. Yikes. No bueno for Miami. Yep, well, the pain is over for the Heretics. 3-0 in the series, 3-0 in the invasion control. Polished from start to finish.
Subliners are just in a different form this stage, man. We're talking about 4-1 in every single mode. Now, obviously, with the walking away with the 3, that now puts them 5-1 all throughout this stage. They are just getting better and better every time we see them. Even maps that they do not normally play, they are coming out and still getting some blowouts. Like, Subliners will definitely look like one of those contenders at Major 2. But then on the opposite side for Miami, man, like, it's so tough to watch these guys. Like, stage 1, they were one of the best teams at showing the teamwork because they knew the game before everyone else. But then as we enter stage 2, we know that that big update came in. We had a whole bunch of new hills, new maps, everything changes. So Miami had to hit the reset button alongside with everyone else. But they have just not been able to catch up to everyone else's playing yet, because that's now 0-5 on the stage. They've only been able to win 4 maps, makes it 5 maps actually out of every single series they have played. Nothing is clicking right now for this new Miami Heretics roster, and this is tough to watch.
It's just so wild, man, and I kind of think about this as you were going through that is like, the reason I think a lot of people were so impressed with Miami at the start of the year, whether they knew the game better or not, they were playing with a level of tempo and aggression that not a lot of other teams were even attempting. Maybe save your Toronto, Atlanta's, and the occasional map here and there from New York, but that has been completely vacant since not even, I would even say, when the change happened to the game. It happened going into the major as well, and it's just not even shades of gray of what they had from the first 5-6 games that they played in the online qualifiers. It is just so puzzling to see them take such a major step back in such a convincing way. And again, it's hard to really put a valuation on it because New York is looking super strong, super powerful. You also played Toronto and Atlanta, but those losses to LAT and Vegas, I think, are really the ones that we're looking at and saying, like, yikes, this is not good news here for Miami.
Yeah, it definitely is, man. But enough from us. Let's bring in the desk to hear their thoughts, because I know they're probably still chilling. That series was so damn fast, guys. What's your thoughts?
It was quick. Shift and study. Good to see you guys. And sadly, we have to say goodbye as we wrap this one up. The subliners get the job done in a speed record time. What was that, 40 minutes for 3 maps?
I mean, it was close at the start, right?
Yeah, that's a good watch. I like that one.
Thank you. I just got it yesterday. That first sub base, I mean, it was close in the beginning, right? But it was that second rotation of P2. It was a beautiful holdout in New York. And unfortunately for Miami, they're the worst breaking team in the league. So with a setup like that, there's not much you can do.
New York, honestly, is on another level. We've seen that. And Nameless, we are in store for a lot of fun today, because coming up next, we get Toronto and Atlanta. You are seeing the best 3 teams in the game all here on Sunday. But I want to ask about the subliners specifically. What separates them from kind of the second tier or third tier of competition in this league?
I mean, well, you just see it like just more concise. Like they coming into the series, like they know exactly what they want to do, especially like search and destroy game plan. Like there's so much VOD out there of like their invasion S&D at this point, and they're still able to come in and give different looks. And also like the pace that they're able to play at. It's like we know how fast Miami likes to play their hardpoint, and they still like individually those guys will get out there and they'll make some plays. New York were able to rotate, set up, and punish them. And when they get an opportunity, you will be put in the blender. Like Ali said, like the game was pretty close. New York were able to get over towards P2, lock it down from then on out. You make one mistake, you're going to get chained. They have those types of players on their roster, and when all 4 are clicking, like we saw today, you're going to get steamrolled. And that's what happened to Miami Heretics.
For Miami, you're looking to find some confidence before you go to your home major, but we've seen other teams in this situation, like Minnesota, starting 0-4 before getting a top 4 finish. Is there potential on this Heretics lineup to clean things up? And I saw someone from Spain over here, Castle, says Journey was on this lineup for years. The fact that he had one bad tournament and got put on the bench, maybe that was a mistake. Agree, disagree?
Maybe it was a mistake. Miami kind of makes the narrative where Eric was supposed to always be in the main starting lineup. So for Journey to get benched like that feels like it was something that was predestined before the season even started. But he did have a very underwhelming performance on land. So maybe Eric shows us something come Major 2 time.
All right, Miami has at least a few days to get ready for their next matchup. But right now, we have to talk in our Monster Winner Spotlight with the best S&D Bulldog in the game. Kismet joins us live. Kismet, how do you feel after another fun 3-0?
I feel really good. I think the biggest thing that we looked at today was to try to improve our S&D from where it's already been. And we were here this morning at like 10:30 going over new nade spots, new spots and stuff. And I think it showed today. We were trying to elevate our game in case they watch VOD. And it just feels good to, you know, see the progress, I guess.
Our project manager came into the green room and she said, do you see what's going on with New York? These guys are dancing before their match. Who is setting up the rituals over there, and what's happening before you guys actually sit down to play the game?
I mean, we don't have like a go-to person. We just have fun. If someone's feeling something weird, we do it and we just have fun with it. We play ping pong, darts, watch VOD. We don't have like a go-to ritual. We just do us, have good vibes, have fun.
It's working.
Kismet, I think one of the most impressive things from New York subliners and how you guys set yourselves apart from the rest of the league is your player counting in game. I feel like many times I look at the minimap and I can see you guys always slowly making these pushes together and calling out where players are. Is there a specific person that makes sure you guys are on top of that, or are you all just really that high IQ?
Nah, I mean, we have like, it just depends on who's in the situations to like make those play calls of like in-game leader. But outside of that, we're just 4 talented Call of Duty players. If you want to be a good team, you have to all be able to take that role, and I think that's what we do really well. So.
Kismet, we've seen a lot of great Call of Duty teams in the history, you know, of this game. But you got a lot of those teams, they fail to transfer from game to game. And obviously you're aware of that. For you guys, what do you think sets you apart from some of those other great teams, and how are you going to rise back to the top?
I mean, I think the biggest thing for us was actually like a thing that happened to us last year after Major 1. We got super complacent, and it sucks that that happened, but I think it takes a lot for someone to actually realize that and point it out and make progress from that. And going from that, we've learned this year, like, you just can't be complacent. Even if you're winning every tournament, if you're winning every match, like, someone's always going to be gunning to try to outplace you or outdo you or whatever. So I think that's the biggest thing, is just learning what complacency is, like, the hard way, and, you know, not letting that happen again.
Kismet, a lot of people are saying there's 3 teams in the top tier, 4 if you include Optic. We have 2 of them facing off next. Toronto or Atlanta? Who do you have coming out on top?
I don't know. That's a hard one. I'll go FaZe 3-1.
Okay.
3-1. All right. I like the
Yeah,
calls.
they've been looking good.
Kismet, thank you for joining us live. And of course, this man scrims against these folks. He knows a thing or two. We'll catch you next week.
Yep. Appreciate it, guys.
That's Kismet. That's the Subliners. One and done on the day. We have 2 more matches to go. Before we get to that next one, though, can we just revisit what Skies was doing during this match? It's a little montage in our Scuff play of the game, Allie.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could have given it to anybody on New York, but of course it's Skies. I feel like this is definitely the vibe man for this squad. I mean, just an insane map 3 overall from everybody.
Remember those clean, like, double jump-up shots over the tank? Right here. It's just absolutely beautiful. Like, when you're challenging things like that, they're just running at you in the wide open. One, you know they lost absolute full. They're lagging out, and you're just feeling like you're not going to miss. Skies provides such good vibes. When he's beaming on top of it, it's just a recipe for dominance.
And keep in mind, all these players are streaming over the weekend, especially Skies' stream. Quite fun to tune into. Before we go to break, reminder, if you want to know when your team is playing next, all you got to do is scan that QR code and sync your schedule today.
And you get a squad up calling card as well. So if you haven't done it yet, make sure you scan the QR code or go to callofdutyleague.com/schedule.
All right, get out of your ranking, because when we come back, it's Toronto versus FaZe. 2 top dogs fighting for supremacy here going into Major 2.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League pack. Grab yourself the CDL operator, weapon blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
One clean break, one set of kills there. Afro sneaks in and steals the victory.
Standy will get free info here onto Assault. Quickly finds the kill. Whoa!
He's going for the assassination. Didn't hold the button down long enough. And Assault says not so fast.
Let me tell you right now, these guys play every day. You should know you cannot assassinate someone when they are a little bit taller than you on the map. And unfortunately, the 1v doesn't work, but you know them hands from Assault. They are definitely warm. 2 punches right to the chest to take down Standy.
Down to 3 for either side. This is going to be it. Last ditch attempt. Fly onto the point. Joe Thieves gets his. But 3 seconds to go. You've got to get on the zone, lad. Fresh mag. Send it. Wins it. Oh my God. It's a 2v1. Diamond Con. Can you do it? The boys are on the capture. It's now a 1v1. What a round of control. Diamond Con, if you win this. God damn, what a round.
One more bookstore.
Oh, okay. Vale. No tengo encima mía. Me voy a tirar stun.
He's planted. The bomb is on B. Literally on B. If I get that one, I'll get an ace, just saying. Ace!
GG.
I did!
Try and work someone on the flank. He's able to find but criminally the Craigs. They're able to get 2 headshots. They know that formula's gone. Vivid. Ooh, I think that's a bit of an over challenge. Envoy, he goes to the defensive side. Nobody able to check the bomb. Crim ready for it. Nice shots. Are Crim and Illy now going to find all 4 kills?
This is formal for the ace. Third. 4. Illy wraps back, and it's formal with the ace.
On bridge, bridge. Yeah, our bridge is shield.
What's left? I'm cutting mid.
I'm not sure if I'm getting old, but I swear to God, Joe, sometimes when Celium talks, all I hear is... Yeah. Priest is trying to get the push up. Major is actually able to get a kill. Major, how does he get 2? How does Major get 3? I've got no goddamn idea. But once again, they clutch up. What in the hell did Major just do?
That man's got ice in his veins.
Atlanta FaZe.
Atlanta are slaying to bits. A BZ cannot miss, man.
Toronto Ultra.
Toronto Ultra have just put the entire league on watch.
It's time for your monster matchup. The defending Major 1 champions look untouchable on top of the leaderboard. But today, a veteran squad that's sick of second place take their shot at the Kings of the North.
Our team is so talented that we can take over in any mode.
The stage is set. The players are locked in.
We're coming all fucking year, bro. All year. Let's go.
Toronto Ultra versus Atlanta FaZe. Your CDL monster matchup starts right now.
I have a plan.
Crazy with the rage, dangerous and rage. I ain't wanna take light, look into my eyes. I'm a killer inside, coming for the prize. Do you really want these problems? I put you in that coffin, but I'm never Johnson. You quit this ain't to stop it. Hungry for the beef, leave you obsolete. See my lines deep, see me in the streets if you want the heat. Yeah.
Already know what's happening, I don't gotta shake the hay. Big moves, big stepper in the right direction. The trip continues, every double use a psychedelic. I think they gon' need a minute. Look, I'm interested in making as opposed to making friends. Double bags, I've been paranoid, having the safe so take the check. Finishing his drink should only take a sec. But Mark just cut me off, he told me that I go on stage and tan. I tell my own shit on the main event. Vinci my cologne after the show. She told me that shit was a favorite sense. Sprint advantage spacious, we can take it friends. What happened next? You can take a guess.
Welcome into the best match in all of Major II's qualifiers. It's the rematch from our Boston Major 1 Grand Finals where Toronto took it 4-1. We've got our maps and modes and the matches ready, so let's jump right into this one. Allie, last time the 2 hard points, less than 30 points separated them. Who has the edge looking at this map pool today?
I don't know if there's necessarily an edge, but Atlanta are certainly happy about this lineup simply because they love Rio and Karachi. On the flip side, Toronto's happy to square up on any of the maps, so at least for Atlanta, they got 2 of their faves.
Yeah, I think for Atlanta, they feel really good, especially about the search and destroys. Rio being added definitely makes me feel like Atlanta has the advantage in this series going into it, just looking at their records on these maps and just the improvement that we've seen from Atlanta.
This match is so hype. I'm so pumped to get into it. Tell your friends to log in right now as I lock in my first scuff pick 'em. I'm going to Atlanta FaZe, and I changed that after the Kismet interview. I trust the Bulldog.
Wait, really? You changed
I swear
that
to God, I was purple before it.
That's crazy. I went with Atlanta FaZe today. I think they've gotten so much better during this qualifier, and they'll take their revenge.
She's riding with FaZe.
Yeah, you know, I have some data that says I think like Atlanta's gonna win, but I picked Toronto this morning, so I'm going Toronto.
Sticking Toronto, going with this gut. The fans are right there with you. Name was trying to pull away once again as we send it over. We got Chance on the mic for this one with my good buddy Chris Tunn. Tunn, are you excited?
Oh, I'm so excited for this one, Chris. Should be an absolute banger, and everybody at home is locked in for this one, Chance. This should be such a good game. Both the best 2 teams in the game right now. It's very hard to distinguish who really is there. Of course, Toronto Ultra going on to win the major. FaZe starting to look a little bit better, but looking at the maps as we were heading into this, Chance, we have some considerations that Toronto may well be just testing the map pool here. It's actually quite interesting.
Yes, against Atlanta FaZe, they're playing all of the brand new square up maps. You get both the Rios in the mix. Like, Toronto has a 20-2 record in Hardpoint. I'm going to say that again, 20-2. Like, if they do Ultimate Major, that's conversation for best Hardpoint team of all time. Rio's one of the only maps they lost. They'll play it against Atlanta FaZe. They do not care. High rise for the map 5. If we get there, Toronto are 0-1. They're squaring up, and I feel like Toronto were just saying to Atlanta FaZe, like, if you beat us on these maps, then we just know what to ban against you in the future. But that's a long-term discussion. Right now, in the short term, opening salvo, Atlanta FaZe get that initial time, but it is the square-ups of all square-ups for the moment. A nice little battle towards the middle of the map, but Atlanta FaZe, for the moment, kills are flowing their direction.
Oh, we dropping salvo in the first hill of the game. I like to see it. Here we go, though. Yeah, it's a good start for FaZe. Looking over towards this rotation, over towards P2. Keep an eye on Scrappy. We'll be looking to try and get some sort of pinch going on from the mid-map. Has to be alive for that. Wins a gunfight up against Celium. So P2 coming in very, very shortly. Toronto Ultra give up 22 points. And maybe a couple more by the time FaZe will get on there over towards P1. But rotation should be locked in for Toronto. Can they hold tight?
Oh, for the moment, they're looking good, right? They're even leaving the back spawns open. They have 2 players pushed out towards red, and they're waiting for those dumpster jump-ups to come through. So, insight in the players on Toronto, if they get these kills, FaZe are going to be in a bad spot. Abizi looking to pounce, though. Found the route to make it towards the time, but tagged up along the way. But Insight forced in a cubby. Atlanta FaZe never got the bad spawns, and inside the hill. Now the kills still going their direction. The Terrors eventually clean house. They get the clean break in Atlanta FaZe. Get to run the score up just a little bit. 30 seconds left on this old time. And, I mean, Ultra, they might try to strip it away from Abizi if he gives it to him. But for the moment, that rotation, Atlanta FaZe are way ahead of the game.
Yeah, Toronto Ultra need to make sure they get a few points here if they possibly can do. 15 seconds up for grabs. Salim going to try his best to lock this down as long as he can. It's going to be a 13 or 14 for Toronto Ultra, so not necessarily the hottest of starts for our Major 1 champions. Atlanta FaZe are locked in over towards the junk side. Push going to start coming very, very quickly, though. Scrapping the boys already here. BC's able to find one. Simp and Celium volume up as well. Good teamwork coming through from Toronto Ultra so far. A minute now popped. Ready to go. On hill number 3 as things start to rotate around. Big kills coming in from BC. Going to force Scrap away alongside with Envoy. Push now going to have to come through from the market side. Good start from FaZe here.
I know Octane's happy too, because Atlanta FaZe have the L setup going on. They pushed out the jump side, so Sam playing it passive over on Coop, but still gets found out. But already that is 25 perfect seconds for Atlanta FaZe. Now it is the backline AR players inside the point that need to get the kills. They've done exactly that, and Atlanta FaZe have held that junk pressure perfectly. You funnel them in through Coop, you might get traded out, but inside the hill, Celium doing what he does best. Might get dropped, but either way, that is a very strong hold there for Atlanta FaZe, who of course might be in a good position on the rotation as well. Envoy and Scrap trying to piece them up, but a 40-point lead for Atlanta. This is what they like to see on Karachi.
100%. For Toronto Ultra, though, I suppose, you know, a couple of bad moments here and there, you still have a very, very close game. Won't be too perplexed by this incredible gunfight won by Draza, though. Envoy will fall. Now, Toronto Ultra just going to try and keep FaZe off the point as long as they possibly can. 50 seconds still to go here. Don't expect a whole load of time, but if, well, these kills keep flowing the side of Atlanta FaZe, that makes it 3 dead now, then this time can be soaked. Envoy's the only one left momentarily. Spawns towards the backside for Toronto Ultra. You can get pinned in here if you're not careful. Atlanta FaZe, that's 4 kills in a row without answer from the side of Toronto, who really do need to start stepping things up. Kleenex sitting in 2 and 10. You would think on Karachi, it's his map. It's the kind of map that he would thrive in, but right now, FaZe are running them.
Atlanta FaZe, this is a hill they play perfectly as well. You had guys like Abizi off spawn with the MCW because he knows he's going to be on the rotation over towards junk, but they just handled the pressure on this hill perfectly. They had the timing exactly correct on when you want to pinch middle, and admittedly you might lose the final 8 seconds, but it means you get that rotation over towards the junk hill. That is a wild spawn for Kleenex to be able to get, though, but 3 and 12 for the moment. His opportunity maybe to turn things around. He was given a gift. He's looking to take advantage of it, but for Kleenex, he's got a long way to go. His teammates just got obliterated off the map.
Draza just reads it perfectly as well. 12 and 5 from him. Was talking a little bit of smack this morning. Well, I don't know if he was talking a little bit of smack, but some inspirational tweets coming out from Draza, which we love to see. Now for the setup for Atlanta FaZe, looking very, very solid over towards P4. This is a dominant start 30 seconds to go on this hill. Toronto Ultra setting up from the right side. Can they find a push through? You're going to get through Sim first. Well, you managed to do that. Scrap will find him. Draws are going to have to back on down. He may well be 12 and 5, making now 30. And is the 14th going to be found there as well over towards Kleenex? Not quite. Holding it down. Not quite getting as many points as they would like. Forced up for a second. But for Toronto Ultra here, we're going to be heading into a second rotation. They're going to find themselves 70+ points behind their chance. Not necessarily what we expected heading into map number 1.
It honestly is like a snowball effect as well, right? Toronto had that early rotation in P2. It gets broken down, and since then, Atlanta FaZe have just been handling the map perfectly. So much so that even going into this new set of rotations, Atlanta FaZe currently have the left side spawns for that future P2 rotation. Of course, got to get the kills first. A long way to go before we get there. And Ultra, for the first time in a long time, it will start soaking up the hill. Kleenex inside the objective, and it has all the players on the wings. And of course, well, Toronto finally have a bit of an advantage. It's a cruise missile to break it down. Draza gets Toronto out of time.
Yeah, BC coming around from the flank for the P3 side as well. Scrap should be dead to rights anyway. Second gunfight going to come through inside. Trying to stay alive as long as he can. A couple of players from FaZe just staring at him. Coming in off the respawn, nice and tight setup from FaZe to snub Toronto Ultra, maybe trying to find some control over towards P1. Some good time for FaZe. You have P2 rotation for the most part here. You keep an eye on where BZ is. He's going to be heading over now with 10 seconds to go over towards P1. These kills starting to come through at the right time for Ultra. Those are the numbers that are going to be here. You need to probably see a decent break from Toronto Ultra over towards P2 side. BZ going to hold it down though. He can find one. Draza won't be able to find anything. Big gunfights coming on through. Insight is there to find one more. Can't quite get it. BZ nearly dead to rights. Gonna go for the Chala. BZ's gonna be forced out, as are the rest of Atlanta FaZe. If BZ falls, it's a good break on the initials coming in from Toronto Ultra.
And this is the opportunity to make amends from that first P2 mistake, right? They would have lost the rotation battle, but a good spawn and good gunny coming through. So you get this initial time. Don't want Sim to be alive for too long, but Scrap ain't gonna be the guy to stop him. Envoy there for the trades, and him an insight there for the next two. FaZe players being back down, gonna have to hit through the front, and if you feel the tides might be turning, Jamie Craven insight cannot get the cruise missile. Big kills happening on the minimap as well. You got rotations, you got scrap time being fought for. This is teams trying to keep up with everything, and for the moment, it's Atlanta coming out on top.
Incredible stuff from Atlanta FaZe so far. Rotation looking very, very solid as well. Insight was taken down on an early rotation as he tried to find his way over, but nobody from Toronto Ultra carrying the boats right now. Atlanta FaZe are going to be feeling so good about this rotation, so good about map number 1 and their chances in this series. Let's go for a listen with Atlanta FaZe.
Try to get out. Jamie's gonna be third, maybe. Yeah, he's third. He's third.
Stay down. I did.
I was running coop side too. Yeah, so listen, just holding 10. Yeah, there's running coop side, okay? I'm trying to get your mid. Stay on time. I'm trying. Middle, Toby. That's one coop. Head. Come here. I'm needing time. Time goes up. Watch your in the back. Let's go in the back. Grab. He's trying. He's just late. He doesn't even know you're there. Nice. Yo, head out. He just left hitting out. I don't see him coop. I'm trying to hold this on. Bottom shop. Kleenex. Yo, watch it. He's right stairs, holding stairs. I'm needed. I'll see him third. Keep your stairs holding stairs. Stand on top third. Stop on top third. Hey, let's play through coop. Nice, good chance. One's still third. Yeah, one more top. Third, right side. You should play coop to play that guy. You should play coop. Yeah, that guy's top strap. One strap. He's just sitting there. One third. You want to chop, yeah? Chop. Chop super weak. Chop that. Stay back to the back. One on you in the behind. Grab the back, dead. Nice job. Yeah. Play that guy. I third mid-side. I back.
Heretics, I'm team.
Just keep playing. Guarantee that shit.
I'm trying, bro.
I'm looking at the push. There's just running behind you. White trap. Back left, Dylan. Dylan's one shot back left.
No, man. He's BK, Toby. One time.
I'm not a big fan of the comms, but I am a massive fan of the gameplay. Atlanta FaZe, when they get that iron grip, there is almost no escaping it. Ultra fighting just from so far behind. They're getting teed off on the hard point, so much so that they just can't really collect any of these timed gunfights. It is so difficult for them to work for. Maybe good news from Ultra, though. They have a rotation. One of the only times they've been able to try to keep things stable and get ahead of the game. Bad news, Tom, they are down by 100 points.
Yeah, it has really felt like they've always been that step behind in terms of these rotations. And, well, we haven't been able to say very often that they are the first ones here and they will find some good time. But this is a very good opportunity. Insight, once again, going a little spree. Cruise missile would be a really, really big help over towards the next potential couple of hills if Atlanta FaZe allow it to go that long. Push going to come in from the top 3 side and also pushing in from red. Inside needs to try and survive. He knows this. And boy will find the first under Draza through the front side. They have a potential pinch being set up as well. Celium says no to the cruise missile once again. Scrap all alone. Finds one. Push in from Celium. Is he going to come? Is he going to offer him the gunfight? He is, but Scrap will back on down. The rest of the team also already over here, and all of a sudden, Kleenex is able to find the kill. The hold decent enough from Toronto Ultra, but they wouldn't have minded a few more there.
It's such a long way to go, though, right? The cruise missile could have been the setup to break through this P1 as well, but now you are still fighting from behind. But the 100-point lead does get chopped down to about 50 or 60 going in towards new. Actually, 60 on the dot. So the hope is still here, but a long way to go. The fight for power positions, by the way, right now commencing on the map. The fight for the time, it is getting traded. Atlanta FaZe, every single kill they get sets them up so far in advance. And looking at the kill feed, they seem to be getting them all.
It's going so well for Atlanta FaZe in this map number 1. About to break 220. Toronto Ultra trying to set themselves up the same as FaZe did, but Draza holding down the street, locking down the bridge side of the map, and it may well be the game here over towards P1. 4 seconds to go until you're hitting 230. It's good lock-in from FaZe so far.
And Toronto, I mean, they got to flood. You got to get them off time, right? You're going to have to continue to do so for just a little bit longer because Atlanta FaZe still bodies on the point. So Toronto overcommit just a little bit. The back spawns, I don't know if you call that open, but it doesn't matter because Atlanta FaZe, they're going to be the first team over towards P2 and Ultra. This is not an opportunity or a situation where you can take your time on the brakes. You have to fly to break this down.
They have to move, and they have to move quickly. They found a break over towards P2 last time around. Can they do it again? But you absolutely must this time around if you are Toronto Ultra. Scrap can find one through the mid alley. Isn't going to find a second. Draza is there to shut it down. 10 seconds away now for FaZe. Draza, can you hold it? It's looking like it's going to be Atlanta FaZe to deal. What is only the 3rd time that Toronto have lost a hardpoint? Oh, yeah. Atlanta FaZe, map number 1.
All about their business. Not even a big celebration, just locked in, ready for map 2. But as you pointed out, that is only loss number 3 on the year in Hardpoint, and that is the perfect record Ultra had on Karachi. No longer. Atlanta FaZe coming to play, and I gotta say, just looking at it on paper, you have to imagine Ultra had the edge. They played them twice at the major, had their number both times. Atlanta FaZe, maybe those improvements starting to show off just a little bit. I know specifically on P4 on this map, Atlanta FaZe have looked like the best team on that hill specifically, and that is certainly a place to get ahead of the game. But that was start to finish a lights out performance from Atlanta. Again, all about their business here on Sunday.
Yeah, fantastic start to the series for Atlanta FaZe. Really big game coming in from Draza. Kind of performance he was brought into FaZe to do. And going up against the best teams in the game, you need him to bring that kind of level, and my word, he brought it. 5,000 damage to tip it off. An 80-point win against Toronto Ultra is nothing to turn your nose up at all. Fantastic start for Atlanta FaZe, and I mean, it just kind of felt like an Atlanta FaZe game, right? One of those moments here and there where they just find clean breaks and just make it look so easy. There's so many transitional kills coming through in their way as well. It just felt like the rotation game was won by them nearly every single time. We were very, very rarely seeing Toronto Ultra first ones here. They're going to be able to hold it down. And even when we did, it started early. The breaks from FaZe were coming thick and fast.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, you had the like sort of omnipresent force of the ARs on Atlanta that were there the entire time. Like the 2 different times Insight was nearly going to get a cruise missile. The first time it was Draza that shuts him down. The second time it was Celium. But even when we're watching like Insight's like perspective, he's just having to look 2 different directions constantly because Atlanta FaZe were always on the map, hitting the hills from every single direction. And I mean, of course, the awareness on point as well. I know that back jump kill again. Simp was like by himself over by Coop fighting the entire Toronto team. He gets 1 kill. He doesn't overchow. He just backs down. And literally because he just stays alive, helps buy his team maybe an extra 20 seconds. So slaying there from the ARs, big brain plays coming out of the SMGs. And again, just a well-orchestrated map from start to finish. Atlanta FaZe had the edge. They quite literally never looked back.
All the way through. As you can see from the game flow, not a single misstep from Atlanta FaZe. And that's one way, I mean, I don't even think Toronto Ultra, you could see in the player cams that we just got a shot of that. Very, very similar on both levels of things. Toronto Ultra won't be too perplexed by that, and they know they were just outplayed. I don't think they'll be too concerned. It may well just be their 3rd hard point loss of the season, which, again, just beggars belief. But they will not be too concerned by this just yet. They know they have it in them to win these next 3 maps that they potentially needed to, and it's still going to be a very good series, but that is a one that Atlanta FaZe will be feeling very nice about, especially a comfortable win in map number 1 up against Toronto Ultra.
And Rio S&D is going to be a fun map to go into as well for both of these squads. On the Toronto side, they have had FaZe's number in Search and Destroy. It's kind of a wild thing to say for Atlanta that they're not like the clear-cut best S&D team in the game, but they're also a straight-up step behind right now. New York is teed off on Atlanta in Search and Destroy. Toronto, it's been the exact same thing. Atlanta, better than everybody else in the game mode, but they have not eclipsed to sort of get that top spot back. Rio's an interesting map. New addition. You got the Terrors on it. Do you think it's going to be fun for them? And maybe more good news for Atlanta. We also have watched Toronto get 6-0'd on this map as well. That's sort of a good news, bad news thing, because, of course, for Toronto, if you get 6-0'd on a map and you're playing against Atlanta, they've gone back to the drawing boards. They're going to come in with a new game plan. They have a bit more experience now. They're going to try to make that adjustment, but S&D, not a pain point for the team, but a pain point against the top squads. Could not win an S&D against Toronto at the major. They got to show off the goods here.
100%. It's their first opportunity to show what goods they have on Rio as well. From Ultra, we have had, well, various different outcomes, of course. A couple of wins underneath their belt. Of course, there's a 1-1 record, sorry, but that one loss, as you rightly pointed out, was not very good. One that they will absolutely want to forget about, but I think you're right. You know, they wouldn't be coming back into this map if they didn't already have a plan and have already figured out what exactly went wrong. I felt like mid-map control was something that we were really struggling on, so it's going to be interesting to see what FaZe can do with that. But Toronto Ultra, we know they've got it in them to bounce back here. Absolutely no problem whatsoever. They are the consensus best team in the game right now and can very much turn this around. But I think it's the manner of the map 1, right? I think that's what would concern me more than anything. It was a comfortable map number 1, but that is in the past. We are heading over towards Rio. Search and Destroy coming up. And for both these two teams, Atlanta FaZe, I mean, as mentioned, they have very much struggled against Toronto Ultra. But are these S&D stats going to help them out in this one chance? Well, their S&D stats look really good, apart from against Ultra and Subliners, essentially.
Look, it's Atlanta FaZe. We know the players. Abizi, First Blood King. All these guys have massive clutch potential in the late half of the round. Their S&D stats are fantastic. It is quite literally just not against Toronto. Toronto has Atlanta's number. They've, like, again, 7-2 map count at the major, undefeated in Search and Destroy. And this is, again, going to be a very quick look on what they can do. Abizi, always going to be a fun player to watch. First Blood King, you just know he's going to sprint into the action. Him and Simp maybe playing a little bit of bait on the ace side of the map, and looks like Ultra not going to fall into this trap. No trophies out in round number 1, so it's going to be one of the slow rounds. And again, for an adjustment sake on Toronto, there were so many bang outs on the B site the last time they played it. They have just completely switched up the pace. Doesn't make it necessarily easier as Simp finds the first blood, but you see Toronto, brand new game plan they're going to be bringing to Rio.
Little angle coming in from Celia. Couple of shots over the top, and then Simp is there to finish things off. Information is key here, and Abizi's getting plenty of it down this side, but no information over towards the B side. This bomb will be looking like it is going to go down. Simp and Co will be hit very, very quickly after the fact. Insight going to take a couple of bullets. We'll back on down. The bomb is down. It's a 4v3 for Atlanta FaZe. Can they manage to find an attack here? If you're Ultra, first gunfight's going to be huge. Envoy will find it, won't get out. Abizi is there to trade things away. Inside needs to stay alive with 25 seconds to go. He's getting hunted and gets hunted. ClearX now left in a 1 versus 3. Make it a 1 versus 2 now. Knows where the players are over towards the bridge side. Has to challenge, and Abizi will find it. Great retake from FaZe, but they have the numbers.
Absolute suffocating. Nothing you can do. You get the first blood. You have the man advantage. Nobody overcommits. Nobody makes a mistake. It is the Terrors up top after the bomb gets planted. Great news is they get the intel on Insight out by the steps. The better news is they at least trade out that kill on Envoy. So the team worked completely on point. That is exactly how Atlanta FaZe want to get things done. And as far as round 1 goes, again, no trophies coming through at the start. Got to be careful about the stuns and nades. Atlanta play around it perfectly and get that early advantage in the game.
I think for Toronto Ultra that we've seen the passive setup starting to come through in that attack, and what they were trying to offer up with that, I think, you know, an element of that was a lack of trophies, of course, but curious to see if that continues on the attacking side. It's certainly not going to be the case here for Atlanta FaZe. Head first over towards the A side. Envoy and Co actually enjoyed a couple of moments here and there over towards the garage. Scrap will find first blood over onto Draza. That's a Hail Mary from the other side of the map by the looks of things, but relevant of that. Atlanta FaZe still, well, we're filming a plan over towards A side. Not going to come around this time. We're going to try and switch it up. Doing the dance, though, in the middle of the map. Looks like Toronto Ultra are ready to answer this.
And Scrap never overcommitted, right? He doesn't try to take that map space. He just lets the action come to him. So he's got intel on it too, if not the entire team of Atlanta. And you see his teammates already nearby the elevators. CleanX trying to strike. He's got Envoy here from the help, and Atlanta FaZe have to back down again. But now if they go this direction, it's going to be Insight looking over top. So the AR's constantly calling out to their subs, what direction do you have to run? They're ahead of the game. They get all the kills. And why not collect some scalps along the way? Headshots rolling through, trade instantaneous. And the smooth moves that Atlanta FaZe wanted to go for on the rotation. Toronto, again, mistake-free. Both the ARs posted. Both the SMGs knew exactly where they needed to run. And that is efficiency on those rotations as well. You can see they're bringing their very best today against Atlanta.
Flowing like water on both sides of things there, right? The defense answering where they needed to. Not even necessarily too many kills going down, but just making sure you have those bodies there. Those guns up, the information gained. Good job from Toronto Ultra to keep track of exactly where FaZe were going. They lock it down pretty convincing round on either side of things. Nades over towards this A side. Only one player holding it down. Insight now will be trying to track a player over towards the side who's playing a little bit more aggressive than we see Scrap do on the previous round, but the push over towards B starting to come through now. Envoy's cleared out the site, may not have found the kill, and you've got to try to not overcommit there as well. Simple fall. The BC was there to find the first blood. It's a 3 versus 3.
Yeah, they had a player trapped, and it was a BZ that was trapped. He might live, but at least you get the nade kill in the meantime. So they're playing off the information well. Number 5 on the back line right now. Draza's watching these players slide out towards the steps. And here's the smoke to get aggressive. You lose a man in the meantime, but Envoy trying to jump out and make the play. Keep in mind, he has the bomb, so his life incredibly valuable. And then in the meantime, it's like the grouping scenario right now. The wolf pack of Atlanta FaZe talk about a way to play with trades. They're just riding each other's coattails for the moment. And again, you got the main advantage. It is just about trading the kills. Envoy will be able to get the plant down, but can he live for long?
I would like to think probably not. If you're a FaZe fan, yeah, a BZ shotguns him. And all of a sudden, Insight is left now, and a 1 versus 3 not going to happen. The wolf pack of FaZe working out wonderfully. Diffuse going to come on through. Defensive rounds remaining king here so far between these two teams. FaZe 2-1 to the good. And yeah, for Ultra, they're just no info, right? Really good movement coming in from FaZe, clearing out different sides of the map, and all of a sudden they know exactly where Ultra are. The defuse comes through, Atlanta FaZe regain the lead.
And going out of their way, again, to play mistake-free Call of Duty. Both teams getting after it. And this is effectively, in a sense, just like preparation for both of these squads for if and when they have to face off against a major, or at a major, rather. By the way, Atlanta FaZe so far, so good. Making moves on the map. First blood's been on point. Might want to dodge a nade this go around, but got a BZ 5-1 doing what he does best. As it looks like Atlanta FaZe might be ready to square up towards the middle of the map, or just get the coordination flowing. Scrap might have had an initial nade kill when he was on defense, but he got met with one in kind. Ultra gonna have to fight with a man down.
Can FaZe find a way through still, though? A hit over towards B seems like the more likely when you do have that number advantage. CleanX is going to be there to maybe potentially shut this one down. Insight going to try and watch the flank. Now going to take a little bit more control. Over towards the street, looking over towards Bridge. We'll be getting that information. FaZe don't know it. Ultra know where they are. Push going to start coming on through. You'd imagine Envoy is going to start hitting a potential flank, or is he just going to go through boxes? Either way, this bomb is down. Next gunfight wall is going to be huge, but CleanX will get taken out. 4 versus 2 now for FaZe, and Rio maybe potentially starts to become a bit of a problem here for Toronto Ultra. Still surviving over towards this side, though, is Inside, but he is the only remaining survivor of Toronto Ultra. No eyes on there from Draza, but this is just such a difficult position for Inside to do anything from.
It is utterly hopeless. If you get a kill, that's great. Not even going to have that opportunity. I mean, both these teams playing very mistake-free. This seems to be one where if you get that initial first blood, that might be the thing that just decides the round based on the way they're playing it. I mean, Atlanta quite literally get the frag nade coordination down the mid lane, pick up Scrap, and then you saw what they did with Celium, leave him on one side of the map, but he's just playing an absurd off angle where he's never going to die. Everybody else grouped up together for the trades on the other side, and again, it is just off angles on point. Everybody playing their life like clockwork right now. So the first blood fight might be the most important thing right now on this map.
Looking over towards Toronto Ultras, that 71% conversion when they do get a hold of it, so not too hot either. But well, I mean, you're gonna get 2 there, so that's gonna help. Kleenex gets 2 free kills on the Simp and Abizi, who are trying to make the play. It certainly wasn't it, and all of a sudden this attack for Ultra is looking very, very solid. Sellium and Draza gonna have to try and find something here. The push gonna come through. 3 for Kleenex in the round. Draza left all on his own. Bombs are going to be down over towards A side, and once again it is a hopeless situation. Good shots coming through. Big round for Ultra. It's answer back there.
Get the first blood, win the round might be the name of the game. And I will say, I didn't miss it on the mini map. I don't know if Atlanta FaZe had bad intel, if they were calling out the cross, but someone took a deep route. But either way, you had the Terrors trying to make an aggressive play. They just get fed into the blender that was Kleenex, waiting for the kills to line up. So either bad comms in the moment or just an interesting attempt that doesn't pan out. Either way, Kleenex happy to collect those kills. That is a nice little freebie round going through. Again, thus far, 100% rate. Whatever team gets the first blood has been able to execute.
Which way is it going to lie this time? Seems to be important. Simp not quite coming across the crosshairs of Kleenex, who's found himself in an interesting spot. And he's got company. No shots coming through on the other side of things, and all of a sudden they could be pinned in. Get out. Managed to get out of dodge, and all of a sudden Envoy is here to help. Backing it up. The odds are on Ultra, and without taking any casualties, find the information, back FaZe down, but it makes FaZe maybe think about what they have to do here. Insight is going to slow them down momentarily. Ultra will be heading over. 50 seconds to go here. Still 4 versus 4.
And Insight did his job by slowing them down. But now on the flip side, Scrap is playing a completely different angle. Instead of being tucked in the back of his spawn, you see the cheeky spot he's got top catwalk in. That is a trap being set. Atlanta FaZe best not fall into it. And things are open, things are sneaky. Abizi, you see how smart the man is, getting the intel, checking every corner. There's the first blood they were looking for.
Well, usually a first blood is preceded by a round. Can they find it, though? Next kill's going to be massive. Insight's going to try and hold it down here. He will get some information. Will he find a kill, though? Playing the tight angle over towards the boxes. Abizi once again just clearing absolutely everything. No spot is free, but Kleenex has found himself in a good spot. Is able to find 2. Envoy makes it a 1 versus 1.
And there's only 3 seconds on the clock. This is Operation Stay Alive in the smoke. Try to hide, can't do it. Envoy, not Houdini. And Draza too quick on the jump. The only way Ultra could have won that round would have been off the clock, because Atlanta FaZe spent so much time swinging the map back and forth. And that disappearing act, not good enough. And Draza, you already know, he's chatting about it. Having a good one there, but that is just great work on just the spots that are being checked. I mean, think about that. Scrap's got a cheeky hiding spot. Abizi sniffs it out. Insight tries to play an off angle. Everybody on Atlanta seeming with heads up ready for that one. And even the nice little corner in the smoke. Atlanta FaZe can't hide from them. Can't run from your fate. 4-2 lead in the moment, but Insight. There's the first blood Toronto. We're looking for Kleenex soaring and flying. And at least the trades are going to come through, so you still keep the man advantage. 2v3 right now for FaZe to work with.
Oh, I swear to God that it even felt like Simp was going to win that one as well. Scrap eventually able to pick that one up. It's a 3 versus 2 in favor of Ultra. Draza and Sellium going to have to find something here. It's going to be a double hit coming in over from the top of the escalators. Yeah, back it up. No need to chill that. Scrap and Go just trying to stay alive here. You got to hunt them down if you're FaZe. 25 seconds still to do so. Shot's going to come in from Sellium. Makes it to 2 versus 2. Awkward gunfight inside. Oh, wow. Just about going to find the last one. That got scary for a second. They just about get it. Insight with the final kill. We'll get a better description of what actually happened there from the kill cam coming in. It's a good snap, to be honest with you. Does well.
And you can just see how on point you have to be with the trades right now, because that is a moment where both teams are just straight up in the mix in this moment. So Scrap a little bit lucky just to be able to slide past, drag the attention. But I mean, again, for Sellium, so close maybe to getting that trade. Everybody going to be in the mix. But Ultra, again, you get the first blood, you win the round. That is reign true. This is some of the best search and destroy we have seen on the year thus far between these two teams. No nade kills coming through, though, so Atlanta FaZe, maybe this is just going to be their game plan. Look for some intel and just run back and forth, or maybe try to sniff out if that B site gets left open. Ultra, no pressure on the map for the moment. Got to be careful if you rotate over towards A. Envoy has an option of some weird angles, but they've seen nothing, so yeah, plant the bomb. Why not?
Well, you're on your way over, though, if you're Ultra. That bomb will go down. Utility, not a lot for Kleenex. Is he going to be the tip of the spear that can potentially puncture this defense of this bomb? Draz is going to find insight, and that just makes this job a lot more difficult. Flank's going to come on through. Abizi gets snapped onto. Scrap will find one. Envoy gets out. Information is there that one player's chasing him down, and the backup is on its way. Simple find one, though, after turning it around 2 versus 2. Envoy makes it a 2 versus 1. Can you find Zelium? 15 seconds remaining. Playing a sneaky little spot. The shot's under the bomb, and here comes the child coming in. Big retake from Ultra. A man down as well. 4 apiece. And that might just get some wind in their sails.
I mean, as far as this game is played out, that is the difference maker round. That is the we do not get the first blood, but we still execute. And that is credit to the new pickup of Toronto Ultra in Dylan Envoy on the flank. I've never seen someone play the spot that Abizi just played. Envoy, it seems like he was just expecting it, because he also had a player that he could have shot in the back top Eskies, but if he went for that one, he would have died, and Atlanta FaZe win the round. So Envoy completely heads up play in that moment. He just bails his team out. Talk about the battle we have, right? I mean, battle for championships these squads are going to be getting after, but also the battle for who made the better roster change. Draws a map 1 fried. Envoy right here making a big play. It is toe-to-toe with these juggernaut teams.
It's brilliant to watch. Just writing notes for playing Rio Search and Destroy. Although I don't know if my ranked teammates will shoot quite as straight as everybody else on these rosters, but well, neither will I.
Gold lobbies? No.
Whoa, come on. CleanX now. Trying to back it on down. Honestly, he has kind of been forced into this situation. Maybe needs a little bit of help to get out. Celium was in an aggressive position. Is he going to give it away, though? Shot's going to start to fly in, and Simba's going to have to be there to cover. Celium has been back down, but Abizi... Oh, yeah! Insight is there to shut it down. It was looking so promising. And now we have the 4v3 for your Ultra. We're actually going to back on down. That was a huge moment.
I think Atlanta FaZe, you want to make a play off this, right? I mean, if you're the man down, you try to jump into it. That is exactly what they do, but CleanX plays it perfectly. So again, Atlanta FaZe, they do the right thing in the right moment. Ultra just ahead of the game. CleanX going to shut you down, and I'm telling you, that previous round was a difference maker. The momentum shift. Ultra, they have it now. 1 round away, and they tie this series up. That is a hell of a round. I like that from Abizi's perspective. That looked to him like he was licking his chops. That's the freest flank of all time. Is it too good to be true? Yes, it is. But here's a look at CleanX playing that off angle, watching the flank for his team, seals the deal on the round. But the instincts from Abizi, when that was too good to be true, he was like, wait a minute, someone's going to be watching this. And as he like had that thought, Insight's already got the barrel in his face, killing him. So fun Call of Duty for the moment. CleanX, by the way, making up for maybe the game 1 performance as well. 10 kills already. And Ultra panned out once, maybe happy to give up his B-bomb plant. Of course, now, flank's not going to be open. Envoy not an open route. Celium's going to be watching that pressure. So we do have a different situation right now for the bomb plant. So Ultra players, it looks like they're going to 4-man group up together and work straight through mid, but that is not a good start.
No. CleanX caught with his pants down. Scrap's going to get his stun off here, or at least a nade, so some shots are going to start ringing on through. And if you're Ultra, you really do need to get moving. Envoy's found a way through, but the smoke distorting everything. Or maybe giving him some timing. Sally will be taken down. Trying to clear out every single base he possibly can, but Draws has found 2 in the middle of the map with the Renetti. He's going to find the 3rd as well. Draws are lighting up the kill feed. Atlanta FaZe tying things up, sending us to around 11. Big plays from Draws.
Yeah, I think that might have been an ace. That might be a top 5 play of the week if we managed to catch it from his point of view. He just went electric there with the Renetti. And again, the battle of the new guys on the roster, just setting ourselves up for the round 11. Difference maker potentially in this series. Ultra, they have had their number in Search and Destroy the entire year. Granted, it's the start of the year, but nonetheless, here we go. Atlanta FaZe looking to get that revenge.
Here's on the attacking side. The ace comes through from Draza, confirmed by production. Fantastic work from him. He's having a slow game, but that fall spree in the top right corner kind of proves that things have turned around. Sim now putting some aggression down over towards this A side. Look at this from Atlanta FaZe. They are stacking. They are feeling confident. Ultra are backing on down. These next couple of gunfights are huge, but they get slaughtered in Garage, and all of a sudden it's down to CleanX. He needed a man of his talents. Surely not. Draza does get gunned, but CleanX now still with 3 bodies to get rid of.
He's got to go so fast, dude. You got to look for the kills instantly. It's 2 players nearby. You got to rival 9. This is hopeless. Death is inevitable. Draza out here calling game. He was saying he's going to introduce you to God. I think we met him in the round 10. And Atlanta FaZe get that S&D win. Happy to see that Rio S&D. And 2-0 up in this series. They have achieved that flow state.
They could smell blood in that round 11. You could see it. All 4 of them together, pushing down ramp. And as soon as that player backed up at the dumpster side, they are in. 2 kills go their way over towards Garage, and that is the round. Draza turned it around after what was, I mean, he was having a fine performance, but made it just a very good one in those last couple of rounds. Really good performance from FaZe, who now have themselves a 2-0 lead and an S&D win over the side of Toronto Ultra. Is this now the time for them to turn their fortunes around against the Canadian side? A high-rise control will decide if we go any further. But man, I mean, look, Toronto Ultra were bringing that back to a certain stage there, but FaZe called game. I mean, 2 massive rounds to bring it back.
I mean, keep in mind, the round before Draza's ace, that was Ultra actually with Envoy on the flank. The first round we had where the First Blood team did not actually win the round. Thinking that might be the momentum shift, Draza just steals it right back. And honestly, not just like that top 5 play, maybe the #1 play we have seen of the week, but also a few rounds before where Atlanta FaZe checking all the corners, Scrap playing off angles, gets found out, Insight the same, Atlanta FaZe on point.
Fantastic work from Atlanta FaZe so far. 2 to the good up against Toronto Ultra. Map number 3 is going to be coming up next. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be a banger.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store. the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Here we go, then map number 3 coming up in between Toronto and Atlanta FaZe, and it's being, well, all really one-sided so far, but both these teams, we know what they can bring to the table heading into a control. This game could still go either way, but Atlanta FaZe really proving that they can hang with Toronto Ultra. The question has been asked so many on different occasions that we have seen so far this season, but Atlanta FaZe are not going anywhere here. Chance 2-0.
Not at all. I mean, this, again, looking at the pick and bans, as we can talk about the record runs that these guys have had. If we're talking about best teams of all time, Atlanta FaZe, especially in Cold War, was injected into the conversation. Guaranteed top 3, maybe top 2. We could talk about that on a different day. But it was the series count where they went 13-0, had an absurd map win percentage, plenty of 3-0s, so many wins on LAN as well. And Toronto Ultra matching it. So many series wins in a row. They have been nearly untouchable. But again, looking at the map pool that Ultra let get through in the pick and bans, they're testing the waters against Atlanta FaZe. Turns out the waters shark infested. They're getting limbs bit off left and right. You lose your perfect record on Karachi. Granted, a nail biter of a round 11 for the game too, but Atlanta come out on top of that as well. And now you have the least played control map for Toronto. They're going against Atlanta FaZe with a perfect record. So this is perfect records being risked on so many different fronts. And just the fact that it's Atlanta FaZe that could get the final stop before their series 13-0 got tied. Things could have been good. Turns out, though, Toronto players can't fly. CleanX and Insight never sprouted their wings. And that's almost certainly going to be a reset, some sort of issue. But that just means we get more time to wax and wane about Atlanta FaZe potentially getting a 3-0.
And look, I think it wouldn't be unprecedented coming into this that FaZe did this, but realistically speaking, it would be very, very impressive. You know, we talked about in the sense of that, you know, Toronto Ultra come into this and sort of said, yeah, okay, we got 6-0 on Real last time around. We want to try it out against the best other team in the game. We want to try our good maps. We want to try some of our bad maps up against them as well. But for all that it is down to these map picks coming in from Ultra, they want to try some things out. Still, credit where credit is due. Atlanta FaZe have looked fantastic so far in maps 1 and 2.
Yes, I mean, I think the interesting thing about this series is like Atlanta and Toronto, the expectation in a winners final or a grand final or something, maybe at every single major, but certainly the next one. That seems to be how things are shaping up, how the pick and bans are going to look different, what adjustments go through. If they happen to square up on a Rio S&D again, is Scrap ever going to try to play that weird off-angle top cat, or do you not even risk it? Do you back down and play safer? So it is just comparison of how do these teams look today versus how are they going to play each other against the major. So it is a learning experience and a learning series right now for both of these teams. But for Atlanta FaZe, it's vibes flowing. Again, Draza coming out with some cocky tweets. He has been known to do it, and so far he has absolutely delivered. Monster performance in game number 1. Him and Selly were lighting up the kill feed, and again, when things were looking a little bit sketchy, a little bit rough, Draza gives you the ace in round 10 to take that momentum. So here's a look at that scuff play. Shout out to the observers for catching this, by the way, because it is chaos in these moments to try to pick whose perspective you're gonna watch. But it is Draza the round before. Man can see through smoke, and here's him gunning down players left and right. I mean, that was the first blood he gets on CleanX. The rest is with the Renetti. Shots on point, easy wins there, and again, nice little reload, and drops the final guy as well, killing everybody on the map. Draza making his presence known.
Phenomenal from Draza. That was the turnaround, wasn't it? Oh, and he's letting them know. We can all let Brid. Don't necessarily need a repeat. But relevant of that, Draza's feeling himself in this Atlanta FaZe squad. It's got to feel good. You're going up against the team that really have had your number, especially finding a search and destroy against them. Look, you're Karachi, you know you're a good hardpoint team, you know Atlanta FaZe are going to come into that. The search and destroy has notoriously always been fantastic for them. So to find that after Ultra really have had them pegged in the corner here, the majority of the season so far, to get that back, there's got to be a nice feeling. Scrap clearly is not feeling the pressure though. My man, what year am I in? Is he going to fidget spinner?
That, yes, absolutely a fidget spinner. Look, man, he's a young guy. Fidget spinners, they stay around, different generation. But again, I think the calmness you see on Ultra, like obviously they're feeling the heat in this series, but again, this is a team that is already thinking long term. They have 200 CDL points already. I don't know if that's necessarily a guarantee that they make champs from this point on if they lose every single series from the rest of the year, but they're in a comfy spot, you know? You get to have fun, you get to relax. And that is, honestly, that's relatively impressive. I mean, the smiles on that guy. He can balance. What do you know? New tricks is like a seal.
I mean, we can't tell if Insight's succeeding, but maybe he is. Is Jamie able to do it as well? Oh, balance isn't quite there. Don't put your eye on it. Come on. Insight's far too old to be playing with a fidget spinner these days.
And look, and if you're looking at the player cams, keep in mind, in game, incredibly intelligent. Don't be fooled. Super smart in game.
Oh. Well, I mean, look, I think, you know, we do like to be body language experts. Chance we have been over these past couple of weeks, but Toronto Ultra don't look like a team who are doing this 0 down. Further kind of cementing that, you know, they are coming into this and trying out some things up against the best other team in the game. And that's how they're feeling about it. A 3-0, of course, they will not want it to happen. They will not want to have lost the first 2 maps by any stretch of the imagination. And they are heading into, well, their worst control map against FaZe is one where they are perfect, but Toronto Ultra will still be all smiles irrelevant. What happens here? They are playing the long game against FaZe, but FaZe for confidence, just to help them get things back up and running against this Ultra side. A 3-0 would be lovely. Heading into high-rise control, can they find it?
Yeah, absolutely. And just paying attention to the stats, by the way, it is a perfect record overall for Atlanta FaZe on the map. Their attacking rounds, a big reason why. It is the life count where they have the advantage, so they can spawn trap, they can slay, but Atlanta FaZe are also nearly perfect when it comes to the objective. When they get the wipes on the map, they're so quick to triple or quad hop the zones. They'll play the objective, they'll play the TDM, they can do it all. So Ultra gonna get pushed in this one. Couple kills coming through, easy wins already, and again, a double stack on A, but a time maybe to look for the spawn kills, but can't get them all. Nice little bounce back there from Ultra. They're keeping the map controlled.
No, if Salim gets taken down here as well, all of a sudden, and the FaZe are forced into their spawn. For what was such a meticulous start to the attack, almost playing like a search and destroy round. They don't find anything from it, but merely a touch over towards the A side. Now all of a sudden you are stuck in your spawn. And a couple of very, very good AR players going to keep you in there as well. Inside shot's not quite crispy enough to find the kill. That nade from Simp is probably going to be solid, but not solid enough. Shot's going to be coming in once again inside through this fence. It's not the easiest gunfight, but the gunfights for Atlanta FaZe are significantly worse. Yet to find one apart from Simp taking down Kleenex. It's been a clinic so far, and how to spawn trap from Ultra. They're locking them in eventually. Some respite for FaZe over towards the A side, but have they run out of time?
This is truly absurd as well. I mean, this is everybody on point with the crosses as well. This is Atlanta FaZe are going to have to flood into his zone, but they're going to flood into death straight out over towards A. Kleenex waiting for the gunfight that he knows is going to happen. The coordination, though, good enough to at least get a trade. Salim does have a trophy and a single reinforcement, but he doesn't have the big play. Abizi is going to fall. This is going to be the round. It's actually Draza that takes him down. 0.9 on the clock. Atlanta FaZe actually keeping it close. Somehow get the extra kills. And so desperate to stay alive. If they pull this off, this would be insane. But I think they might actually be able to get it.
It's looking like they have an opportunity. Gunfights coming on through. Scrap can find one. Inside's there to answer, though. They eventually do get them off. A minor scare for Ultra. Atlanta FaZe just about survive. Final kill coming through from Insight. Yeah, Ultra, I mean, for what, 75% of that round? Very, very solid locking it in.
That is a wild round, too. I mean, for the side of Atlanta FaZe, right? That is a decent opening break that instantly gets slammed in their face. Ultra get the map control. They nearly make some magic, but I mean, you got Scrap 9 and 2. Maybe the fidget spinner knows something I don't. Balancing on his nose. Now he lights up the kill feed in round number 1. Trying to follow things up. Abizi there for the first blood. Quick trades coming through, but Toronto, it's only a single man on the zone, and the teamwork always hyper efficient right there. Atlanta FaZe swarming the map, getting all the kills, got every lane covered everywhere Toronto tries to go. FaZe is going to be throwing bullets down range in your face. Trying to spread the map just a little bit, but right now it is sort of the situation. If you ever end up in the situation where you're coming out of your spawn, it is going to take a serious degree of effort to try to get out.
It's always tough, as we've seen it from the side of FaZe last time around. Gotta not get locked in there. They really can slow things down. Big gunfight coming through for a BC though over towards Kleenex, but a lot of good work from Toronto Ultra coming in over towards this B side. You want to hope you have your trophies down because there is nades plenty floating into it alongside of Atlanta FaZe players. Straza just absolutely loving every single gunfight with the Renani, and all of a sudden 4 down. You've got Celio in position to further cement this as well. And Void will find a kill pretty much immediately though, and that may well be the route out here for Toronto Ultra. It's more than a route out. They find 3 kills here, Chance.
And this is just on point again, just swarming right now. They are happy to see High Rise right now. A well-oiled machine and maybe a body on point right now on the B zone. Doesn't last long. Envoy's gonna fall. Draws there for the shutdown and pretty quick on the rotation as well. He actually gets the intel on Insights. And Toronto, following up, Insight with the kill on the right side of the map, opens up the left. Bodies on point. This is a triple stack coming through. The zone will go fairly quickly, and they're winning the gunfights as well. Kleenex has fall, so only a double stack. It's slowed down just a little bit, but that ever-present propane tank, it is going to kill anyone and everyone at every given time. Envoy, last one right now on the zone. 2 players behind him. Can't get it done. Atlanta FaZe swarm. Only 20 seconds left in the round.
Can they find one more push? Yes, oh, the transfer was looking good on Draza, but he just about survives, and if you're Insight, you're already buttered up. Draza is here. He will find the gunfight and a potential route over towards the B side. There's going to be a gunfight up against Celium. You're going to have to try and win or not. Get yourself into the corner, wait for your teammates to come on through. Stuns nades out. Hold it down if you can. Just not going to happen, though. It just has no cover. Nobody else was able to get out. Good hold from FaZe once again. Back-to-back defensive holds where not a single point taken. Ticks were taken by Ultra, I believe more so than Atlanta FaZe managed in their first attacking round, at least anyway. So a minor advantage for the Ultra side heading into round number 3.
I mean, honestly, I don't even know if the advantage necessarily exists for offense and defense, but the defenses have been clean. You can just see the way the game is almost like altered when it's teams like this that are playing, where Scrap's getting a kill down B Street, and he just pre-fires where he knows the trade is going to come from, because when you're playing against teams that have teamwork like this, you know the trades are going to be instantaneous. So it alters the way you have to play. You have to step your game up just a little bit. This is a high-pressure environment, and this is just Call of Duty that is almost atypical. It is difficult to make these adjustments. You got Scrap, by the way. The second time he's gone out towards the crane. Does end up getting traded. Salvo commences. Atlanta FaZe by themselves. A little bit of pressure on the B zone. Again, happy to play the objective, happy to stack when they get the opportunities, but for the moment, only 2 bodies on the corner.
Trying Ultra on the way over. Insight, not able to find an angle. Scrap's nades, though. Selling will be able to find one and Void, and all of a sudden these kills could fall the wrong way if you're a Toronto Ultra fan. Kleenex trying to lock something down to find one is miraculous. And now FaZe can get these 2 ticks in, maybe the 3rd in over towards B. Trophies on overtime. Trying to survive if you sell him inside the point. B is gone now, Chance, and all of a sudden their eyes are set on A. The ticks are over towards the FaZe side after those 3 are locked in at B. They'll have themselves some mid-map control. Toronto Ultra are fighting with their backs against the wall.
Good teamwork there from Celium, working with Simp in that moment, or working with Draza rather, but they're getting the trades. You can see they just slow the pace down as soon as they get one zone, go back to playing TDM, get those players in their spawn and kill them. Draza on a 5, can't get the 6, but the trades are always there. You still get the pressure on the zone. Maybe unfortunate that there isn't a trophy, but right now Atlanta FaZe on offense. They do it on the objective, they do it on the kills front. The objective might be stopped for a moment, but still up on 4 lives, and with 1 minute and 45, that is so much time for Atlanta to work with. As long as FaZe never get wiped out and forced directly back into their spawn, they might be fine for this round, but the Ultra have stabilized, bought themselves a bit of map control, and with that comes the kills, 2 in their favor. Atlanta FaZe, this is the delicate moment. Scrap getting the extra kills. You are consistently now working out of your spawn. This could be the problem.
The FaZe, though, I mean, you can see them trying to take their time with it just a little bit. Trophies now out. Working their way through this meticulously once again. Celium going to go for the challenge. Finds it on Insight as well. These toes sticking out and Kleenex will find them. Gunfights across the map are going to be important over this next 5-10 seconds or so, because that's going to set up how things start to roll. Envoy will trade this one out. Simp can't find the transfer. Insight is there to find another. Still map control not there for the defensive team, and Atlanta FaZe in a good spot. 3 lives up onto the zone we go.
Yeah, no trophies though. That might be the big issue, right? Every trophy they've thrown down has just gotten shot instantly by Toronto, but now the pressure around the objective. Cellium gets to fly, Cellium gets to deliver, and do a little bit of extra damage. That is 4 men down. You stack the point, you win the round. Atlanta FaZe, how quick that cookie crumbles.
Cellium goes huge, finds 2, just finds a small gap in the defense, and it's 2 easy kills from Cell to open up the round. Fantastic work from him. Simp is there to seal the deal. Atlanta FaZe 1 round away from 3-0ing Toronto Ultra. Going over towards the defensive side here as well, Chance. They got to be feeling confident. Ultra did bring some heat in their attacking round. It's going to need to be just that little bit warmer, though.
I like the play from Cellium at the end, right? Talk about feeling the heat. It is a small window of opportunity. Does he play slow around the point? There was a split second where he could be aggressive. He pounces instantly. So he's dialed in. He is bouncing. But once again, it is Draza right now, MVP of the series with 20 kills, leading the lobby. Ultra don't want that one to get away from him. He's able to get the first kill. You get CleanX behind enemy lines for the Trades B Street, and efficient for the moment. Simp causing problems. Trade's still there, but only 1 body on point. But Envoy right now, the omnipresent threat, able to get 3 kills, but it is still basically all up to Envoy. Can't get help around the zone. But he's done his job so far. 1 tick of progress already through. Envoy continues to collect kills. They cannot kill this man. Envoy somehow still alive and still begging for help.
1 kill off the cruise as well. Can he continue to lock this down? B looking like it was maybe going to go Ultra's way, but eventually FaZe will get some control. But pressure now coming in over towards the A side. But if you can find those kills if you're FaZe, things should surely be looking good. We'll get forced away, but we'll have another opportunity. Ultra with a really good start to the round, and will that pave the way for round number 5? Draza and Sim find a couple of kills, though. We'll slow Ultra down here after an electric start from the Toronto side.
And maybe a weird note, I think Draza has been the guy to get the kills with the exploding propane tank every single round, but another team kill coming through, unfortunately. Doesn't matter, not even a little bit. Atlanta FaZe, another 3 down. CleanX last man standing, trying to stay alive just to keep the map pressure available, but he's having to turn around. His teammates are stuck. He's trying to get out. He can't make it. He gets caught as well. Right back to square one, staring down the barrel of a hot 3-0 Toronto Ultra. This is the final push, the last-ditch effort, and you just look at the kill feed. It is Atlanta FaZe everywhere. You make a move to the objective, you're getting shot by every player on every single section of the map. Atlanta FaZe have strangled them.
Have to absolutely call everything in if you're Toronto Ultra now. 8 seconds, got to get towards a point, but you don't want to throw it over towards the B side. If Easy is there, can you get rid of him? Nothing found with the cruise missile. Draza will find another over towards B, and Cellium will call his in. The big guns are cold. The game might be with it as well. Atlanta FaZe, can they lock it in over towards the B side? The answer is absolutely yes, they can. 3-0 over Toronto Ultra. Statement win from FaZe. Draza letting them know Ultra back to the drawing board.
A learning series there from Ultra. They played with fire and they get burned. Long term, though, who knows how this is going to play out. But Draza going to have a little bit of fun along the way. Make no mistake, MVP in that series. He was absolute lights out, but again, against teams like this, it's a full team effort. Cellium also spectacular through and through, making the big plays as well. Atlanta FaZe go crazy. I'm telling you, that round 10 ace, I think, had a pretty big impact, and that might be the last time Toronto ever play games in the pick and bans against Atlanta. That's just stellar work through and through. Yeah, even Simp there in the damage category, that's efficient. That's a 3-1 on the high-rise control and a 3-0 overall. I think the Karachi might have even been the most impressive performance, man. Yeah. To take down Toronto for the 6-0 record that they had for a 250-172. I mean, they were on cruise control against the best hardpoint team in the game, and certainly had a battle there in the S&D, but maybe the only question Atlanta FaZe wanted to get answered against Toronto, they answered and passed with flying colors. So that is a beautiful look at 2 teams again. We are expecting to battle again at the Major.
100%. I think you look at maps 2 and 3 and you see if it goes FaZe's way. Not to be unexpected, but that map number 1 question marks will be asked. Desk, we said FaZe, well, I think the favorites were FaZe over your side of things, but I'm not too sure we thought a 3-0 was going to be on the cards there.
Did not.
It was a bit split, but no one saw this finishing less than 4 maps, right? I think we expected at least to see 2 hard points in this series. Atlanta FaZe, though, showcasing their strength across the board, and they really set the tone in that first hard point.
Oh, yeah, they definitely set the tone at first hard point. To break this streak right off of the bat was really impressive against Toronto Ultra, but I think map 2 had to be the best one for me.
Nameless, what did you think about the strength of Atlanta FaZe? What separated them against Toronto? Was it just the maps today?
Well, I mean, the maps played a huge factor. I mean, Toronto even coming into this, like, they go ahead and they ban Karachi S&D, where they're, like, dominant on that map. I think they're 6-1 on it. So, obviously, they're playing with fire a little bit. For Atlanta FaZe, when they see that map set going into it, like, okay, we have to dominate. And there were some clear, like, distinct differences from this and the finals. Like, in the finals for Atlanta FaZe, across the 2 search and destroys, they actually out first blooded Toronto, but lost 12-4 round count. They had that first blood battle won 11-6. Today, they were converting those first bloods into round wins in the search and destroy. So I agree. I think the Rio search and destroy is massive. Having that in their map pool now definitely gives them like a little bit of an edge. And then the pace of play that we saw on this control, beautiful, like strangling them. Like every time Toronto thought they would get out or Kleenex would get lost, he was finding kills. Still, the other players are in a spawn trap. It did not matter.
Map overall, the Rio definitely was the most competitive in this series, obviously because it went to a round 11. But what's insane is Atlanta was able to get up so far early in that search and destroy, and Toronto started catching on to what they were doing. Atlanta FaZe was just pushing out every single lane like hunter dogs on a map, and Toronto's like, all right, guess what? Kleenex is going to sit back. He's going to wait for those 2 players to push through. Guess what? He gets a 2-piece, pushes around 9. They tie it up 4-4. Atlanta's like, all right, now we go to around 11. We're going to 4-stack a smoke out van, and then Toronto just did not see it coming.
We have our Monster Winner Spotlight live right now, and it's with the man who was confident before the whole series kicked off. Draza is joining the show, and Draza, I got to ask you, tell me about the tweets. You were fired up coming into today's match.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to show everyone why we're the best team in the world, and I think we've been putting up a lot of hard work to show that, and we came out here and 3-0'd.
I love that you say that, Draza, because I want to ask, what is the difference for you as a player between Qualifier 1 and Qualifier 2? Because Qualifier 1 was solid, but you feel like a completely different player at this split.
Yeah, I think mostly my S&D, just playing more confident with the team and make sure we're running together. For me, it's just an S&D. But, I mean, listen, we're shooting on all cylinders, and we just 3-0'd them, so we're confident, and I'm happy with it.
Love it, Draws. With Search and Destroy, you guys have been solid at it all year. There have been a couple things like the First Bloods. You've been #1 at getting them, 8th at converting them, getting First Bloods, not winning the rounds. Talk to me about how you guys fixed that throughout this split. It's been getting so much better.
Yeah, I mean, it's honestly, it's just like not scamming after we get that first blood and taking solo chows. I did a bit against New York and it costed us. So I think it's just more so just running with your teammate, guaranteeing trades, because no one in this world can kill us. So if we're together, it's going to be that much harder.
Draza, how do you see the competition right now? Are there 3 teams at the top, 4 teams at the top? Who do you think competes for the title come Miami in 2 weeks?
Honestly, it's just us in Toronto, but as you've seen, we just 3-0'd them, so I think they're ass, and we're on top.
All right, with that comment then, what went wrong against the subliners? Was it just that last S&D?
I think they just exposed our S&D, and that's why we worked so hard on it and showed an S&D dub today. So, I mean, it's whatever. I mean, I think they're still ass too, but.
A 6-0 week as Draza gets to go celebrate. We'll see you on Twitter in a few moments.
Thank you.
All right, cheers, brother. Draza bringing that confidence to FaZe, man. And honestly, like with Slasher on the squad, they looked like a confident team. They looked like a structured team. But this is the type of guy who brings that passion, that fire to the matchup, which helps you win championships.
Yeah, he'll go up against Scrum, when it comes to those Twitter battles. So they needed somebody like that.
We're going to a quick break. Before we do, a reminder, come watch Draza in person. Shake his hand, get his autograph. All you got to do, scan that QR code today and pick up your tickets to watch the Miami Heretics Major II live, presented by Gamergy. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back, it's Minnesota Rocker. Can they get their first dub of the Major II Qualifiers? They're taking on the 1-1 LA Thieves after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now.
We were hyping this up, right? It's the fourth matchup. You know, we've seen you guys constantly in grand finals. You guys came out and made that look easy.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, we've been saying it online the whole time. Online respawns are different. No sound EQ, we're a way different team, and we just showed it right there. Also, people seem to forget who built that camp. I know how they play. I taught those kids how to play Call of Duty, so don't forget that. All right, like let's.
Bento first, bro. Bottom of the list. We start.
I don't even know why am I on the list, bro.
Is that Steve? Is that Mulch? That's Mulch.
Put him in D.
Oh my god.
The first time I met Steve, he was playing for a team called the E-Girl Slayers.
No.
No.
At UMG Philadelphia.
I think we throw him top S.
He's going to
next
be
crowd.
here behind me, baby. Let's go.
Hey, Ben, relax.
But to the right of Crowder, I think.
Calm down. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Fucking godlike to me. That's good to me.
This list is unbelievable.
This is a godlike list, I think.
Talk about aggression. Rocker, 4 players over towards A. Zoinks! There's the second from Alex. Third for Alex. Oh! Fourth from Alex, too. We missed it.
Congratulations, Chris Puckett, Esports Awards Lifetime Achievement winner, class of 2023. What do you think of my shirt today?
It is a choice. It's a choice.
Listen, guys, I put this shirt on. I felt pretty sexy, to be honest. Yeah, I looked in the mirror and thought, God damn. And then I got into the green room and everyone said, your shirt's too tight, you look like an idiot. And I was like,
It's just a little too small, but it works. Congratulations, Hydra, Esports Awards 2023 Controller Player of the Year.
Here come the Thieves. They cannot allow this to slip now. And there is snaking going on. Octane and Envoy have broken through. Ken finds one. Finds the second 1v1. And it's Clayster looking for the last. And they put it out. The Thieves are moving, but they are moving into the kill feed. And Legion has just made the greatest comeback in Hardpoint you will ever see.
Hydra straight back on it. He's got time to get it done. No one there to watch him. Will it go through? Formal! Oh, he kills him! Oh my God!
No! Subliner's got the win. He got the defuse, the kill. Did not come in time. You have the streaks. You have the bomb planted. You have every advantage in the world. But the defuse came through.
He got it!
By any means necessary. Everything I'm doing is legendary. Step in my office cause I'm a boss, not a secretary. Second to none, I am primary, not secondary. Give me the throne, I'm crown taker. Yeah, this is a rude awakening. Still got it on lock, you ain't getting the combination. About to shock the whole world, I am ready.
There's the play from Liz with the back line from the hip. Get some both.
I'm just getting started. Time to turn it up. Going off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Pinch, the pinch, mid-end. All 3 of them gone. Rocker, he's able to find another gunfight. Does he get the second hit? He does.
I'm coming with it, you feel it, I make it boom, boom.
Welcome back. It's the final fight here of our qualifier weekend. We had 3 matches on the day, and this one ends with a much-needed victory for both squads. We have LA Thieves sitting at 1-1, going up against an 0-4 Minnesota Rocker. who we should remind everybody was 0-4 before they finished 3-4 and eventually a top 4 at our Boston Major, Allie.
I mean, I guess history could repeat itself for Minnesota Rocker. They are coming off a loss to the Atlanta FaZe, but if you dive deeper into the numbers, it was a fairly close 3-0. I mean, about a 50-point Rio HP, a 2-round search and destroy, and they go to round 5 invasion control. So still some opportunity here for the Minnesota Rocker. It's just about getting Lynn some help in the slaying department, to be honest, when it comes to some of these series against top teams.
Nameless, I'm looking at the numbers. They've been to 3 Game 5s in a row before getting run over by Atlanta. What's going wrong in the Minnesota camp? Something has to be right to take teams to that Game 5.
Yeah. I feel like, they're like decent across the game modes. It just feels like there's like been a unique problem in each different match that you can look at. One thing, I went back and I rewatched a couple of their series. Feels like they're not that great at tracking names, especially in the controls. Like, we saw it one time, like, it worked out in their favor. Asim got behind him for like a minute and a half, could have spelled trouble. But one time, Shotzi gets behind them in the hardpoint, then gets behind them in the control, and the same thing happens, the same result. And it just feels like sometimes they get stagnant on the map. So that's something I'm looking for improvement on today. And then also streaking the wrong way. Series 5 loss streak in our Monster Energy pregame showcasing. Now they're on a 4 HP loss streak with a -10 average margin. Yeah, I mean, if you look at their map pool, it's not that deep. They tried to play a couple of sub bases. Now they're at 0-4 on it, pretty much negative on every single map that we have in our rotation besides Terminal and Rio. And Rio is now going to be auto-vetoed against them versus all the middle and bottom of the pack teams. So it's going to be tough for Minnesota to get out of this rut.
We saw LA Thieves forced to go to a round 11 Game 5 against Miami. Another one could be in store for us, and honestly, it becomes a coin flip if that happens because Minnesota, just 4 round wins out of your 3 Game 5 games you've played. On the other side of this matchup, Thieves clutched up. Let's talk about this matchup against Miami. It was sloppy. It was entertaining. Ghosty fired up from the first 10 minutes of the series, and they kept that energy the entirety of that battle.
Yeah, Ghosty went off in that series. He had 20,000 damage, by the way. Led the lobby, 1.14, kind of exactly what you needed to see. The first blood battle was certainly won, 15-4. So the preparation was there. They're gelling a lot better than last team.
Absolutely, and his biggest impact was in that Game 5 when it came to that turn 1 search and destroy, because he was that solo man that had to defend a site inside of plane by himself throughout the entirety of it. And when it comes to the Monster Energy pregame, it's just about those opening duels when it comes to those search and destroys. That is the 2 maps that they were able to take on Miami, and the reason that they were able to win those series is through their search and destroys. Now the respawns, they're keeping them close. That was around 5 control. That was within 20 points when it comes to the hard point. So they're able to hang. I think the biggest thing when it comes to this series right now is going to be that control, just because every SMG on LA Thieves has a 0.8 right now, and slaying is important in this game. It's going to be important in this series, and 2 teams that are struggling in that category.
Nameless, we've only seen 2 matches from LA Thieves.
Yeah.
Only 2 matches with this new roster. What do you want to see from the squad today?
I want to see them, show something in Hardpoint, right? Like, Miami Heretics haven't looked that great, so we can't take too much from that W. This is a true test versus a team that has proven to be good. Like, they can contend with the best of them. So for LA Thieves, they need to come out, show some strength in Hardpoint. That's why they made this roster change. They also have their best control. I mean, we're talking invasion. They've never lost a defense on that map. So the maps are good for them. It's a great opportunity to get a dub.
Allie, who gets more kills today? Nasty or Afro from the UK?
That's a hard one. I might have to go with Nasty just because he's been consistent.
All right, let's see if the maps and modes are going to support that answer. Will the AR be able to pop off while he gets invasion 3 times to start things off? A skid row for our second hard point, and we could close it out with a terminal search and destroy. Nameless, how does this play out?
Yeah, I just think the big revelation here from Minnesota is they're now getting rid of Karachi S&D consistently. They were losing it over and over, costing them series. So now we're going to see how they fare on term. I mean, they're 2-1 on the season. So if it goes Game 5, though, it's going to get interesting.
Time to lock in our scuff pick'ems, and I'm going to kick things off. They started 0-4 before rattling 3 wins off. Minnesota starts that trend again going into Miami.
This was a tough one. This is probably the one I had to think about the most going into today. I'm going to go with LA. I don't know. I feel like they're finally going to gel.
And you love Dan Ghosty. He's the man.
He is my bestie. He's one of my friends.
He's one of the best to watch. All right, let's keep going.
I'm going Minnesota Rocker. I think they take this one.
Minnesota Rocker fans, I'm feeling some Thieves. No, they're siding with Minnesota. Everyone thinks that Minnesota is getting their first W. We'll find out if the casters agree. We got I Hold Shift, the fantastic golfer, but this friend Study, who doesn't go outside.
Oh.
Wow, okay, shots fired by Chris Puckett. I will say, I've seen Chris Puckett on the golf course. Watch out, golfing friends. That guy is a menace, and not in the ways that you'd expect. This is an interesting one, though. I like the Deskin already said, there's opportunities for both sides. I think largely because of the map pool that we have here, Jay.
Oh, yeah, there's opportunities definitely for both sides. Obviously, for LAT, they're happy as hell that they got a bunch of invasions, more specifically that invasion control sitting at that map number 3. But I just think if you're Minnesota, you got an opportunity to potentially right all your wrongs. I know you're sitting at 0-4 in the stage, but you had to play 3 of the top 3 teams that we have in the game. You went to game 5 with 2 of them. Obviously, you got ran by Atlanta FaZe, but this common factor for all those matches have been they ain't got no ice in game 5. And now you're going up against LAT, who are 2-14 in HP. Obviously, they're led by this young man in Dan Ghosty, who's number 4 overall hardpoint KD throughout this stage. 1.14. He's taken over, but even for the rest of his SMGs, like Ali said on the desk, they haven't really been performing the best. Kremp is sitting at the lowest hardpoint KD all throughout the stage at a 0.7 run. So I want to see that guy turn it around, and this map number 1 is a good case of it.
Yeah, absolutely the case, as we will get Minnesota spawning on the left-handed side. They will get to the hard point first. Thieves just trying to feel things out. It's Lin's nice little route being hit as, again, one of the big Rookie of the Year candidates starts things off nice and saucy. 2 for him. Vivid following up, and there's already that SMG gap starting to come through a bit.
Yeah, that's good stuff right there from Minnesota. You get the initial 3 kills. You're on the initial time. You're already at 50 seconds to your belt. Now you're already going to start thinking about that rotation over towards B2. As LAT are putting a lot of pressure through the middle of the map. You have Cafe. They have find a break at least for a little bit of time, but it's still Minnesota coming out on top in these trades, maintaining that map control.
It's just when you see the SMGs for Rocker start like this, you get a little bit wearisome, I think, if you're anyone on the other side, because we've seen moments where Linz and Vivid collectively can sometimes look like one of the top SMGs do in the league. It just comes down to will they do it on a consistent basis. That's been the bigger issue. As Vivid now flexing back to the MCW, keeps this entire left side street safe. Linz, Vivid just doing it all. I mean, it's just them in the kill feed, left, right, center, upside down, inside out. Minnesota Rocker off to the races.
Yeah, they're doing it the Rival 9 MCWs. It does not matter. They are knowing exactly what is going on the map. The fact that he's still alive, all right, finally, good job from LAT to take care of Vivid. Now you can approach the front side of this hill. You also have a player going on the pinch, but that's easily read by Awakening. Great shots to knock him off of that head glitch, and only 35 seconds left. LAT, they have to make a decision now. Are we going to continue to be aggressive? We need to, because we can't give up all this time, but we don't want to be that aggressive to where we start spawning out towards Palace. That's exactly what's happening as Minnesota are already thinking a step ahead.
Yeah, this is stifling from the Rocker. Oh, man, goodness. Accuracy, a little spin, keeps the entire DVD alley completely safe. Vivid even working for a little bit of finesse on the scrap time, and this looks like a revitalized Rocker team. They are moving quick around the map.
Yeah, they're just not playing a top 4 team. This is what they're going to look like. They're playing against a Hardpoint roster who only found 2 W's so far in the season. Gifted a rotation over towards Bathroom. Now LAT force a break on in again. Sending a couple players to the backside. One player playing patient through the front. They should be able to find a timing in towards Mannequin. Nasty gets it done with 2. Now you have the pressure. That's 3 dead. Make it all 4. The break is there for LA, but it's still close spawns there for Minnesota.
One more chance to possibly fight back here. Good read by Nasty, and I will say, talking about debuts on a new roster change, Nasty has looked particularly good considering the hardpoint record for LA Thieves has not been all that stellar. So great stuff here from the Thieves. 25 seconds to the fight for. Opportunity for Rocker to try to finesse some of the scrap time. You've got Accuracy and Awakening working for it, and wow, clean kills across the board. Thieves will get broken, and now all of a sudden they find themselves spawning a little bit further away than they'd like to be able to contest this new hill.
Yeah, that's just too easy right there. If you are Minnesota, at least you get the close spawns over towards gas to reinforce quickly, and they make it count. As they walk away with that final 20 to 25, still keep about a 55 to 60 point lead. But now you're going over towards the P4, where everyone in rank play knows you're not going to get a lot of time off of this hill. You're more focused on maintaining that map control, finding the kills around the hill. And that's exactly what Linz is doing. He does get done down by Ghosty. So Minnesota are forced now to try to break in. You have a couple players who are swanning over towards Palace, and LAT, believe it or not, they're doing a great job of soaking a lot of time here.
Yeah, this is exactly how you claw back into a game that's been a blowout to start the first 3 hard points. Get to your mixiest hill and try to find a way to earn some early time. Now, that said, first 30 seconds was decent, but now you've got that parallel mix over towards this back Palace position. Vivid from the sandbags, clean shots all around as Nasty's trying to fight back. Trophy system keeps his Semtex safe, and wow, this has been really good from Thieves. I mean, they get a lot of the early time, and then as soon as things start to get a little bit more contested, they flip the map around. This is perfect.
Yeah, this is perfect, because the fact that no one was going to contest Ghosty as he's laying down behind the motorcycle, I thought you have that angle from top American, but Wasn't able to spot him, so LAT walked away with at least 20 to 25 seconds on that P4, and they're gifted the rotation over towards P5. It's now Minnesota are forced to break right on in. Awakening might have found the timing. Nope, Kremp is able to take care of him, but the rest of the teammates, they're trying to flip those spawns through back gas.
A good stun check, though, coming on Nasty. Alerts him that there is going to be a play over through this Rug's position. Lynn's giving him a good go of it, but Nasty up and over with the pistol. Finishes off the kill. Now for Minnesota, it has to be hitting from the front. And Awakening pushed aside by Afro means that, again, the alarm bells are ringing. Thieves know exactly where this hit's coming from.
You just got to be ready for these fights. You have all the proper cuts being watched, not the overextension though, as accuracy starts it off with the first. Awakening in Lynn's, Awakening with the final as he finds a double on the point. They get the break with about 20 seconds left. They're still in control of this HP. And as we get into the second half of these hard points, LAT, they just got to do a better job putting themselves early at the hill, because that was 3 of the first 4 hills that we had in the game where Minnesota were winning the rotations every single time. A little bit better from Thieves. They'll be able to take this lead and blow it wide open.
Okay, 3 in a row for Afro as well, by the way. Getting the job done with the Rival 9. Looks like it's a 3-1 compositional switch up, so we're not really seeing Kremp use the Rival all that often. Headed out for a couple of hills, but mostly it's on Afro, who does not get away, so his streak will end at 4. But for LA, still an opportunity to try to break through. Kremp nearby, looking for the contest. It's only Awakening on the hard point for now. Help nearby as Lenz is trying to play a little bit deeper, and then you've got Vivid right over the top of the tank, and yeah, the setup looks pretty darn good. Nasty trying to break from behind, and he actually kind of sneaks past Vivid, who eventually gets taken out. So good moment here from Thieves again.
Yeah, it's a good break coming in from Thieves. Way to play it patient, work your way through DVD cut, work your way through Cafe, take control of those sides of the map. But that's Minnesota instantly breaking right back on in. They're going to potentially walk away with this final 15. Thieves have to execute this break, and they also have to find a break in towards P2. So let's step aside and see how they set that one up with a listen with LA.
I'm pretty sure. One's gonna be close on this. I got naded. Wake's like that front green, I think. I'm red. Take your time. Take your time. Run so cool. Single wake on the mark.
He control one shot. Wait, he's in broken. Run him. There's a bullet.
Wait for yours.
Oh, you're not close. He's gonna regen.
I'm gonna need him. Listen, don't play bit of me.
I'll come here.
Across. Make sure they're broken. Make sure they're broken.
Didn't clear him top. I didn't need him top.
You might be holding low. You might be holding low.
Let's go. Ready? 3, 2, let's go.
Ready? Yo, low dead. Let's go, man. Maybe no. How much here?
On the tractor.
Second time.
Tractor release. One shot. Tractor 2. Tractor 1 shot and then square. Tractor 1 shot and then square.
Tractor.
Deep shoot.
Time weak. Line down. He's
leaning right to time. I'm leaning right to time.
Left the tree. Watch out. Watch out.
Either cross. Green crossing. He's on the tank. What's the time? Watch out. Watch the square.
Left the tree. Mid. Green out. Do it always to the back now. Already to the back. Guns blue. No problem. Already crossed down. Already crossed. 100%. I'll spawn out against space.
Reset back.
Okay, Wake's
yeah, well, that's like cool. Let's
I'm
right now.
okay,
That's like cool.
Wake's hitting the right down.
Mid tank.
The right
tank.
Right, tree tank mid.
Alright, one gets in deli. In deli.
I have deli trap.
Might spawn out, boys. I might
One's
spawn out.
calf going one.
Trying to get across.
They're up there, guys.
We can 60 here. We can 60 here. He's on new.
I already crossed.
He's not challenging. He's not challenging. I'll challenge up and do one shot more.
One's going cool.
Decent moments through P2, and more importantly, when you thought that the gap wasn't being tightened up enough, here's Thieves with the close spawns towards gas and the quick break back into 3. Jay, this is looking decent.
Yeah, this is good right here from LA. Obviously, the energy was there when you jumped into the listening. Just too much energy at some time. I thought those guys are twisted, but they win the rotation this time around over towards bathroom. But how long can they hold? You have a player from Rocker working his way through back gas. One player from Thieves actually spawns behind him towards Palace. So potential pinch on the cards for Minnesota.
Very difficult gunfights as Minnesota try to work their way across the street, but they're finding every single one of them somehow. Kremp now forced to jump out of the hard point, and it's almost a little bit too easy there for Minnesota. 4 straight kills come through. Scrap time going to be earned, and now we go over the battleground that is this 4th hard point at the park, where again a lot of this is just fighting over the top of it, not necessarily in it.
Yeah, and this one's going to be a little bit different this time around, because if you are Minnesota, you are trapping them in towards the backside of Palace. At least if you are Nasty, though, you get a spawn out towards the end of gas, so you can potentially set up a pinch as Lynch tries to jump on in, tries to soak the time, and Kremp makes them pay for it. He finds a double. Now the spawns flip for Minnesota. Rocker, LAT doing a great job again at soaking the time in towards B4.
Yeah, really good evaluation on when they can get into these hard points versus when they need to be playing for the kills. You saw it from the first time you were here from the unfavored side of the hard point. Now, as you're getting some decent kills around that AS&D and over towards the water street, they're finding ways again to just dig into this deficit in places where you would not expect them to. Awakening trying to find his way back in, but it's Kremp who denies. So once more, hard point goes neutral. We'll have a 20-point game.
Yeah, they just have to be able to read this finesse play out of Linz, who's already made his way out through that left street.
You have Afro sort of aware, knowing that at least one player has slipped on by, but does he check this spot? He might have got a read on it, and he does exactly that to win the fight. Great job from Afro to gift his team the rotation over towards next. They're going to start off with this initial time, and they can potentially take the lead here if they can hold on for some good time.
Crucial moment in this game, right here, right now. Ghosty does well over towards the old third hard point. Watching this cross, making sure there's no overextension over towards the gas side. Meanwhile, Thieves, with their focus towards the front, do have a couple of members in place to try to make sure no one steps even further towards this hard point. Watch out for Crep, he kind of spawns out here. Afro needs to keep his life. Finds the first, awakening from behind, taken down, and the first 30 seconds go the way of the Thieves.
And now they have the perfect reads. You cut down the player who's setting up for the pinch, and now you know all of Minnesota are going to spawn in towards the backside of gas, and Afro's hold down this hill to the T. Eventually does get naded out. Vivid trying to reinforce in towards the point, but the rest of LA, they're still here. They're still contesting. Ghosty with some great shots. They find themselves up by 17 points. They have breached that 200-point mark. Can't allow this time to go to Minnesota. It's been a very, very scrappy hard point from start to finish, but this time LAT, they're going to be the team with the better side for P1.
Yeah, big gunfight win by Afro means that DVD control goes the way of the Thieves, which means early and easy entrance into the hard point. Now it's a 20-point game the other direction. Thieves starting to run away with a little bit of daylight. Cramp over the top, almost snaps back over to get a second, leaving Nasty by himself. Difficult 1v1 with Linz and just tries to bail away, not quite able to get back towards Alley, and Minnesota will secure a break with now some good map control as well.
Yeah, this is good for Minnesota to find the break early on, not let this score get out of hand. Still a 15-point hard point between both of these teams. You have a couple players from Minnesota trying to think early off that rotation. It's going to be Vivid as the rest of his team find 3 in a row, but those kills can come back to bite them because you do not want them to spawn over towards gas. The one-on-one gunfight in towards the new rotation of the hill. Wow, they're still getting all that time. Crep manages to win it, and now that's 3 dead. It's only Linz.
Wow, and Linz will drop. You do get a couple of the Rocker members that will spawn close. They can try to contest Thieves members, trying to reinforce the hard point, but the angles are not all that great. And you can see Awakening is a bit weary that someone has pushed even towards Ice Cream, which has not been the case. So Thieves will get a little bit of scrap time. Ghosty coming off the old time also reduces this Rocker setup. Thieves can find a way to win it right here.
And this play all comes down to what Liz can get done. He was blessed with a pinch spawn, but he gets nothing for his efforts as they find 3 in the feed. LAT perfect on the setup. You got all of Minnesota Rockers spawning towards the bad side of Palace. 15 seconds until they're able to take map 1.
And the guns are up. Everyone looking right down this back lane if you're Thieves. First kill for Awakening decent. Crep can't quite slide away. Hardpoint goes neutral. This could be a 1v1 for the game. Ghosty trying to work his way into the hill, and he's able to take down Vivid. Can anyone catch Ghosty in time to stop the game from ending here? Yes, they can. It's Linz for a double. Still 20 seconds to fight for. We're not done yet. It's just down to can Minnesota get into the hill? No, not gonna happen. Afro able to take a couple of eliminations. Vivid from behind may bait both of them down, and sure will. We'll get a foot race to the new hill here, Jay.
You got to go to the new hill. You see those 2 players from LAT. They're going to spawn over towards Palace. So you have the numbers. You just have to get towards the bathroom.
They're in. First couple of seconds are tallied. Ghosty just stay alive, and Nasty on the cross, able to find the last kills needed. Whoa, it got tight. Couple of heroic moments. I think it starts with Crep over towards 2, and then Nasty and Ghosty win the foot race over to 3 just in the nick of time.
And that was such a bang over hard point between both of these 2 teams. Obviously, LAT, they're going to get excited. They've only been able to find 2 hard point wins on the whole season, but add another one to the tally as they clutch up towards the very end of that game. It just started off when they started to take great time over to P4, but every single time at P5, even though Minnesota were hitting routes, trying to get it to the time, that was the hill that LAT were able to dominate. When you get back over to basically a tie game at the end of that P1, off the rotation to P2, you called it perfectly. Crep finding 2 through the backside of Gauges, with his teammates finding another couple kills. You spawn all of Minnesota Rocker towards the backside of Palace. That's exactly what you need to do. They don't win it there. They're blessed to at least find the 2 players off the rotation over towards next. They stayed out on the hill. They close out the W. I thought Minnesota Rocker, at least the way they started, they were going to come out swinging, but LAT, they shut me up, and they take map number 1.
And how much of that, and we're going to look at this when it gets to the game flow eventually, the only reason that LA Thieves win this game in my mind is how well they played the 4th hard point.
Yes.
I mean, they had to have found what, 60 to 70 seconds worth of their total time on the 4th hardpoint. I don't think I've seen any team do that to this point since the change has come through. So again, I love that, because the first time we're there, it's almost a necessity, right? Like the game's getting out of hand and Thieves essentially commit to playing around the 4th hardpoint, and it's right here where they're able to turn essentially what was a 50-point gap into like a 20-point gap, and then they do the same thing on the second rotation as well. It's really kind of a display that we have not seen yet. It's great news for Thieves in that comeback effort.
That's insane, because like you said, man, it's unbelievable the fact that they were able to walk away with a majority of that time at one of the most difficult hills to soak anytime. You got players spawning in towards Palace. There's so many different angles you have to check, but they were just not playing for that player on hill. They were playing for the kills around it to lead to the break. That eventually is what get Thieves the W at the very end. Back and forth hardpoint in the game number 1. But if you are LAT, you take a hardpoint, which has been a struggle all season long. You are happy as hell about it. He also knocked down Minnesota Rock, who used to be stellar at game 1. So remember the point of the season when they were like 6-1? That now puts them at 8-8. So they have just been struggling overall in this stage. And LAT, they take full advantage of it.
That's a really, really good point. Yeah, we saw that time and time again throughout the entirety of the Major I qualifiers. Even in that skid where they were losing series, they were doing a great job in map number 1. And yeah, take a look at the gap here. So from 4 to 5, 63 to 100 points the first time we were there, and then the second time, another 20 or so points, or yeah, about 20 another. So yeah, give them 60 seconds worth of time that they were able to earn total off of P4. That is not something we see all that often, and was definitely the reason that Thieves were able to keep this game close enough to eventually take the lead.
Yeah, and it catches Minnesota off guard. Now you are down 0-1 in the series. You are going into an invasion strip to destroy. We have an invasion fiesta to start off this one as we take a look at the maps and modes. Obviously, map number 1 goes to LAT, Invasion Search and Destroy, followed by Invasion Control, where if you are LAT and you see these next 2 maps, you are foaming out the mouth, because that Invasion Control, you are still, even with roster changes, the number 1 team to never lose a defensive round on Invasion Control. So starting up 1-0, winning a hardpoint, you're feeling great.
And on the other side, this may lead us towards prospecting towards a potential map 5 situation, which you heard the desk and we talked about a little bit. Minnesota Rocker doesn't want to go to map 5.
No ice, brother.
So,
no ice.
Negative ice. It's so warm in Minnesota when it comes to map 5. It's unbelievable. But the Invasion Search and Destroy, before we start talking the control, because like you said, LA Thieves have been putting on a defensive masterclass there. The search has been a bit peculiar, I would say, largely on the Minnesota side. We talked about it a little bit with their opening dual win percentage being pretty high, but their conversion rate on this map not so good. So it's just, again, finding a way to use your numbers a bit better if you're the Rocker.
It just doesn't make sense to me on a map like Invasion, where you put yourself in a majority of these rounds in a 4v3. How are you the worst team at converting it? It doesn't make sense. Second overall on the map when it comes to First Bloods. First on the defensive side when it comes to First Bloods, but everything after that is 12 in conversion rate. Like, if you're Minnesota Rocket, that tells you one thing. Like, if we get the first pick, let's not do anything we don't need to. We have everything in front of us. We can even allow the bomb plant and retake in a 4v3 scenario. That's better chances of us going out and challenge one-on-ones. And on the opposing side for LAT, obviously they have been struggling. They haven't really won a lot of series, but the good thing for them on this map is one thing that they tend to struggle with is their attacking rounds. They're 11th overall. But everything after that, when they get the bomb down, it's 100% win rate. So I think if you're Minnesota, you need to stop that bomb play from LA. And if you're LA, just get the bomb down and probably not get first blooded.
Yeah, that's the other caveat. Just don't get first blooded. So we'll see how things go. Minnesota going to be on the offense first. Bomb will be left in spawn, looking for some opening engagements.
Not ideal.
Nades in long-range AR fights, but Lins will step back, pick it up, and now we can start the round, essentially.
You see LAT set up very, very default. You have Afro playing really close over towards stages so he can avoid the nades because he doesn't have a trophy system to assist him. But it's going to be Awakening, finding that first blood onto player in mid-courtyard, and now it's all out aggression for Minnesota up the middle of the map.
Smoke will allow Lins to get a little frisky here at mid-tank, but as soon as that dissipates, he, as the bomb carrier, will have to back up, and it's just a quick, immediate reaction to the setup and information that Minnesota were able to tally together. So now Thieves are a bit in a weird position, stuck in a 3v4 post plant. Afro has to rotate over. You've got Awakening watching this, or he was. Now being contested on both sides, and wait a second, we got a 3v3 here, Jay.
Yeah, Afro's able to even up the numbers, finds the timing. Gets sets up by his teammate to take down Awakening. So with only 25 seconds left, he's able to get a little bit more information, can potentially send another player in. Wow. And that's exactly what happens. Ghosty takes down Lynch. Nasty reads the pinch. Now it's all up to Vivid in a 1v3.
Bomb being defused, but Afro comes around just as soon as Vivid gives up the angle. Wow. I mean, It really just comes to a grip of Afro finding the timing on Awakening through mid. Like, flat out. If Awakening watches that the entire way through and Afro falls, that post plant looks very different.
It's just different for Minnesota because they are 12th in post plants as well on this map. Everything on the attacking side, they just struggle with. Even finding the first blood, you're in the 4v3. It's a 3v4 retake, and somehow, some way, you still manage to lose the round due to some bad timings that you get there. But that's LAT retaking successfully. Like you said, off the back of the first kill that comes in from Afro. He forces Minnesota Rocket to now change their setup a little bit, gets more info in towards Cafe, sets up his teammates, and LAT take the first round.
Big first round for Thieves. Nades deep over through B alley from the defensive point of view. Thieves are fine, shrug most of it off. SMG setup here for Afro again, so look to them to maybe possibly get aggressive over towards A through this Cafe window, and that seems to be the case.
And you know that Lens for the Minnesota Rocker, potential Rookie of the Year candidate. Always loves to play around this A site. He's always changing his corners up, and he's going to get tested early on, but he finds the first blood. This time, your Minnesota Rocker, another man advantage. Let's just make sure we're playing the proper way. Buddy system.
Couple of tags from Afro. Awakening still holds on to this mid-tank position. You have Vivid, who's watching the long A road, and then this crossfire setup here at mid. Thieves looking to just test it. No, not going to happen. Lynn's good for a second. And there's really not a lot of options here for the Thieves as Minnesota starts to get aggressive. Bomb carrier now drops, and it looks like they know exactly where Ghosty's positioned. Give Linz 3 in the round as Minnesota bounce back.
Yeah, that's exactly what you need to do if you're a Minnesota Rocker. Just shut down that early aggression. You show presence at that B point. You're not able to push up aggressively because you know Vivid was roaming in towards Broken, but Linz gets it done at this A site. Finds the first kill, finds the second, and then eventually finds the final. Turn himself 3 on the round. Was ready for the Cafe push. They tie the game up at 1, but now you're going back to the attacking side where both teams now have trophy systems.
Changes the setup, you'd think, pretty dramatically.
Yeah.
So let's see what they have to offer. How about aggression from Thieves? I mean, how about aggression from Thieves? Opening nades from Ghosty, he does back off, but a double hit over through Dark, plus Cramp looking to get aggressive over this mid-tank. Little bounce pass off the wall from Linz does not quite land, so Thieves' defensive setup is still pretty concealed, but that opening aggression doesn't really amount to anything until Nasty finds accuracy at tremendous range down B Street. Thieves now in a 4v3.
Yeah, that's good work right there from Nasty. Obviously, accuracy was just simply playing for the info if anyone crosses the Broken, but get his call off guard. At least the first blood coming in for LAT, and they're already taking ground. Look how aggressive they are, knowing that accuracy is usually the player to watch flank. He drops, we're instantly pushing through.
Yeah. And Kremp is in a position to completely just blow up this round. Ending that Minnesota don't get a quick transition through Dark over towards B, and they don't. Afro's right there to meet it at range. So now it's just down to Linz for a 1v3, and he is in the Bermuda Triangle of LA Thieves defenders. I mean, they're watching him from every angle. No way, no how he gets out of that. Thieves good for another clean defensive round.
And that was just Nasty getting nasty with it over towards that B point. I'm pretty sure he's able to earn the ace on the round. Gets the first blood, finds Awakening on the back end to snap onto the third player through mid-cut. And then knowing the positioning of Linz, takes down the final. Finds himself on a 4 streak, ending that round. And now LAT is starting to get that momentum. If you can get Nasty to earn the next 2 kills, you can basically put one of the offenses on your back pocket. Now LAT are back in the attack.
Spam shots from Nasty. Nades going his direction. Tags him a touch, but he'll regen off of it, no worries. Minnesota still playing pretty aggressive. Keep your eye on Linz. I mean, he is far up into DVD alley, and he's looking for more here. He may find timing behind this LA Thieves setup, and he sure does. Gets the kill, gets out of there, and now once more, you've got Rocker with defensive numbers.
Nasty at least gets the info of him rotating back out. So now you know that Minnesota are just going to be setting up for crossfires. Now you have info on 2 players on the right side of the map. So the play call might be not to contest this right. Yeah, let's just rotate it over back to Jose. As Ghosty's trying to now take ground up through the Water Street side. It's actually no one looking in that position. It's Vivid that was going back and forth, but if Ghosty can just push on through, he might find a timing to win a round.
The thing about this is the Thieves would want Nasty to help join them, but he also needs to make sure that Minnesota can't rotate over defensively from B to A. Problem gets a little bit more extended, though, as more members for the Thieves will drop, leaving Ghosty by himself. 1v3, not a lot of time, no bomb. The laundry list gets longer the more you rattle it off.
1v3 with that bomb being down still. It's not enough. for Ghosty to work with. Too many things he has to check on his way out of Mannequin. He's not going to have a time to even think about that objective. He's just going to play his time, try to find an easy kill, and eventually runs into the preem of accuracy, who I've been a really big fan of this season so far. Like, accuracy, ever since changing from tactical to default, he's been a completely different player.
Yeah,
man.
true.
He's been great for this Minnesota Rocket roster.
Yeah, and it's one of those things like, you know, I think the thing about it is the first stage, we talked about this actually when our first time that we casted over Rocker, was like, there was definitely a tempo issue between the SMGs and the ARs.
Yeah.
But since that little 3 series win streak they went on, kind of near the end of qualifiers into the major, and since that point, it doesn't look like that's much as the case anymore. Maybe some considerations about what you get out of Awakening from a day-to-day basis, but it definitely is. This has been the fastest we've seen Lamar play in a while. I think it's what it kind of feels like.
Yeah, he's playing great, man. And there, they actually have an opportunity as well if they can walk away with this series W to potentially walk away with 3 and 4 again, because their next two matchups are versus Seattle and Miami. Very winnable series for Minnesota Rocker. You just got to get this one out the way. They're back on the attacking side. This time they were able to at least spot no players crossing in towards Broken. Krep finds the first bullet on an Iron player and Vivid. Now this is going to cause some mayhem for Minnesota. They now have to worry about their flank.
They will have numbers to possibly approach Nasty, but he is just so covered down by the tractor. Smoke out for Linz, is trying to isolate this gunfight, but like you said, a lot of worry about what's coming along the flank, and it is Kremp along the flank. Awakening drops, Lin's only able to tally 1 before eventually falling, and it's just defense for defense, round after round for both these two teams.
Yeah, defensive square up, but I think if you are Vivid in that situation, you just cannot afford to die on the island for the player that's watching the flame, because it slows down everything else for the rest of your teammates. They now have to focus on their back, focus on isolating the player in the front and mid-cut. It's just too much to watch when you drop one player first early into the round. LT, they capitalize on that perfectly. Nasty pulling a page out of Accuracy's playbook where you talk about playing over towards a tractor at B. Just dancing around that one, stays alive long enough. LAT back on top.
Who's going to break up this defensive onslaught? As Rocker, wow. You've got Linz again getting aggressive, but for the first time it's on the A side of the map. All but he's been seen. Nasty catches this. So if you're Thieves, do you read this and say, let's just go play our 4v2 on B here? Because you know you've got players deep, but if that were to have been the consideration, the decision comes in too late. Now Minnesota have returned over and have a lot of defensive focus on B.
Yeah, they have Lamar obviously playing towards the backside of this tractor. You also have cover fire from Vivid through the backside of the wall. And it's already been 30, making 40 seconds knocked off of the game clock. LAT do not have any information, so it's going to be a nice and slow rotation back over through Cafe. You got to check every single corner before you decide to commit towards the spot play.
The thing about it is Linz has gotten a good read on this. Smoke comes out, but more hit markers will be tallied. So Minnesota will be very aware that, yep, Thieves have tried at least initially rotated over towards A. Oh, tough gunfight. Linz, Awakening, combined to at least take down Ghosty, but the trades overall, because of the team kill, favor that of the Thieves. The problem here is the clock, 22 seconds, and they're still working for enough vacancy to plant. A is open for the time being. Oh, and a big wipe there from Accuracy, who would be the only one to really contest. Vivid tries to get there, but shut down from behind, and Thieves will get our first offensive win.
That's perfect out of LAT. Even though they waste a lot of time showing face over at B, you invest the smoke right through the mid-cut. You get a team kill coming out of Linz, and then Afro eventually strikes. He was the only player watching over that B street through the mid-cut to put them in the numbers advantage. You already had the info on where Accuracy was playing. That was over at the tractor at B. The only one unaccounted for was Vivid, but since he wasn't pushed up towards Cafe, we stick the bomb plant. You're able to catch both the players as we were trying to rotate to shut it down. But LAT with a perfect post-plant setup, 100% whenever they get the bomb down, and they show it there.
Absolutely. And it's a scary moment for a while, but turns out in favor of Thieves. Now, like we said, a little bit of a cushion here with the 2-round gap, forcing Minnesota to essentially have to win this round here. They want to try to find some way to work their way back into what has been a very defensively sided game. And Rocker, for the moment, putting some pressure down B Street. Nades over towards mid, though, may be something to allow Vivid to make a play, but he jumps over, sees that there's a deep contest, and he will give up that effort.
Yeah, this is one of those opportunities where Minnesota already found himself up on the B bomb. There's no one playing even close, so LAT, they decided to play the retake with their attacks, and even the cracks through the door as Nasty finds the first blood, takes down Linz, which has been having himself a great search and destroy so far. The read comes in from Kemp, instantly a 4v2.
And there's just nowhere Rocker can go. You have to fight this from the battleground you find yourself on here. Good shots from Awakening, pushes forward, creates a bit of an exit, but Nasty never moved from that back door. No worries at all. Now 3 rounds in a row for the Thieves, and they look like they are grooving.
They're starting to get more comfortable. Obviously, with the new rosters, a bunch of hiccups in the beginning if you don't have that honeymoon stage, but when you're playing through a lot of these matches, when you're practicing together every single day, you're bound to get better, and they are showing it here. As they're now at point game in the game 2 search and destroy. You see the communication is flowing. Everyone is on point right now for LA. Minnesota needs to now find 4 rounds in a row to not go down 0-2 in this series. As they are back on the defensive side, and LA team, we're just going to play for the info right off the rip. We're not even worried about the Dan bomb.
Yep. And they may have actually read a little bit of this aggression towards Cafe. Ghosty keeps taking a look at it. And yeah, there's nades from Afro towards both sides just to see if he can get anyone caught by it. But not to be. Kremp gives up his angle over through the water street. He'll be the one to collect the bomb. And it looks like efforts will eventually maybe try to feel things out over towards B, as accuracy is the only one here. And Nasty may have seen like an elbow because he's looking right at this corner. Doesn't quite catch accuracy. There's the info. The nade shut down by the trophy system. We're down to 45 seconds.
Yeah, accuracy just stalled out 45 seconds of that game clock, but just throwing those egregious shoulders over towards the pillar. They wasted so much time. Now LAT are forced to make that audible. Right through the mid-tank again, and it's Afro again. Finding that first blood, this time onto Awakening.
Wins response. That's the bomb carrier down. Tries to smoke himself deeper out, but not going to work. Afro switching over to the rival 9 for this round has worked out brilliantly for them. Ghosty also gets a small read that Vivid was looking over through the deep A street. The only question mark is where is accuracy? And he will find one for free through the middle of the map. Bomb is being planted, and it will go down successfully as Ghosty takes down Vivid. 1v1. Ghosty over the top, and oh, there it is. Afro was just down long enough. Little unfortunate team kill, but doesn't make a difference. How about it? LA Thieves 4 rounds in a row, and Minnesota Rocker looks stunned.
That was just too clinical, Allen. Way too clinical from LA. They needed 2 attacking rounds, 4 defenses to win this map. But the way they won both their attacking rounds was the same play every time. You're showing face over towards B. You're getting accuracy to just hold down that position, keep him at bay, and then instantly sending it in through the mid-tank. You're investing a smoke grenade, using your attacks to make sure you check out the mid-courtyard spots. But then you're just opening up those fights and towards the mid-tank. You're gaining all the info. You're shutting down the players around the cafe, and then you're just getting the bomb down for free. It's a perfect game plan from LAT from start to finish. Obviously, a great performance from Nasty, just shutting down everyone who was trying to go over towards that beat point. That bomb site was his, but now they find themselves up 2-0. And if you're Minnesota Rocker, you are forced to now again try to complete a reverse sweep. What the hell happened to these guys? I don't know, Al. I don't know.
Dude, it's one of those things, man. Like, you know, we got done singing the praises of accuracy. He finishes with what, 1 kill, 2 kills?
Yeah.
It's just, you know, it's hard to like point at an individual. And, you know, to be fair, this is a conversation point that doesn't just extend to Minnesota. We talked about this with the Thieves too, because you and I have been watching Joe Deceives and Cammy destroy the Challengers Elite season this season. And it's just like, you couldn't point to one player in particular. It just kind of feels like the team is just a bit off kilter in terms of working with one another. And that's not good news, Jay, because Evasion Control has been kind of a playground for LA Thieves, especially defensively.
Yeah, they're the #1 defensive team that we have. 12-0, absolute perfection on that defensive end. If you are Minnesota Rocker and you can't figure out how to win at least 1 attacking round, this is probably going to be a 3-0.
That would be crazy, because for Thieves, they haven't played a lot of series yet this qualifier, but they still have a pretty winnable schedule in front of them. So a 3-0 here could do wonders towards setting them up for a very unpredicted upper bracket start at Miami. That's all to come, though, as we have to figure out what happens on the Evasion Control on the backside of the break.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Start the season strong with the Call of Duty League Pack. Grab yourself the CDL Operator, Weapon Blueprint, and so much more. Check out the Call of Duty store in-game now. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Welcome back, everybody, as we have what could be a very, very, very random 3-0 all the way through today. The thing is, you know, for Minnesota, it's just been one of those things of like, it's hard to put a finger on what's been going wrong in this camp, where on the other side, I'll be honest, Thieves are looking real nice with it, and you've got the opportunity here on Invasion Control to do what you've pretty much done all season long, and that's stay perfect on defense.
You could just tell that they are starting to gain that chemistry factor to this roster. When you make a roster change at the beginning of the stage, you swap out 2 players, it's definitely going to take you a lot longer than a roster that does too. But finally, they are starting to get some footing. They're starting to get some confidence in their gameplay as they find themselves up 2-0 in this series. Everything is working for them. Now you're going into an Invasion Control where you couldn't be more happier to see this map and mode at game number 3. Yeah. Like we said it overall throughout the season, they are the #1 defensive team. I know that's the 2nd overall, but the fact that they are 12-0, have never lost a defensive round, yeah, they're #1 in my mind. So if you're Minnesota Rocker, that has to be something that you have to change.
And the interesting thing about the individual breakdown of those stats is that it's not just the fact that they're perfect defensively, they also let up one of the lowest amount of tiers captured per defense, no matter what the map is. The only bit of good news here for Rocker is that offensively on this map, they're actually pretty good at capturing ticks on the offensive front, and we're already seeing that come through. So the first will get locked, second potentially on the way as Linz is playing a bit of a buffer right in front of the zone.
Okay, they were just doing the easy work out the way, trying to get beat, done and dusted as the second segment is all to get complete. Awakening with some great shots onto Nasty, but his teammates now fall around him. Gotta try to stay alive as long as you possibly can, and unfortunately it's not long enough as LAT send 3 players to the respawn. Accuracy, the farthest player pushed out, he falls. So now they're in a little bit of a trap. But you see Awakening on your minimap. Yeah. He was actually able to sneak on by, find that free kill, and stop the clock over at A.
And the only decision-making moment here for both teams is, do we even bother with A, or is this still just delay the clock, try to get back over towards B? Thieves trying to work back through the middle of the map, kind of individually through different lanes, and it's working out decently. Awakening, does he get the first tick of progress? I don't think he fully got it. No, he didn't. So that's going to be Kremp in the zone, depleting. Follow-up in the middle of the map will have Vivid drop, and even though Rocker will get the extra 60, there really was not much of an opportunity to do much else on A.
Yeah, there was no opportunity for them to go over towards A, but Awakening did a great job of at least pulling a couple players from LAT on that side of the map. So like you said, able to extend this time by a minute. Now you just have to get out of your spawn. It's not going to be easy, though, because LAT, this is what they're good at. They are good at holding strong on a defensive setup. They only allow 3 segments. They're currently up by 5 lives, and now Minnesota are forced to break out of their spawn.
After able to catch a couple of players rotating from the deep side at Palace. Nasty the one alerted as he's going to be the next one up to try to catch some players on rotation towards A. And Rocker have done well to stay alive to this point, but there's still a lot of work to be done before they can even see this A zone, and they're going to opt to play a 3-man stack towards the overextension. Afro right there to meet them, finding the first. No follow-up initial trade, and that's enough time for LA Thieves to reestablish some control here through this B lane. And now it's just down to Ghosty to make sure no one crosses over into A.
Yeah, we just got to get back to the cafe if you are LAT. There is a player from Minnesota Rocker already pushed out, but Nasty across the map now finds himself on 5 in a row, trying to snap for the 6, but Vivid takes him down. Tries to set up Afro to find 2 of his own, but at least the trades are there. So now Minnesota Rocker with 45 seconds left on the game clock, 10 lives remaining. They have an opportunity to work through the overextension. They already found a couple players on their team over towards the blue area.
Afro playing very passively. Awakening just trying to sneak through the shop side. of the defensive spawn. Not going to work out. Afro not able to slide away, though. Accuracy now opening the doors over towards gas side. This would have to be the final approach, though, for the Rockers. Nasty inside of Ruggs, completely taken down by Linz with the good wall bangs. Ghosty still just trying to hold his life inside of A. He doesn't have a lot of help here, though, and Vivid just walk up to him with the Renetti. Last player left is going to be Cramp over the middle of the map, and as he drops, Nasty on the cross, almost finds a second, but the stack is in. First tick of progress is going to be good. More possibly to follow as Vivid has a good stun lock in place. Here comes the hit approach. Vivid, no, not able to find the kills, and just before the second tick of progress gets locked, the Thieves will recover.
Oh, yeah, the Thieves did a great job, more specifically Nasty, finding that first initial fight and then getting a second player one shot, getting your teammates to fly right through Mannequin, instantly put you guys in a 2v4 because the last two players from Minnesota are spawning all the way at Palace. So they had the numbers for the reinforcements. Even though they only allowed one segment at A, they still stay perfect on that defensive end. Now 13-0, up 1-0 on this map.
Yeah, and again, that was a couple of terrifying moments, I think, if you're Thieves, or at least panic moments. So you, again, have to give a little bit of credit to the fact that the defense recovered as fast as they did. But I would say more importantly so for Minnesota, that is a heck of a way to start, able to get at least the first tick of progress at A, nearly able to get a second. May have them wanting later in this map, depending on how far we go, but overall, not a bad opening offensive effort. Thieves on their attempts, making it move straight towards B. First blood is all that's needed to allow Thieves to stop the clock and start making progress.
And working their way up through B, they want to get the easy one out the way, but unfortunately that team name starts off the tumble effect as they go 3 dead in the feed. Minnesota Rocker able to reinforce with more bodies. You just got to take care of Nasty. Great work out of accuracy to slide right on in. Now you are forced to break out of your spawn if you are LAT. It's already been 30 seconds knocked off the game clock, and they don't have a single segment to show for it, so you got to make up for it. You got to make up for it quick.
Ghosty gets at least a look at Awakening playing over towards the bridge side of the map. Shots are perfect. That'll allow him to get on towards A. So this feels very familiar, almost like the exact opposite from what we had from last time around. Vivid stun not going to land. Ghosty, decent shots, but it's Linz there to support. Thing is, Rocker 3-man committed to the defense rotating over towards A, and with the kills off spawn, Thieves will get on, stop the clock at 41 seconds, and start making work happen again on B.
Yeah, you just had to take down accuracy. You do a great job of doing that if you are Cramp. This little stack is going to come in. First segment already complete. Great read out of Ghosty to read the player going on the pinch. There's another player going on the pinch, though. Are you going to find the timing? I don't think so. He's just going to walk right on by, but accuracy gets it done through the front end. He finds 2, and now only 35 seconds left. LAT, they need to get out again.
Yeah, kind of a big miss right there. Kremp was kind of walking along the Palace wall, never popped up to take a look to see if anyone from Minnesota was trailing behind that play. And now things become very dire. Accuracy having himself a hell of a round here, now up to 13-9. And one of the biggest defensive influences towards making sure only one tick of progress happened over towards B. Linz up and over the truck, challenged, and Kremp able to at least take him down, but is there enough space to stop this clock? Not going to happen at B. It's going to have to be Afro on the A zone. He's able to jump on for 2.9 on the clock, but there is a 7-life lead. Rocker are trying to feel things out on their rotation over. Afro would have to go God mode to try to get this first tick locked in. He will. So now hold on a second. He's pulled again. Rocker over towards this A zone. They're going to get B off this. Second tick of progress is on the way. And with a double stack, this third is going to get completed.
This is perfect. This is a perfect play from LAT. The fact that they're able to single-handedly walk away with one segment at A. You push, like you said, those players from the Rocker. 3 players at that A point. You open up B, you're able to extend this time by a minute. Even though you are getting outslayed heavily, you make up for it at least in the second column. But for how long can you hold these positions? It doesn't look for that long. As accuracy is going to whip out the pistol, find the final kill onto Crab. No more respawns for LAT, but you will take it because this did not look like one of those rounds where you can even make up in the segments, but the fact that you're able to tie it up at 4, W.
Yeah, and I know that a lot of people out there watching is like, invasion control, defense, but look, the thing about it is, like you said, that is a massive moment towards being able to at least keep the progression even. Now, the only thing about it is, with both teams being successful in opposite ways, Rocker being a good offensive team, obviously Thieves being a great defensive team, now all of a sudden you look towards the life gap that was just created in that second round as being a potential tiebreaker situation. Rocker still hold an edge, as marginal as it may be.
But they have the opportunity to go back on the attacking side now to earn some more segments. This time around, you do have trophy systems, so it might be a little bit different of a start off. Do we try to commit over towards A, work on that side of the map and open it up? Or do we just go for the easy route over towards B, stack it, get that one, and extend time by a minute? Because it was a 2-minute hold last time for LAT on the defense. Like I said, all tied up in segments. So if you are Minnesota, you got to make sure we put ourselves in the advantage in that situation.
Nice route by Linz, almost 2 free, just right through the middle of the map with an SMG. No one looked at him. Wow, that is buy one, get one special, it feels like, as the first tick of progress is already done, second on the way. You've got Thieves likely going to have to chalk on this and just try to see if they can make life hard in the rotation off the exit.
Yeah,
that's not going to happen.
They don't have the bodies. They do not have the bodies. Accuracy now with 2. Linz finds his third. He's already aggressively pushed up towards blue. You have 2 minutes to work with and a lot of map control. So if you are LAT, you got to clutch up on these fights. And Afro and Ghosty combine for 2 great shots out of them. You get Awakening 1 shot. Is the trade going to be there? No. So he's able to finesse his life, but for how long? It's still LAT. All of them right in front of him.
It's going to require some more heroics by the feel of it. Decent bounce back once again by the Thieves to at least marginalize the lively to touch. Accuracy just fishing right now, catching out his prey. Whoa, clean secondary shots. Ghosty able to take down Vivid, so it's just Accuracy in the point for now, but Kremp is the one that has to rotate over, and there's not a lot of help behind him, so this very well may be another tick of progress earned by Rocker.
Yeah, Accuracy just made the 3,000 IQ play to just keep the trigger discipline over towards the right tree, set up for the second kill, but they don't even complete the first segment. I don't know what the rest of Minnesota Rocker are doing. When you get the player to drop the 2 Ps and then instantly into the point, all we have to do is simply help them on the cross, but they're more focused on the rest of LAT, trying to set up a couple pinches, and it comes back to bite them as they're able to reinforce their way back on in. But this time it's Linz. He's already pushed up in towards the point. If he can win this one-on-one, he can pause the game clock. He's just chowing, and unfortunately, he does not win it. But it's still Minnesota Rocker. They're still here.
38 back on once again. Accuracy, you can see him in the head cam. We've all been there. He starts to lean into his monitor just to try to help that slide a little further along. But once more, here come Thieves again. Awakening is caught looking the wrong direction. I mean, how many times are we going to see Thieves re-break this A-zone defensively in such quick form?
It just can't be that easy, Alan. Wow. It can't be that easy. You're finding all the right kills. It's just you're not looking at the right positionings. You're just allowing LAT to reinforce easily. It's already been a minute and 15 knocked off of the game clock. Minnesota Rocker still slaying. Keep it in mind, it's 14 to 11 in lives remaining. So if you are LAT, you got to make these fights count. But Accuracy again making it happen. Linz there for the trade. They're able to pause the game clock again.
Plus the follow-up from Vivid through Laundry. Problem is, Afro's almost able to sneak back in once more. Vivid mid-map. Oh, clean shots on the Nasty. Now the stack can come through. Only 5 lives as well for the Thieves. Second tick's gonna be locked. Ghosty hoping, praying something connects. Couple of kills come through. Have to get on the challenge though. Semtexes are landing. Awakening's the last one left. Not again. How do they keep doing this? 4v9, 40 seconds on the clock.
I'm pretty sure someone just chowed from the hill. You don't want to do that. Let's just soak it, man. Unfortunately, you lose that gunfight, and now LAT with 4 lives remaining have to be perfect on the defense. Linz starts it off with great shots onto Afro. No more respawns. 25 seconds left. Will LAT lose their first defense ever?
Their clock is their best friend. Kremp gives up the pre-aim just as Accuracy slides through, but the damage is decent. 15 seconds. It's not even really a 3v7 anymore. This is just a 3v3 over towards the zone. And wait, Minnesota are trying to play for the kills. They're able to isolate onto Kremp. But Nasty just goes prone. He just can't die. That's it. Shot's good from Awakening. Last player is Ghosty, and he will drop. 5 ticks earned for Rocker in the round, but more importantly, the offense won.
Oh, that might be GG. Minnesota Rocker just maintained too much map control every single time around those gunfights. Even when LAT got a clean 3 to 4 dead, they could not push up on the map because Minnesota were already coming off spawn. So you didn't want to get any bad timing, but they didn't get it done in the segments. You walk away with 5, you get it done in the slaying. You put LAT now with 1 of those losses on their defensive end. And I said in the beginning of the map, if you take away 1 attacking round, that might be just enough to call GG. Now you're up by 5 segments. You're on the defensive side. This is all Minnesota Rocker, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's going to have to be essentially a perfect offense by tick progression if Thieves were to have any way of getting back onto the defense, because the life differential is significantly favoring that of Rocker. So if they tie the current ticks, It will go down to who has the most overall kills. So, like we said, Thieves would have to perfectly win this offense by 10 progression if they want to see defense. And Cramp almost puts on a world star display while the rest of the Thieves get on towards B.
That was a snap on for the 2. And obviously, if you are LAT, you walk away with these 6 segments, you're going to guarantee yourself that defense. So it's all about winning this attacking round, extending this map a little bit longer. Now the second segment is about to get complete. Here comes the third time now, extended by a minute. But this is where you got to make sure you make up for these kills. You cannot get outslayed for 2 minutes where you're just trying to fight out of your base.
Wow, what a challenge from Linz. Decent trade from Afro. Keeps this overextension play alive. Keep your eye, though, on Vivid. He is playing over towards the water bridge. This is really the only option here for the Thieves, and you can see Rocker are very aware of that. Defensively, everyone off spawn is just looking over towards this back spawn position. Accuracy still having himself a fantastic map, able to continue to lock down top blue.
Yeah, he's just shutting it down in those AR lanes, making it easier for his SMGs and his ARs at time to get pushed up on the map. They read the final 2 players overextended through gas. Now you just got to stay pushed up because you know that Vivid is blocking that left spawn. No one is coming left street. All we have to do off spawn is focus middle and right, and they're doing a great job of doing that so far, as that's been 50 seconds knocked off the game clock, and LAT have not been able to get close towards the same point.
Accuracy will drop. Kremp is still looking to see if there's anyone watching for the spawn. He has scouted out Vivid. Linz trying to be here to assist, and the kills are perfect for Minnesota. Down to 55 seconds. The life lead continues to grow, a 6 life margin, and Vivid is not done yet, holding over towards the spawn cross.
Oh, he picks up that kill as well, earns himself the cruise missile, but it already might be a GG. As LAT do not have any map control. They're trying to find a way out. Finally, they take down accuracy towards the B side of the tank, so you're forced to overextend, but with 35 seconds left, this is basically your last push.
Oh! And they just line up one by one for Vivid. He's already pulled out the tablet. Cruise missile on the way. And this will be where the nail meets the coffin in map number 3. And in big form. I mean, away from him for the pistol swap comes out. And you even got Linz top palace. I mean, this is insulting. As Rocker will dominate for the first time in the kill feed. And with that, also here in the map number 3, a 3-1 tally. And that's enough to get the Rocker boys vibing.
Yeah, it's just so difficult to get out of the invasion crucifix. When you go 4 dead, you also give up a streak to the player who's playing the left side of the street. Vivid off spawn, rotates back, picks up B street, finds another 3, whips out the tablet, picks up another 3 with the cruise missile. That was just too easy for Minnesota Rocker on the defensive end. It just simply came down to them winning that attacking round. It wasn't done in the segments. It was simply done by slaying. And that's just a good job of them not going 4 dead at the same time. You never give LAT an opportunity to put you in that headlock setup. But they stay alive a little bit longer. I don't know, man. This is the Minnesota Rocker. We know they are never going to go down without a fight. They're always going to try to fight their way back in. And when you get great production out of your main AR in accuracy, 6,300 damage, 25 non-traded kills, he went off. But then in the opposite side to him, you have Vivid, 30 and 17, 24 non-traded kills. Everyone played great for Minnesota Rocker to keep them alive in this series a little bit longer.
Yeah, even the 25 and 19 from Linz as well. It's just everything seems to have been clicking right there for Rocker. And outside of a couple of moments that you say, whoa, boys, let's not scam. Hey, fact of the matter was, every single round was a winnable one, felt like, for the Minnesota Rockers. So they extend this series to do a map number 4. And I think, like you mentioned, the big news here is that you've got accuracy really waking up. Your SMGs looking really polished as well for Rocker in every single respawn we've had so far. And that's great news when you look at a Skid Row coming up.
Yeah, the Skid Row is going to be massive because LAT, they're sitting at 0-2. Obviously, they only have 3 Hardpoint wins underneath their belt. And none of them, unfortunately, come in towards the Skid Row map. But at least for them, one stat that really does stand out, and it can pay a dividend factor of them walking away with a potential 3-1, is that they are #1 in rotations. On a map like Skid Row, where you can set up properly for the P2, when you can set up properly for that P5, those can basically be guaranteed 60 points. Just the only thing that they suck at after that is the holds, where they're sitting at 10th overall. That's not the best. You might be putting yourself in the best possible situation to set up properly, but your setup after that is easily broken into. And I think that's the capitalization for Minnesota Rocker to try to break back in because they are 5th overall on that map.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And like you mentioned, it's not just the fact that LA Thieves are finding rotations but not holding. Think about how much of a difference maker that is, because this is their worst point differential map they've played in Hardpoint, on average losing it by about 70 points. So if you just successfully hold, that number already goes down. But the problem is they have not been able to do so yet. Is there any inspiration, though, kind of looking back over and reflecting on the patterns and trends of map number 1 that you sit there from either side, whether it's Rocker or Thieves, and say, if you just do this again, or maybe it's slightly better, that map 4 could be really prospecting for you?
I feel like Minnesota Rocker, if you come out the way you did in map number 1 and win the first 2 rotations of those hills, we're talking about P2, which can be a full 60, and a P3. If you're spawning, if you're the opposing team spawning at the P2 area, it's basically another full 60. So winning the rotations for Minnesota Rocker can force that game 5. On the opposite for LAT, they just can't start off slow. You have a map like Skid Row where it's going to be a lot of insane gunfights, especially with the SMGs. But your ARs need to be ahead of the game because you know Accuracy and Awakening are going to be setting up properly for those next hills. So you have to make sure you're ahead of that.
Absolutely the case. And okay, I like the calls. I think that we could really break this thing down once we start to see it in action. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Rocker start off nice and fiery, nice and hot. It gives the ability and the liberty for a player like Accuracy or Awakening to rotate early. Where maybe on the other side for Thieves, you don't really have a hard point in this map that you look at and say, this is a 50-50 hill. And so if you can find a way to win more time like they did on the 4th hard point in Invasion, then you can cut back into a lead. Like, you have to be able to rotate better than what we saw in Invasion. You're not going to have a lifeline of being able to scrap together points on a very neutral hill like you did from map number 1. So yeah, definitely the things to kind of keep in mind. And how much of that do you think starts and ends with what you see out of the SMGs? Because you already mentioned that Kremp has, you know, come into this LA Thieves team and not really able to put together the numbers that I think that they were hoping for out of him.
Yeah, he's right now the lowest hardpoint KD that we have in the league, but it's also because he wasn't really playing a lot of SMG maps with this roster. And then you also run into Optic Texas on a map like Rio, where you're probably not going to have fun. But now you find yourself up 2-1. Kremp had a great map number 1 alongside Ghosty. Actually, everybody played great in map number 1 because everyone had their moments. But now you're going into a map number 4. You need to try to close this one out. And I know if you're Minnesota Rocker, you don't really want to see a game 5. But if you win this one, you are forced to. So the ice has to be there for Minnesota Rocker to even make it there. If you are LAT, you walk away with 2 hard points. Oh, you best believe this roster change was good.
Yeah, I'll tell you. All right. Inspiration possibly brewing here for the Thieves. Rocker just trying to play salvation towards what has been a very messy qualifier for them. But like we mentioned, their road hasn't been particularly easy. And I think on top of that, you still have a Seattle and Miami game waiting. So there is the potential of kind of eliminating what was an 0-4 start. I think the other interesting point, though, because Thieves have only played twice, you win here. Unfortunately, you have to play FaZe next, but then you also have Vegas and LAG in the midst. So there's opportunities for both of these 2 teams to kind of surprise us based on their starts and maybe find their way into a winner's bracket over in Miami for Major 2.
Yeah, obviously for LAT, you walk away with this one, you basically set yourself up to guarantee a winner's bracket spot. But if you've Minnesota Rocker, you walk away with this map, you can still keep that fight alive as they're the team spawning not on the preferred side for this P1 HP, but they're the team initially in the time. LAT, they need to get a move on it because you already had a player at least hit a route through tunnel. They're finding a couple kills around the map. They do have the numbers, just have to find a trade, and it's all on the back of Afro, who finds 3 to start.
If Vivid just making a mess at the opening hardpoint actually forces the Thieves to have to kind of recommit over towards P1. Nasty now looking to contest this rotation towards the second hill early, but Accuracy's already in position. Vivid watching over the top of them, and I think at this point, Thieves will have to sit here and say, all right, we need to take every single second we possibly can here at 1 because there's no way we're getting a recontest over towards 2 anytime soon.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy to break it towards P2. It's the best hill ever created in Hardpoint. Because now you have Minnesota Rocker fully set up. They're watching the crosses over towards Ticket. Make sure you have your ground covered with the player potentially going to flank into the tunnel. Now, even though LAT walk away with 39 seconds, Minnesota can make up for it with ease at this P2. If their setup can stay strong. Vivid trying to get isolated, but all of LAT, they're trying to apply pressure through Ticket and Garage. And finally, Afro does take down 1. He's on a 5. Let's slow this one down. Let's earn that cruise.
Oh, but caught, and yeah, Lynn's just forcing the issue over towards Crates. Hold on a second. Ghosty gets up, but not in. As Accuracy will deny him any entry towards that back staircase. And once more, Thieves pushed out, 30 seconds to fight for. They do take care of Vivid from the Garage. And Accuracy in trouble. Uh-oh, not like this. Can't have that happen. Thieves trying to recover on their way over and in, but Linz will shut them down. Awakening on the staircase denied, and that is not terrible news here for Thieves. Able to find 18 seconds of scrap.
Yeah, that's perfect if you are LAT. If you're Accuracy, you just simply do not want to commit to that gunfight. It's already scam number 1 out of the Iceman. Now you're forced to hit that early rotation over towards P3. They are going to be the team set up early on. But you already have players like Nasty trying to contest with the back end. He gets cut down. Players to the front get cut down. So Minnesota Rocker read the early pressure and so far set up properly.
Thieves, though, trying to cut across through that ticket side. Already have mid-map control. Afro on a burner. Double to start. Wanted more, but accuracy shuts him down from getting entry through mid-stairs. So now Thieves just waiting a little while longer, making sure they can get their nades in first, and the hit will surely ensue right afterwards. Late trophy system from Awakening. That could be pivotal towards stopping any follow-up stuns, and yep, absolutely the case. Double for Awakening. Help on the backside from accuracy, and that'll be Minnesota Rocker staving off another Thieves break.
Yeah, this is why LAT, they're showing that they're dead last when it comes to breaking on this map. It's just not going to be easy, as Minnesota Rocker set up just way too strong. But Staff Ghost here contesting for the final 10. He's going to get cut down. It now turns into a one-on-one. Awakening with the FCW, not able to win the up close and personal. So LA again breaking in with the final 15. They're only going to walk away with 10, but that's another rotation won by Minnesota Rocker. They are just staying ahead of the game, just making sure they have that lead. Now ready for the next.
They do lose the double up over towards Apartments. Decent sauce of accuracy. Makes Vivid life easy for the trade. But Nasty Ghosty still immediately as the hard point opens, the full four-man flood is good. Now it's just accuracy, and he's caught in no man's land, just in the pit behind God's stairs in the tunnel. Afro surely got to read that there are players coming in towards tunnel again. Trophy system down, there's the Chow Awakening in his way. And no worries there. Thieves looking solid for their hold. 3 go down, and Minnesota nowhere to be found for their break.
And that's a perfect break right there from LA. You have a couple players work through the back end, a couple players working through top mid. They find all the kills, and they're going to walk away with at least 45 seconds of this barbershop hill. Now it's all about setting up for the next. It's going to be an all-out fight. 2 players here from Minnesota Rocker trying to cut them down. The trade is going to be there. Now it falls into the hands of Accuracy, who finds himself in a crucial position and also wins the one-on-one. Now the reinforcements are here. You get this trade on the cramp, you're properly set up.
Yeah, this is not where you want to be with a rival 9 versus Accuracy, but you'll take what you can get. And wow, those are some really straight shots considering the distance. Problem is, Minnesota still find the kills they need. Staggered spawns here for both teams, just kind of conga lining over the middle of the map. Kremp still just waiting for help, and it is on the way, but again, Awakening just kind of unpredictably so. Keeps this a bit at bay through mid. Nasty wins a weird gunfight versus Linz off screen, and now it is just down to accuracy. I mean, you gotta hold better than this. That's 2 unbelievably decent setups for Minnesota, and it immediately gets foiled this time here on 5.
And that all comes down to Kremp just simply staying alive towards crates. Yeah. Accuracy could not turn his back to watch tunnel. He had to isolate Kremp, but he still has yet to drop. He stalls enough time for his teammates to get into the play. And keep in mind, he has a rival 9 from this positioning. Usually do not find a lot of success there. Even though he's sitting at 5 and 8, those are game-changing plays out of that young man. Leads to LAT, found himself a nice little comfortable lead, potentially up by 20. But now you're forced to break back into P1. You have Nasty going on a deep route to potentially open it up.
He's going to catch Vivid moving through this back staircase. Easy kill from Kremp. Ghosty from the front also eliminates a number of Rocker members that were trying to stay inside the hard point. So here's the follow-up. Awakening last one left in the corner. Wow, big wake. Huge double comes through. Trade eventually there, but it's a 3-for-1 exchange favoring that of Minnesota, who will reclaim the lead.
Yeah, that double out Awakening was everything, because LAC, they had the numbers. They knew the Swans were still going to be behind them, but the fact that he's able to walk away with 2 and eventually stay alive, at least the Minnesota Rocker taking the lead right on back, and look at how step ahead they are in the game. You have 2 players contesting in towards P1, but the other 2 players are already at that P2, cutting off Ticket, cutting off Garage. And now if you are LAT, it's good to walk away with this final time. Now you're forced to break in towards P2 again.
Good read from Ghosty. Wow, better shots onto accuracy. And now you know you've got Minnesota spawning out. Awakening gives himself over towards bottom side P2. Up and over. Ghosty, decent damage, but it's Vivid from behind. Just playing his life until the very last second required. A couple of kills come through, and Rocker will have a 4-man setup here in the second hill.
Yeah, that's a good 2-man job right there out of Awakening and Vivid to hold down those rotations for his team. Now they're going to be able to take the lead right on back. All of LAT trying to set up the breakthrough Ticket. Trophies down. Do they know the positioning of Linz? Accuracy holding down the garage area, able to take down 1, but here come the flying trades from Linz.
30 seconds still remaining. Linz off the double. Thieves looking to try to find a late break again as we swap out over and take a listen to the comms of the Minnesota Rocker.
Play the corner I knew. Nice. Play the corner I knew. They could be S2. Okay, S1 tunnel, dude. No, bro. S1. Oh my god. S1 going to launch. S1 going to launch. I frozen behind you. No, let me book. Play the steps.
Okay, I'm hiding apps, bro.
I have sun.
Hiding apps.
Let's look at my cross. Book that. Watch out, book. Cramp. He's don't book. Down the bookshelf.
Top tools.
There's two tools.
Top tools.
That's fire. One's on main.
Go. One was tools, Ghosty.
He's watching the cross of old cell. Off hill. I'm gonna go up mid cell so you guys go around.
For sure they're gonna be top mid. He's top water tower. Water tower, Ghosty. Water tower, Ghosty. Wait. I'm on top. Okay. They're spawning top mid. I'm pretty sure.
I'm watching behind you guys. I see weak Chrissy. I see
I'm hitting us 3.
I see Ghosty. One behind you guys.
Look laundry. I made the laundry.
I'm pitching SU now. As you play for me, crap. He's gonna go back to SU though.
Go see here. One more.
The team killed.
Two more.
We should run. I'm gonna run the new. I'm trying to get the new.
Top mid, watch out, crap. I'm gonna hit
You went green or you went in the hallway to concepts? I'm trying to get the new.
I don't see him green.
One's L on me. I got in the new though. Back door. No, bro. Two new. One was L, one was back door.
Got the L.
You wanna go steps?
Hold on to your horses, friends. Minnesota do a decent job finding a late break, but now we've got Thieves on rotation in towards Barber. Couple members still surviving. Kremp over the top of the God Stairs does well to make life a little bit easier here for Ghosty. And they're going to know that this hit chain is coming around the backside. This is just down to who wins this next gunfight.
Yeah, this is perfect, because if you win these sides, if you're LA, you can basically hit the rotation. You can sync all 4 kills at the same time, but they want to make sure they keep this a contested match, at least for now. They're just going to wait for the timing to go for the chow. Afro starts it off. He finds one. Ghosty there for the trade. Now you're sending Nasty. That's perfect teamwork right there from LAT to keep Barbershop in their favor. Now with only 20 seconds left, it's all about the rotation. Afro, he was the player to drop. He's going to be the player to spawn up first. He cuts off the proper angle. And them just breaching that 190-point mark, they have an opportunity to close out the game here at P5.
And Kremp's so massive on that rotation. Back through 3 into 4. Now earning himself a cruise missile to try to establish a possible full 60 here at the 5th and final hard point. Minnesota right through garage, denied by Nasty. Trophy system comes into place right at the exact moment he needs it to. Lynn's only able to find one, and Thieves will put together the hold, and they're gonna call their cruise missile here. They're just trying to create extra space to make sure more time gets soaked.
Yeah, they're just trying to allow his teammates who just dropped to come off spawn and try to pick up at least a cross. But Vivid makes Afro pay for it. It's now Kremp getting it done with the cruise, gets it done with the gunny. Able to find another 2. Minnesota getting spawns everywhere. You have a player towards ticket. It's going to be a one-on-one towards the point, and Linz is able to win it. They still have an opportunity to force the game 5 right here, right now, and they might have just done it.
Thieves have to find some way to contest or neutralize the hard point. Clean shots from Afro, but do they get there in time? 2:45. They're trying to find the player on the hard point, and they can't quite see him. Boy, would you like to have a cruise missile now? Not gonna happen as Minnesota secure a break in what looked to be another solid rotation from the Thieves, but that lingering stat of rotating as one of the best teams in the league on the map, but not being able to hold is the demise as Minnesota sends us to a 5th map.
Oh, Minnesota just iced up. They iced up towards those final moments. Barbershop was not their friend all map long. But the P5s and the P2 is where they were able to make up for it. We said it before the map. You beat LAT in a couple rotations, you're going to be okay because you're one of the middle pack teams in those breaks. You're going to find a couple, and they find the most important at that P5 to close out the game. I thought LAT, they set themselves up perfectly. You had a cruise missile to work with. You find all the kills. You know, all of Minnesota Rock are going to spawn over towards Ticket. But when that cruise missile gets invested, now there's only 2 players who are watching an angle. Even though everyone is indoors to simply not die by the cruise missile, when the first engagement comes out, it's Afro trying to challenge in towards the garage area. He gets gunned down. Even though Kremp finds 2, it's just spawns for Minnesota Rocker. They now start spawning towards Ticket. They had bottom garage control, and then you also had Accuracy who spawns over towards the tunnel side. So they were blessed with a great pinch to set that one up, close out the break, close out the game. 250 to 231 was a back and forth hard point that we had, but in those final moments, Minnesota Rocker knew exactly what was needed to close out that game and now force the game 5.
And that's the thing too, just to, I know not to beat the dead horse here, but it is important to know, like, you drop the cruise missile out in the open, you have to know they're coming tunnel and garage side.
Yeah.
It definitely is one of those things that feels like a major miscue that Thieves were not necessarily prepared for that. Like, we could sit here, we could break down, was that the right time to call in the cruise missile or not? But regardless of that, if you're going to use it, then you better be set up for it. So small miscues lead to a potential for Minnesota Rocker to pull off a reverse sweep. But the problem is that means you have to win a game 5, and they haven't been particularly great at doing so. It'll be terminal when we come back on the backside of the break to see if Rocker can find themselves a must-needed win here in the second set of qualifiers. We'll be back after this.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. Slice up your competition with the Executive Chef Operator, now available in-game in the Call of Duty store.
Welcome back, everybody, as Buttercup and the rest of the production team is ready to go here in Columbus. Is that Crystal's cat? Whose cat is that?
I don't know. That's a pretty cat, though. That is a very, very pretty cat. My cat does not look that luscious. My cat might be a demon compared to that one. That one's might be an angel.
Well, I'll tell you, speaking of angels and demons and not looking at the musical piece, but look, this is just a bizarre series, flat out. There have been moments where both teams could have pulled away and won any of the maps that we've had to this point, but we find ourselves in a map 5 situation. Thieves up 2-0. They were looking calm, convincing. They were going into an invasion control that has been one of their best overall map modes. Didn't find a way to win it. Couple of moments there at the Skid Row that looked winnable, or at least pullbackable. Not the case. And now you go to a terminal where you saw that for a moment. Hey, this is a pretty even square up, and maybe the only difference maker is what the universe takes, because Nadeshot tweeted this up 2-0, and well, I saw Paradox's response to it was like, man, he really tempted the universe with this one as we head into a map number 5.
Come on, Mr. Hag. We can't put that juju out in the air. Not if the boys are up 2-0. Let's walk away with the 3-0, and then we start chirping a little bit. But now their backs are against the wall. You're in a game 5 versus Minnesota Rocker, who simply can't find any ice here. So I still got LAT in favor.
All right. A little prediction from my boy. I like that. Offense up here for the Thieves. And for Rocker, one of the things to keep an eye on is where is Linz going to play? That is always kind of the question mark when it comes to search and destroy, but it will give you a pretty, well, it's a good indication on what exactly they want to do, and it's Linz watching the mid-cross accuracy behind to be able to find first blood.
That's good stuff from accuracy to win the gunfight onto the player who's being the island guy over towards Burger, but everybody else conga lining in towards the terminal. So now Vivid is going to have his hands full. Does he decide to climb this ladder, potentially play for a kill? No, he's going to spot Afro up close and personal and win the gunfight. Instant 4v2.
That is an impressive gunfight win by Vivid. Doesn't miss a shot. Afro thought he had the jump on him. But now the bomb down in the tail of the plane. Kremp hoping he gets a peek from Awakening. And he's not going to be gifted one. Rocker just holding on to their 4v2. There's the call out on the cross. Kremp hoping that Vivid will chow this. Another stun follows up. You've got Linz on the wing. And here comes the break attempt. Vivid trying to get away, but wait, Ghosty's gotten 2. Hold on a second. Now it's just down to can Kremp collect this bomb and get a safe plant, because just like that, we're in a 2v2 situation.
Oh, but it's an instant conga line right up through the orange ramp as Vivid and Awakening said, screw this. We're not going to allow a 4v2 to happen. We know you cannot rotate over Resource B. All we have to do is just shut down the player that's watching over the bomb planter. They send it right up the orange ramp to find that first round. Obviously, it starts off with actually getting the first blood, but Vivid winning that gunfight onto Afro, putting that bomb all the way to the backside of the plane was very difficult for LAT to try to come out on top as Minnesota Rocket take the first round.
Okay. And again, like we were kind of alluding towards, we could spend some more time talking about it. Everywhere that the Thieves are good, Rocker seems to be kind of bad, statistically speaking. But the opposite could be said when it comes to things that Rocker are good at, Thieves aren't particularly good at in this particular map. So it will be a battle of who can successfully pull off their strengths better as we have an opening duel over towards the A side of the map that'll lead us to an early 3v3.
They take down the player in mid-hallway, and Afro instantly traded in a nasty takes down accuracy. Great shots, but now he is getting soloed out. Just want to try to play your life. Good job of getting away with it. Now it's a 2v3. Nasty finds another on the round. He's still trying to dance to the bottom of Naski's. Does get traded, but it's Awakening to try to clutch up in a 1v3.
Rotation timing here is actually really good from Awakening. Problem is, the Thieves are just staying together. Ghosty and Kremp, former teammates. At one point in time, Awakening clean shots to Ghosty. Kremp going to give him a little bit of a look, and the tag is in. That's going to be enough for Awakening to say, I'm out of here. The question is, does he actually commit to the A rotation, or does he just slowly re-wrap this back in towards B? And he's called the B plant. Kremp has not given up this position yet, though. Holding from the bottom side of Askies. Awakening goes to check. Kremp gets the read. Oh, the patience just tucked in a corner. Huge 1v1 win.
Yeah, that's a huge 1v1 win out of young Kremp. He plays the 50-50, and Awakening was right into his trap. Could have potentially played that a little bit different if he decided to back down towards Burger, because that's already ground that he covered, but he was expecting Kremp to not be in that position. LAT, great job from Nasty again, just holding down that B point. But then they almost give up a 1v3. You don't want to get it to be that close. Thankfully, Kremp played the 50-50 correctly, and they were able to tie the game up by 1.
Who's going to budge first on their strengths? Again, that's been the big news about how this matchup has panned out. Quick hit here from Afro with the SMG in hand, just trying to finesse around the side of the smoke. He sees a couple of Rocket players on the exit. First one good, but Linz, another key trade back. Awakening still in position here, top third. Yeah, he's gonna find Nasty. Cramp, the angle just barely good enough. And a lot of action over the top of the escalators as we get to a 2v2 over the top of B.
Instant 2v2. Left up to Linz and Vivid, the SMGs going up against Ghost and Cramp. Because they're not going to commit towards this B bomb plant. Going to rotate their way on back, but you know that they don't have any info. You can potentially catch a player from Minnesota Rocker, pushed up on your side of the map, but now they get some info onto Linz towards top 3. Rotation is going to come in over towards A, and that's going to be free. Just got to try to send in to get the bomb down.
Thing is, Rocker will also know that, okay, if they're taking shots through mid, that means we can reclaim this front side at B. Linz now watching the cross. He's seen Kremp. So we're going to get a foot race back over towards this A site. Linz, wow, great shots to Kremp, who does not get away. The wall bang is good. Ghosty does get the plant off, though. Reposition. Sees Vivid on the drop. Should be a freebie, but Vivid eludes the fight. Now Linz over the top of the landing gear. Doesn't miss a bullet. And the 2v2 goes the way of the Minnesota Rocker.
Oh, that's easy right there from Linz. The fact that he's able to find that first kill onto Kremp with the insane wall bang through the terminal, starts off with the insane shots through the cockpit. The snap out of this rookie just gets the job done for Minnesota Rocker. No panic in their breath. I would have liked to see, though, LAT not fully commit towards jumping down the bottom eskies. Like, after your job is already done when you get the first blood. But when you give them a free trade, and you force it to a 3v3, we're now forced to do a couple things that we didn't want to. But you see the shots from Linz, read him perfectly like he had wall hacks in that gunfight. As Minnesota Rocket take that round.
Massive round for Minnesota, 3 in a row for Linz. Looking long range, Ghosty trying to get some redemption from the last gunfight. Only able to get a couple of tags. And the Thieves are stacked heavy over towards A. And this is from a very weird angle. You got Kremp on the railing, Afro right below, and then Ghosty watching the mid-cut.
Oh, and it works out to perfection. That's why the crossfire is set up to the T. Kremp finds the first kill. A player from Minnesota tries to go for the trade. That's when you walk right into the pre-aim of Afro. An instant 4v2 is actually trying to send it onto Nasty to at least make the numbers a little bit more manageable. He gets that kill, makes it a 3v2, and he still plays his life. Great play.
You can get to top third here, maybe even scout out another. Ghosty immediately below him. Kremp also, I don't think was scouted. A couple of shots that will alert accuracy. Can he make a follow-up play here? He tries to cut this back over through mid. Doesn't see anyone at the moment. There's a double stack of Thieves players here, but neither of them will be red. Bomb still down here for Minnesota. Here comes the check, and yeah, didn't anticipate 2 members inside of the hut. So now Linz by himself. He may just forfeit this round and try to hold his 3 streak together.
Yeah, that's exactly what I would do in this scenario. Yep, 10 seconds. It's back up all the way to the backside of security. Guess we couldn't get in for free. You had something in your luggage, Linz, that they were just not going to let you through. That's going to be an LAT round, holding strong on defense, but that setup was beautiful. Kremp, like you said, on top of the railing. Afro watching his low window push. You find the initial 2 kills, and you just keep the numbers on your side. As they tie the game up at 2. Such a back and forth search and destroy that we have.
I don't think we've really seen too many teams try to pull that type of defensive setup before.
No, that was beautiful. First time I've ever seen it.
Yeah. A little bit of cheekiness coming through. 2-2. Little cinematic pan across the backside of terminal. 3-man stack here for Rocker defensively. Over towards B. Nade from Kremp. Doesn't tag anybody. And that will lead to Linz kind of pulling the same setup that he had previously with Rocker. Just watching this mid cross right through that window alley. Shots coming through. No one worse for wear as Thieves are at the precipice of breaking into A.
Yeah, they have 3 players in the terminal just ready to hit on in. Couple wall bangs coming in from accuracy. Gonna keep a couple players a little bit damaged, but there's still wall bangs. Afro, we gotta stay alive. He's just like, there's no way in hell this guy's gonna waste all of his ammo on this wall bang. But accuracy says, nah, I'm gonna continue to do it. Assist my teammate in towards the plane. Afro slides across, is able to live, but potentially worked his bomb plan because it's still Vivid towards the lower end.
Yeah, and how much has he seen here? Did he see Kremp cross through this little pixel peek? That may be the bigger question. Bomb gets planted. Accuracy over through the slide. Here comes the nade, and then the double chow right afterwards. That's a smoke trying to get them through. Vivid making sure no one's just hiding in corners. But the problem is, kills are coming out for the side of the Thieves. Afro just standing right on top of the bomb saying, you have to come through me if you want to get this. And wait, they may actually do that. Awakening, shut down. Afro spams him in the rear end. But oh, wait, accuracy Accuracy still up, but not for long enough. Pistol through will finish off the gunfight, and the Thieves will hold the post plant.
Oh, actually trying to get it all done right up through the ramp side. He was able to find 3, but the fact that Afro was able to withstand all those bullets to start off with the wall being, even sliding across towards the bomb. Just great plays from Afro. LAT are second overall in post plant scenarios, and that's why they hold strong. You get that bomb, now you put yourself in that setup, you could potentially walk away with the W. The fact that Afro, like I said, was able to stay alive as long as he was in plane, he eventually makes the final play to secure the round for LA.
And now Afro, what can he do off 3 in a row? Trophy system down early, smoke already coming through, Rocker going very quickly. Wait, the trophy doesn't actually impact the stun, but it may not make much of a difference. Afro and Nasty combined for 2, only dropping 1 in the process. Kremp gonna take away the A side of the map, and Nasty off the regen will even get a couple of tags into Awakening. Thieves looking good for this hold. Just comes down to, can they break down this little do setup between Awakening and Vivid, who are trying to rotate out. Ghosty will read it, but not be able to secure a kill. Rocker able to reset again.
Yeah, they're already trapped though. You have Kremp, who was able to take a lot of ground through the flank positioning. The team shots coming from Ghosty and Nasty to eliminate Awakening. And now it's Vivid left in the 1v3. Should be able to get a freebie onto Nasty. It's not going to be as free as I thought. LAT withstand the pressure through the top side of the Yeskies. Afro, even if he's stunned, he's still going to win a gunny. Finds the first kill, but then it simply just comes down to the fact that Nasty's able to get one on his traits and play his life. Because Awakening, he tried to send him down to Eskies. He was trying to find that trade. Once he couldn't, and Nasty then gave up his positioning with that Renetti. It's just we cannot commit to the bomb plant. We do not have anything covered. LAT took all map control, and now that's 2 rounds in a row. LAT starting to pull away.
Starting to feel a little bit like Invasion, right? Back and forth through 4, and then all of a sudden Thieves start to kind of change the mold a touch. Kremp with a little bit of help from a trophy system, looking to get aggressive over through mid. Doesn't see anything initially, as Rocker have not gotten to top third, nor have they played the mid staircase. So do Thieves try to use this information as maybe a chance to once again isolate this Minnesota defense towards B a bit differently?
You know, that accuracy at least is going to be holding down that burger push. We can cross through the hallway. You can get information onto the second player in Lens. You're going to know exactly the setup that they are in, the default that they have been playing basically every single time on defense. Now here comes the push in towards plane again. You make sure no one's underneath you. Gonna shoot the propane, no one in the cockpit. It's only a matter of moments before they slide on them, but this time Minnesota have a team fire set up.
Yeah, Awakening is here to help Vivid, who's often been the sole defender over towards A. And the longer this takes, the more you have to clean shots from Afro. Awakening does secure the trade. Kremp not able to follow up, getting tagged through the wall by, again, Accuracy, who seems to... I mean, this plane looks like it was out of an episode of Masters of the Air, dude. This thing's made out of paper mache. Shots landing all over the place. Ghosty finally able to take down Awakening, that you would think would open the door at A. But Linz has rotated over, destroyed by Ghosty. Last one left is Accuracy. And he may find some timing here. Gets the first. Oh, snaps to the second. There's not enough time for them to get the plant. But does Accuracy slip away at the right moment? Oh, it's a 1v3 for Accuracy. And Rocker bring us back to within 1.
The Iceman gets it done. He knew that there was only 13 seconds. Ghostly just finished a gunfight, so he's still going to be weak. Someone has to be committed towards the bomb plant. But the repositioning out of the Iceman, you need some ice in a game 5. There's no better person than the Iceman Accuracy. So he gets it done in the 1v3, clutches up in the 1v1 as well. Just reads the play to perfection. Keeps Minnesota's Rockers' hopes and dreams alive in this search to destroy, as now they are down 4-3. Back on the attack. Accuracy can literally do no wrong.
Another different setup, though, here for Thieves defensively. Stacked over towards the A side of the map. Kremp actually kind of throwing shoulders in and out of the jet bridge. It's Vivid who's at range with a rival who I'm sure was just going to try to make sure nobody pushes through this angle, but he, with a rival in hand, you would think is going to be part of the play in terms of how do you break open one side or the other. Just comes down to what does Minnesota do first before they try to get Vivid involved.
Just playing for early info. Actually going to crawl his way in through Burger. Try to isolate Nasty towards the top side of these Eskies. He's going to be able to spot him again, gets him weak, but the back down is now going to allow the rest of his teammates to reinforce. That's the only player playing over towards B. We're now sending it on him.
Wow. Wide open. They have to play for retake, do the Thieves. Vivid, keep in mind, still has a rival 9. He's just playing over towards Dreams. And just making sure the flank stays safe. So you're going to get a 3v3 on site here. Kremp is on the rotation safely over. Afro just bobbing and weaving, seeing what he can see over the top. Rival 9 in. Lynn totally destroyed. Down to the pistol. He's got accuracy spent in the corner. Ghosty will get the kill, and then no chance for Vivid to get there to assist. What a pop-off breakthrough for Afro.
That is a perfect retake right there to LAT. He sent 3 players through the bottom Eskies. Last player was ready for the last one on Minnesota to come through hallway, but it's all on the back of Afro. The fact that he's able to slide his way up through Eskies, win both of the crossfire gunfights that were set up for Minnesota Rocker, get the info onto accuracy, set up his teammate for the third, and then the final kill in through the hallway. That was just perfect out of LAT to not put them at game point.
Wow, I mean, talk about clutch 2 rounds in a row, just in very different ways. Can they put it away? Will map 5s continue to ruin the Minnesota Rocker? Nades up and over. Spam shots from the defense. Deep by Vivid. Not quite able to land, as this has been the exact same setup almost every single time for Minnesota. Lynn's watching mid-hall. Accuracy over the top of him, and then Awakening floating back and forth depending on which side he seems to favor.
And then eventually for LAT, the push comes in towards Terminal. So how do you make the adjustments again? Because it's going to be Lynn's at least spotting 1 player on the cross. You're going to invest the stun. You're going to invest the nade, but nothing is going to be able to connect. It's already been 35 seconds knocked off of the game clock, but now you're trying to ISO these players at B. Lynn's is able to get away with his life, but accuracy tries to make up for it, and he gets picked off. First blood to LA.
Now, the thing is, you have to commit someone else to getting on top towards this B site, which means Vivid once more will be by himself over at A. He did a pretty solid job in round 1, holding this exact same position. Fire extinguisher gets hit. No one in the cockpit. Here comes the double up. The wall. It's a triple up. What the heck? Minnesota full gamble stack over towards A. And it works out near beautifully for him. 2v2, but Kremp, dead silence, tries to get proactive. Thing about it is Rocker doing the same thing on the other side of the map. Nasty gets taken down. And now it's Kremp for a 1v2. Not only Kremp finds the first to the 1v1. 10 seconds, has to play for the kill! And Kremp takes him down at range! Minnesota Rocker continue to be baffled in map 5s as Thieves take a huge win here in the quals.
Welcome back to the league, my friend. Young Kremp gets it done in the 2v1. I thought Minnesota Rocker, when they made that mid-round adjustment on the defense and 3-stack into was the plane, they were going to secure that round. They started off all the gunfights. They even isolated the last player who was playing it nice and patient over towards Dreams to force it to a 2v1. But the fact that Kremp wins that first gunfight on the lower steps, that can't be that easy if you are Minnesota Rocker. It has to be better buddy system. But then with the final 10 seconds, he's not even thinking about the objective. He knows that Awakening has to be on that side of the map. The only positioning he can check it from is to the mid hallway and gets the perfect read. Not once, but twice on Big Wake. 2 one-on-one clutches between those 2 players, but that eventually leads to LAT walking away with the S&D 6-3. Finally, they get another W underneath their belt. They win another hard point. Everything is starting to come to fruition for this LA roster. And like you said, Minnesota Rocker, again, stink in game 5. That's just unfortunate.
Yeah, dude, that's absolute pain. From a top 4 team at Major 1 to not being able to win a single map 5. Yeah, the quick follow-up from Lynn's. And then Awakening, who goes to see if Kremp's going to play for the plant by looking down cockpit. Kremp picks up the gunfight perfectly. What a decision. So 6-3 in the final after what was, again, that invasion was kind of in the same form. We were back and forth for the first 4 rounds, and the Thieves, they seem to make the right adjustments, the right reads, and maybe there's something there, Jay. I don't want to dig into it too much. We'll leave it for people like JP Krez and his stream to break down, but that's the same defensive setup every single round from Rocker, and Thieves picked it apart almost perfectly every single time they had a chance to after the 3rd round.
Slow and steady wins the race. You show face at B, and then eventually you isolate the player in towards the backside of the plane, because there was not a single time there was 1 player in it, and when they read it perfectly. They were able to hit the adjustments, but LAT, they're starting to turn heads, man. They make that roster change. They're winning hard points. They're winning game 5s. They are getting it done, and now what's that put them? 2-1 in the season, in this stage?
2-1.
They're great. They're doing great.
And they have a very winnable schedule ahead of them. But hey, we got drama here in our final series of the weekend as we send things back over to the desk to close us out.
3 matches in the books now for LA Thieves. 2 of those are W's. Thank you very much, Studdy and I Hold Shift. Great casting as always. And I love Studdy's breakdown at the end there. Kremp versus Awakening. 2 1v1s that went in favor of Kremp. Crucial rounds that end up with another LA Thieves Game 5. Another rocker. Big loss in a Game 5.
I said in the pregame as we set this up, it's in the S&Ds where LA Thieves is trying to find some of this insane success. In the map number 2 Invasion, it was just trading defensive rounds until LA Thieves round 6, they get the first attack win of the game. They play the time, they route to A, and they pinch through dark and they play the player out tank so they can get the bomb down. And then in that game number 5, same thing. They were trading defenses, and LA Thieves was the first team to win an attack in round 5. And then obviously to close it out, their second attack round was Kremp in the insane 1v2.
Lamar almost a hero in this round. Great stuff from him throughout the S&D. That final round, he had a little bit of confidence. Wanted to get first blood for his squad. With him out of the picture, LA Thieves knew what to do.
Yeah, I mean, in the Search and Destroyers, I feel like Minnesota Rocker scammed so many rounds. Like, even some of like this clutch, like in this round, Awakening had over-chowed through plane, just doesn't need to happen. On the Invasion, multiple times you have Linz and Awakening sitting at mid-tank, and just like a player is able to get on through, find a pick. Just Minnesota, 4 straight Search and Destroy map losses, and it feels like they are not on the same page whatsoever. Only rounds are getting are massive clutches from players like Accuracy or Vivid going out and making a huge play. It's not good Call of Duty out of Minnesota. And now with, you said it was 4 Game 5 scripts?
Yeah, so they played 5 matches. 4 of them have gone to the Game 5 and resulted in losses.
And they've gotten beat like 6-0, 6-1, 6-2, 6-3. They have been getting cooked when we get to these Game 5s. This is a glaring issue on the side of Minnesota.
Minnesota running out of gas despite dropping the first 2 games and forcing a Game 5. They show us they have the energy to win a second Hardpoint, just not enough gas in the tank to finish the mission. Minnesota still looking for their first win, but LA Thieves and Nade Shot celebrating somewhere. We got to talk about what's going right here in LA. You did play the bottom 2 teams in our Major 2 seeds, right? We got to keep that in mind with your 2 wins. Your loss, it was against Optic. What is the future here for LA Thieves with 4 matches before Miami?
I think they have plenty of VOD review they can do right now to fix some of these very small mistakes in some of these respawns. Their Search and Destroy looks great. Decision-making looks great. And these situations where they're able to change their game plan looks great. It's just about the fundamentals a little bit in some of these respawns. They find themselves behind in those rotos early game and has situations where players like Kremp and Afro have to make miracle plays by the end to close out a game.
I thought the Hardpoints were actually pretty good throughout the series. You know, in that Invasion, they had a great rotation over towards bathrooms to close things out. When we get to that Skid Row, like they had 3 hills in a row they had spawns on, right? And they had the opportunity to close it out on P5. The spawns are just wild there. You're spawning blue, you're spawning tunnel. If Afro stays alive outside tunnel, they close that out and win this series 3-1. So I think LA Thieves, great foundation to build upon. And Minnesota are a solid roster that they just beat.
And I think we all need to give some applause to the folks at the LA Thieves coaching camp. We have JCap and Shane making big decisions like putting this guy in for your scuff play of the game, bringing him back up from challengers. He played for the Royal Ravens in London last year, now wearing red for LA Thieves. And Byron dropping a 10-3 performance on us on that map 2 Invasion S&D.
Yeah, it was just an insane Search and Destroy off Nasty completely through. I believe he ends with over 10 kills by the end. And again, the biggest moment for me was that attack round. You had just seen it in your screen. It was Nasty that made it on site to the A bomb and gets the guy off the cross so that they can get the bomb down and win that round. So big plays out of Nasty, one of the most consistent players.
He also does a really good job on their defense. Like, he was playing back B Street and just staying alive, waiting for players to push through, get overzealous, letting his teammates make plays through dark or make plays through DVD. It was working out wonderfully, and Thieves looking like one of the stronger S&D teams we have. That's 4 in a row, by the way.
4 in a row, and right now to talk about it in our Monster Winner Spotlight, we welcome Afro to the show. Afro, great to see you alongside Byron once again. What's it been like playing with another UK member on a winning team so far here in Major 2?
Hey, it's good to have my boy back, man. It's been a long time since we played together, since Vanguard, I think. And, yeah. Just very happy to have him back.
And you individually looked very impressive, especially on your pushes in S&D. Is this something you guys have been working on? Is this just a call that you're making in the moment? How did this go about on Terminal?
Well, S&D, like, for me, it's always been like my thing, and that's kind of what I grew up on and how I got through the scene. So I've always been like instinctively good at that, and all 4 of us are all good at that. We're all good at S&D, so yeah, we haven't really been working it too much, but I think just instinctively we're just really good at it.
Afro, I mainly want to ask, I feel like you've gotten better at Hardpoint now. Your Search and Destroy looks great. What do you think is the biggest problem with your control right now?
I don't know, because we were really good at control, it seemed like, but today just wasn't it. I think it's generally just speeding up off our kills. We get kills, sometimes we just don't move. I think we need to start moving with our kills a little bit more. That's really it. I feel like go with that control right now.
Afro, you know, looking at your guys' HP, like much improved throughout this series. Obviously, still some work, but even in your guys' losses recently, been super close games, and that's different from the beginning of the season. What changed with the roster change? Like, what did you guys change in your fundamentals coming into this split?
I think with Carl coming to the team, he's a lot faster, very just direct, just running, which helps me a lot, so I don't have to do it as much. I think that helps our hardpoint quite a lot. I think him coming through China as well, just playing a lot of this patch just helps as well. I think that's the main reason. Obviously Byron, big old Byron, we love Byron. Yeah, I think right now we're just meshing really well, so.
It's been so fun to watch you guys all together, especially with the energy that Ghosty has been displaying recently. Does he ever intimidate you?
It doesn't intimidate me. He's my little hill kitten. Oh, my bad. Hold on. King of the Hill, my bad.
King of the Hill. Yeah, Dashy's rebranding this thing. Hill Kitten, King of the Hill, whatever you want to call him. You guys are purring your way to success. Congrats on back-to-back dubs.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That is Afro. That is LA Thieves. They're walking away with their second victory, and they are pushing for a top 8 seed and a winner's bracket start come Miami, something no one expected after watching this team struggle in Boston and then seeing that they had to make some roster changes.
Yeah, and it's tough when you make an entire half your team roster change as well to start finding some success. So it looks good for them heading into Major.
They are so ready to go party. Do you see how quick they got out of their seats? LA always throwing a party there at the Thieves headquarters. Shout out to my boy Nate Shot, John Robb, and all of the crew there. Let's take a look, though, at all of the games that went down today. We started with the Subliners and a hot 3-0 over the Heretics. We all saw this one coming.
That was a masterclass. I mean, that was a New York highlight reel from start to finish. And honestly, like, New York, they look strong. Championship contender, one of the best. But I feel like the story's more so, what's going on? Miami headed into their major, man. Like, can we get something going here? They haven't won a match since before the patch. And, you know, they bring in Eric Boom, and it's supposed to be like this huge difference. They've only gotten worse.
I think what kind of hurts me with this series is the fact that Miami just kind of like fell into what their statistics already lay out for them. Like in that sub base, it was the second P2 that New York got like the biggest lead at from that hold, and it's mainly because Miami can't break. They're worst in the league. And then you go to map number 2. Yeah, Miami clearly did some VOD review. They were playing for Kismet pushed up B Street in the corner, but unfortunately, it was just Kismet and Hydra. They're able to change the stats in the middle of the game, and unfortunately, Heretics wasn't able to give us any new looks.
Subliners showing their strength. They are officially on top of the leaderboard, following a loss to our former #1 seed going into Major 2, Toronto Ultra. Toronto ran into a very angry Draza of BZ, Simp, and Celium. And Draza letting them know he thinks that team up north rhymes with Bass.
Yeah, he said that they were ass. I'll say it out loud. Listen, I think that, you know, one, this drama-filled match, this is going to be set up for some classics in the future. I think Toronto played with fire today, playing Atlanta on their best maps, and, you know, it's up to them to have the mental fortitude to understand that, like, this is practice. You're going to have a winner's bracket spot, and when it comes to land, that is when the real fun begins. So for these guys, this won't be the last time that they battle, and it's going to be a lot closer. But for Toronto, just knowing, like, hey, you ain't that far ahead anymore.
Ali, at the end of this fight, the Twitter fingers, they were out and about. Who do you think gets the last laugh as we head to Miami and
I don't even know, man. I don't even have Twitter on my phone anymore, and I'd like to give that advice to the players as well. Let's keep the Twitter fingers to ourselves.
Yeah, keep it on the trigger, because you guys need to play at least 4 games for us. Come on, your top 2 seeds. Atlanta, though, getting the job done in 3. They close it out with some very strong control performances as they outslayed Toronto, something that we have not seen in that game mode all season long. Atlanta back on top. Subliners beat them. Toronto still yet to play the Subliners. Nameless in your power rankings. Do we have a top dog?
It's tough right now. I still want to put Toronto because I think they played around a little bit with the map vetoes in this series, but Atlanta looks so strong. I mean, 1A, 1B.
Real. 1A, 1B. You can catch both of them live in Miami. How do they do it, Ali?
You scan the QR code that's been on the screen all weekend long, and you show up to Miami Heretics Major number 2. We are now finished with week 3, day number 3. We only have 2 more weekends to go until we all head down south to Florida.
That's right. Let's take a look at the battles that continue as we return to the studio Friday, March 8th, and it should be a good one. Boston has been surging up the leaderboard, but they take on a tough challenger in Optic, Texas. We've got subliners Atlanta, FaZe, Vegas, Carolinas, Miami. Everybody's playing basically next week. And I got to ask, Nameless, who do you think has the most on the line?
Man, I feel like Boston breached. They're like one of those middle of the pack teams that like they made a roster change, expect them to be good. They need some dubs.
They play Optic, they play FaZe. Good luck, Breach. And of course, we close it out with that Optic Toronto battle. Thank you all for tuning in. We will catch you next week for another round of qualifiers leading in to Miami.
Yeah. AK, let's go. Estoy cansado de los falsos y les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque es solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control. Family to think about, no I don't need no clout. Fuck the game that y'all talking about. I've been doing shit late night, just trying to look into something that'll get my kids paid. Killing every verse I put my voice on. The joke will come out here to play. Guarantee y'all slept on me for too long. I've been known to just rip shit. Optimist in my prime. Oh, Bron in Miami. I'm fired up, bringing the heat. It's time to show y'all the new vibe. Show y'all this new wave, this young cat, this my time. Let's go. De los falsos y les puedo ser sincero. Por eso mi enfoque es solamente en el dinero. Ya no quiero más relajo, ya no más amigos, porque lo único que hicieron es desviarme del camino. He retomado el control, tenía que tomar un receso para averiguar lo que en verdad soy yo. He retomado el control, el rey ha llegado, esta es la nueva era. Deja recordarles que he retomado el control.
Bro, that fucking hurts.
We just done. Huh?
Everyone's in the cams right now. They're down 0-2. They're spinning the fidget spinners.
No.
No, not me. You guys get the glass protection?